change within his flanking. Breeze is watching from B.
Okay. Over here.
Yep.
Oh!
There we go. Let's go.
Fucking. I'm cracked as shit.
Yeah,
This is what I get for protecting my virginity all these years, guys. You made fun of me,
dude,
but
straight
no.
up, dude. Fuck grass.
Fuck having sexual intercourse.
Welcome in, everybody. Happy Monday. I think this is this the third or the fourth week we've done this? I actually forgot for a second. No one else remembers either? Uh-oh.
No,
Who cares? We're not
no
numbering
idea.
these episodes.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Three?
This is
This is number 4.
This is
Four.
number
Oh,
four.
number four?
Okay.
number 8.
Hey, Jiggy. Hey, Subi. Thank you for the raid, Hunchy. Nice to meet you. Hopefully, I'll get to stop by. Or sorry, Bongo Fly. Thank you for the raid, Bongo Fly. Thank you for the follow, Hunchy. I got that backwards. Hello, Usha, Advi. Hello, everybody. Yep. For those of you who have been here for the full week, my mic is still crackly. I did get a new cable. The new cable didn't fix it, so now we begin panic mode and try to figure out how to fix it off of that. But this week we are going to be discussing repetition in video games and gaming genres. I am joined by some lovely, lovely, lovely people once more. We have, of course, Big Chunk seems to be at some sort of like a rave. I'm not sure. He's taking time out of his busy schedule to join us from a dance party. We got Poppy Eric in his usual lair with his beautiful lighting. We have a lovely guest, Brutal Smile, our first VTuber on the show.
Hi.
And then we also have Aravand, who looks a little So that's the thing.
The lighting in my room is bad, so past Aravans help me out.
So this discussion we're having this week, repetition in games and genres, is an extremely broad topic. So I personally had a hard time researching specific things and kind of went the route of researching like the 3 big things that I think are problems in repetition, and I'm willing to just discuss my own uneducated opinions on top of whatever everyone else wants to bring up. Other than that, I just wrote down a list of questions that we can refer back to if we things that I would like to hear you guys answer later. But did anyone have anything that they wanted really badly to start with right from the beginning?
I took it in a different way, but I think what I looked up would be best discussed a little bit later, which is how games that should be fundamentally repetitive manage to break up the cycle. And why they do that well. So it might be a good contrast as to the repetitive games that shouldn't be repetitive.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that'll probably be a bit of a heavier topic a little later. I agree. Anybody else for something early?
Let me see.
I think we'll probably bring it up at some point, but like subjectivity in the topic
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely.
how rough
Yeah.
that is,
Yep.
and how some people fucking love like Pokemon, which you know there's just like so many.
I'm ready for that.
Oh
argument.
boy.
Yeah,
I'm ready for that one.
and like so many people
I'm
are like
armed,
perfectly okay
like
with that,
John Wick.
and some people hate that type of nonsense. So
Yeah,
repetitiveness is just super subjective. I guess I just want to bring that up for sure at some point.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to mention as well is repetition isn't always bad. And we're not here to shit on your favorite games nor shit on your opinion. We're just talking about what can be viewed as a repetitive cycle and what
Oh,
can
it
be
ended my stream.
done to improve it. You know,
Why did everyone get shoved off?
if you like the most repetitive game in history, that's cool. Ain't nothing
Yeah.
wrong with that.
Not a damn thing. Like
You have 3 IQ, but like.
and the MMO gamer.
All right, we got a
Leave
clip.
RuneScape
Good.
out of this.
No, we're gonna discuss RuneScape. I'm excited for it because I know Chunk
Oh,
wants
no.
to. I've been waiting all week. I know Chunk is gonna bring up RuneScape.
I actually, surprisingly, I got distracted and went on a tangent. I didn't even think about RuneScape.
Damn it! I was so
Believe it or not.
prepared to defend
Hey, dude,
RuneScape.
hey, I'm still here. I'm still here to argue it because I'd be willing to hear your points and throw some counter.
All right, we'll
points as
see.
well.
We'll see. We may bring it up
Yeah.
later. Well, then, if no one has anything
You
very
know-
specific they wanted to start with, I think we can get started with the elephant in the room.
Ubisoft.
Ubisoft, yeah.
A big fat stinky elephant.
A
bro.
big fat stinky Ubisoft elephant. So I wrote down a couple of fun facts about Ubisoft that I'm not sure if everyone knew. Some fun things like the fact that there are 16 Assassin's Creed games.
Yep.
I didn't realize that there were that many at this point. There are 9 Far Cry games that have gotten so redundant that basically the last time I streamed Far Cry 6, my stream was titled Far Cry 3-3, and I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
No, actually, I don't think it is.
No?
Because it should be Far Cry 3-6.
Oh, okay.
Good point, actually. I didn't even think
Yeah.
about that.
You
True.
fucked that up, so.
Well, shit. Okay, I'll do better next time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks, dude. Thank you.
And then another fun fact.
My
This one I
gaming
think
goals
is
getting ruined.
not as egregious as the other examples, but there are 19 Tom Clancy games published by Ubisoft.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I thought there were only 2. I didn't know that.
There's
they
Bro,
have-
there's
What?
so many.
There's
The
so
thing about
many.
them, though, is they're kind of like
They're,
a.
they're
it's a
definitely not
brand
all the
name.
same thing. They're
Yeah.
definitely
No,
not.
no, no. That's
Oh.
why I don't think it's as egregious.
Okay.
They're
Yeah, like,
very
I really
varied.
don't care.
You got like Splinter Cell, Rainbow Six. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also
It's
wanted to
like-
note
like an artist or an author, I think, right?
when I
Also,
wrote down
yeah.
that there were 16 Assassin's Creed games, I also noted that they are, in my opinion, all indistinguishable from one another apart from graphical quality, the setting they take place in, and 1 or 2 gimmicks per game. But in parentheses and in tiny font, I put Black Flag is not an Assassin's Creed game, and that's the only reason it's good.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Actually,
That's some Breath of the Wild
like-
logic.
it's, in my opinion, it's probably the best out of the franchise.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It's just not the only reason it's an
Actually true.
Assassin's Creed game is because they tossed a hood on the main character and gave you hidden
Yeah.
blades. Otherwise,
He's
it's
not
just a
even an
pirate game.
assassin.
Yeah.
Not even a
You know,
fucking
you
assassin.
know what though? What, dude, Valhalla's the same thing, except somehow it's bad.
Really?
Yeah, it's like he's just not an assassin. In fact, the amount of times you assassinate somebody in that game is incredibly low. However, it is the most fundamentally dog shit boring game of the franchise.
Well, I think
I've seen like the glitchy Fenrir scene of of just like the big bad wolf, but he's like standing still and moving, and then he just rips off one of the guy's arms, and it's just like, whop. It's just fucking.
Pops up. Dude, oh my god.
is it this?
I think so. Yeah.
Hold on. Let's see here. I'll pull it up. We gotta analyze. Analyze.
Shit, there it is.
Yeah.
There we go.
This is how bitchy can be.
What is that?
That's me, baby.
It's fucking hot.
Thank you. Sorry, I distracted everyone. What's happening?
It's still
It looks like a Banjo Kazooie character, dude.
Can someone edit that and just put Elden Ring music over it? The whole thing, like boss music?
The
Oh my
loathsome
God.
Tongue-eater.
Oh jeez.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
I've not seen a second of gameplay from Valhalla.
I haven't
I-
either, honestly.
I've
So I
literally just
played
seen. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I played it day one and
No.
it was
No.
so bad.
It was that bad.
I saw that clip and I'm like, I think I'll be fine without it. I have no problem not playing that one.
Yeah, I think it would do the opposite for me. I think I'd be like, I want to play this
So-
now.
Do you know how long? So you know they harp on about all their like side stuff that you can do, right?
Right.
So I started doing the side stuff, just a few things. Do you know how long it took me to get the hidden blade?
Like the
Six-
the,
Like the
6 hours.
thing that comes out of the.
Really?
the Assassin's Creed
the
thing.
fundamental core aspect of an Assassin's Creed game.
That's
So
rough.
bad,
Takes you
dude.
6 hours to get it.
Wow.
That's like the
What?
Battlefront 2 grind for Darth Vader. It's like you can't make something that important that difficult to get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
It's ridiculous.
that's actually insane.
Also, who's Logi?
Logi?
In the
Logi?
bottom of your cameras, it says Logi.
Oh, Logi. That's the software for my. That's
Oh,
that's
yeah.
the software I'm using. Logi Capture. Logi. That's my nickname. You know.
I was like, is this like a new thing I missed?
So when it comes to the actual topic at hand, since we're on the discussion of like Assassin's Creed specifically, it's been a long time since I've played an Assassin's Creed game, so I'm not going to be able to chime in on some of the later games. But what do you think is like the most egregious thing about the Assassin's Creed franchise that's becoming too repetitive? Is it just the whole franchise itself, or do you think that they're not innovating on like quests enough, or what?
You go, Bruno.
I'll be honest with you. I feel like it's literally the same thing, but with just a different storyline. And the storyline itself, not normally that good in the first place. I stopped playing. What was that? The one over at London was the last one I played.
Is it Syndicate?
Origins?
I think
Syndicate?
that was Syndicate.
Yeah, I think
I
Syndicate.
have no idea,
I
honestly.
stopped right there, and I finished it. It was like I was not satisfied. I just like it's just repasted. It's the same thing over and over again. You build up skills, you level up, and it does not encourage you to be stealthy at all. It literally, yeah.
So they did change up the formula after Syndicate.
Oh,
Really?
And they turned it into a RPG.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
And
What was the next game after Syndicate?
Syndicate, after Syndicate,
I think it was Origins, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it might be Origins. Someone can correct me. Either that or it was a non-mainline game. It might have been a spin-off of some sort, but it was the next major mainline was Origins, which is where they moved it to the RPG, and that's when they started doing the you need to be X level to do the next mission, and
The forced grind.
But then everyone's like, oh, change to a degree is not a bad thing. At least they did something new.
Yep.
But then after that, they just started doing exactly what they did with the last ones, which was just copy paste. They didn't take the opportunity to like spruce up the next game. No, they just copy paste into a new setting with some new abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, you guys being experienced Assassin's Creed players, what would you say? Well, okay, well, like understanding the core gameplay of Assassin's Creed, because as a layman in the Assassin's Creed, you know, I've watched a fuck ton of it. I've literally never played it before.
Okay.
But
Right.
the majority of what interests me in Assassin's Creed is location and the parkouring aspects. Like the ability to kind of go wherever you want, whenever you want, like impressed me like to no end, to the point where I think it was Syndicate actually was so detailed. I was surprised they were going to release a game the next year, because it was one of those games where it's like it looked like it took like a decade to make, and it was beautiful and gorgeous, and they just threw it away and went to the next one.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
that being said, what do you think is like the most important gameplay or game aspect of Assassin's Creed that kept it alive but has since died?
Stupid fans.
Yeah. Well, okay, but I mean, we gotta give some sort of a gameplay reason. I'm sure. I think.
I don't think I'm the best person to ask you, because I genuinely.
The fans are the reason why it's still alive, in my opinion. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I had to
genuinely
narrow it.
don't know. I guess again, there's two pathways for it, right? So you've got the original mainline games, which is 1, 2, 3, and 4,
There's
and
a
then
4?
all the spin-offs, right? Yeah, which is Black Flag.
Oh,
Black Flag is
Yeah.
cool.
Black
So
Flag's
those games are the ones like you could assassinate anybody and they would die in one hit, right? And then
Yeah.
you also had the guards, which you did the kind of like Arkham City style, like you hold your sword out and then you at the right time push Y and
Yeah, the
You just, like,
combat
go
was way too easy in
Mhm.
every
I think
game.
that was part of the problem, is that carried over to other games too. To where
Yeah.
it's just like there's no core mechanics of like the combat that evolved further. It was basically just at the end of the day, it's just sit there, mash a button, beat the shit out of everyone, counter every once in a while.
well
is what it felt like.
that changed when they changed the formula. So then they turned it into an RPG, right?
Okay.
And now
That's
you've
what
got
kind of when I
levels.
stopped playing. So.
Yeah, that's fair. Now you've got levels, and that means that you can't assassinate just everybody. If a character is too high level, you try to assassinate them, and like you walk up and you stab them in the throat, they go, ow, oof, that hurt a little bit.
Why would they ever do that to Assassin's Creed? That seems like one of the worst games to ever try to make into an RPG. Like,
But they did. They did.
I can't tell you why they did it. I don't know.
Well,
Gonna run a
has
poll
to
in
be
chat
my-
quickly.
I think the
Yeah,
core
probably.
gameplay, like the thing that everyone looks for is the I'm not gonna call it parkour because parkour implies it's fast and it's not. Climbing and scaling buildings and then location.
free
Right.
roam. Yeah, I would agree with that.
And the really ham-fisted rewriting history. type
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think some
That
of the
would be-
storytelling was interesting, but it like never felt like it was going anywhere.
stuff. Yeah, no, I don't know. Someone
I think the core elements of the gameplay that they should have like honed in on more to keep an assassin game alive would have been the stealth and assassination mechanics, sneaking in and out of very difficult to get into areas with very like well-trained guards that aren't imbeciles that will see you and then you move out of sight and they go, huh, must have been the wind. And like there always from the beginning should have been a huge like side effect for getting caught. Like being seen period should have been
Yeah.
the end of the game for you. Being
Agreed.
able to stand in the middle of an army of soldiers and just tap Y to repost every 4 seconds
as
and
they attack
insta-killing
you
everyone.
one by one. Never
Yeah.
at the same
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, I agree.
awful.
So you
It should have
prefer,
been more
the
like
Splinter
Hitman.
Cell?
Definitely should have been more like
Hitman.
Hitman, yeah.
I always say that, man. I'm like, I don't know why they didn't go for a more Hitman approach where like getting caught
Great.
is devastating.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Where it's
Maybe
like you have the
they-
option to try to get away, but in Hitman it's so punishing. It's like unlikely that you can stand there and just fight everything head on.
Yeah.
Your goal is to like readjust, escape, and then try to come back at it from a different angle.
Let's look at
Yeah.
it from market standpoint then. What is Assassin's Creed's current competition?
Hitman?
Nothing really.
I guess at the time
No,
was like
actually,
Splinter
no,
Cell,
no,
right?
As it stands right now, do you know what it's trying to fight against?
What?
Huh.
From software.
True?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's their closest like
Yeah,
their
that's
combat
true.
is now a dodge roll mechanic type
Mm.
like
Yeah, you're
R1
right.
spam
So
like,
FromSoft
abilities.
had their hand on the neck of RPGs for years, and they wanted to dip in the honeypot, and
Yeah.
they fucked with their fans. And I mean, is
Their
it going
fans
poorly
didn't
though?
care.
Are they still making money? Like they're still making money, right? Like it's not like it's
Yeah. Everyone complains about each game, but then they go and buy it.
yeah, I don't get that aspect. I suppose that they're sort of cornering this weird RPG casual market because FromSoft
No.
inherently is a more gamer like games company, right? Like you don't really play a Dark Souls if you're like just
Yeah,
some
the
schmuck
casual
who plays apps.
person. I would say Elden Ring is the most
Look at this
Mainstream.
list. Look at these games.
mainstream.
I googled competitors to Assassin's Creed. This list is like
Minecraft.
Guild Wars 2, Minecraft.
I think
Yeah,
it's
what
just
the
like popular series is what
Yeah,
it
they
feels
just
like.
look
Like,
for the RPG tag
why
on
is Super
Steam,
Hot
and they-
VR on there? What the
Yeah,
fuck is going
that
on?
makes no sense.
League
No
of
Man's
Legends?
Sky.
Okay, so
Forge
I
of
think
Empires?
this is literally a sales comparison.
Yeah,
Actually,
Like,
though-
that's
Dishonored
what they're
2.
doing.
Dishonored
Oh,
2.
that's fair.
Dishonored
Okay,
is a
that
good one.
one's
That's the
fair.
Oh, I
only one
saw-
that I can say.
Yeah,
Was there Gary's mod?
Although Dishonored 2 is better than all the Assassin's Creed.
I agree.
Fucking
Dishonored did Assassin's Creed better. I was
Yep.
trying to think of, okay, so the other game that I played with Toma earlier this week, Origami and Origami 2, those are like
Dude, the movement in
actually
that looks
solid.
Smooth.
Yeah, it was a really fun game. I feel like if that were more open world, it would probably be a huge competitor to Assassin's Creed. Also,
Sure.
I polled chat about whether the old Assassin's Creed or the new ones were better, and it's a 91% vote that the old ones were better.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
That's no
Like,
brainer.
when it
The
was
old ones,
new and
while they were
fresh, you were like-
repetitive, they were like the most assassiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also it was a
That's
new thing at the
fascinating.
time, right? It was like hadn't been done to death. It wasn't like the same thing, copy and paste
Yeah.
over and over again.
So I disagree. I think that things done to death can be done better. Perfect examples.
no,
Elden
I
Ring.
agree. I agree.
Like
Yeah.
like the okay, well, I'm just meaning more so that like even if something's novel, like it being new, isn't like the only aspect to it being incredible. Because like I think like
agree.
some of the best point and click adventures, some of the best puzzle games that have ever existed have come out in the last few years, and that's the oldest type of gaming. That's like
I
day one
fully
gaming.
agree.
Look, it's
looking up.
I'm sorry. I know I'm googling weird things. I just wanted to show a current live video of Ubisoft's development studios on stream really quick. I just wanted to make.
You should get another guy over there and just label him 2K because it'd be the same thing as well.
This is also Activision, Treyarch, and
Giant
Infinity
chicken
Ward.
patty?
What?
I think I saw Poppy has a giant chicken patty.
Oh,
Yeah, I saw
I
it
want to
too.
see that. Yeah, that thing
did you
was
bring enough to
fucking-
share with the
That
class?
was
that
an
like a-
Australian. Oh my!
Wait, what's wrong with that odd amount of like? How much mustard do you have on that?
What was that, mustard?
Why did I
I thought
get
that was
muted?
I thought that was a
Okay,
fucking
it's
half
cheese.
single.
It's
It's
cheese.
cheese, dude. It's cheese.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Jesus Christ, bro.
My
All right.
roommate was like, dude, you just woke up and you got to start the podcast. You hungry? And I'm like, yeah. And he comes in and he's like, here's the most delicious schnitzel you've ever had. Bro.
Let's go.
Oh, Gizmo wants to see it again, Jamie.
All right. Yes, for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
All right, while we're off topic, I've been wanting to ask for a while. Chunk, what the fuck is behind you?
Oh, it's me.
Okay, sure.
No, it's
That answers
Oh my
everything.
god.
that's young me.
Never
I
trust
was
anyone.
I was watching someone arm wrestle, and I was screaming, like cheering them on. And I looked more intense than either of the
Why
two
are you
people arm
bald?
wrestling.
I'm
not bald. It's just like a close up of my face. But
Wait.
I don't have any facial hair in that
That's
picture.
terrifying.
I
Yeah,
can't
thank
tell if
you.
you're serious or not. Are you? Is that real? Really?
No, that's real.
I'm not gonna lie.
That's me.
I'm not gonna lie. It looks like someone snapped a photo of you as you were fucking. It's like the most. That is the most.
All right, look, I know eventually I'm going to upload all these on Spotify. So for everyone listening on Spotify in the future, I'm sorry you can't see what we're talking about.
I don't.
You know, I just put it as like, is there a thumbnail
the
we can put on
visual-
Spotify?
For the auditory listeners, just imagine that that one guy from the Filthy Frank skit that was like that came out of the embryonic fluid and started screaming. That's about it.
You know, for the Spotify listeners,
Good.
you know that okay, think of that turtle that's trying to hump the like
Oh my God.
strawberry.
How long are we going
But
to sit?
the turtle's very sweaty.
And red, extremely red.
Pod gone wrong. That's what it looks like to me.
All right. I have a question. This is going to be hard for us to answer because I'm now realizing most of us don't play all these games that we've been discussing so far. How would you fix Assassin's Creed without trying something they've already tried?
Okay. Brittle, you go, please. You're the guest here.
In my opinion, probably go back to the roots. Go what originally Assassin's Creed had in mind. Make it a stealth game. Try and keep it somewhat simple for the story, and at least have something to do with like the old main character, because the old main character he died for like a good cause.
Yeah.
If they can somewhat do something with around the original story, I think it could get more traction. I would love something like that, and I would love to play it again.
So you're saying it should have been more based around like a main character, kind of like Halo has
Mhm.
Master Chief kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Instead of-
That's an
there is-
interesting marketing
in-
tactic.
In the new series, there is no such thing. It's just the assassin. There is
Well, yeah,
no
because it kind
other
of bounces
character.
from like each
It's an RPG,
generation, right?
So you're
That's-
supposed to project
Wait, so
yourself
you
on
don't leave the Animus anymore?
No.
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
No.
Oh, wow.
Just
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
That was always the most interesting part to me was leaving
Was
the
like the
Animus
swapping
and
back
like
and forth,
walking
yeah.
around in like
So,
the future
yeah.
world and yeah.
So that would involve like good storytelling, and that's really difficult to do. So what they did
Mm-hmm.
is they made you an employee of whatever
Yep.
that shitty company is, and you're just in the machine.
You're testing it basically. For
Sorry.
the quote unquote clients that'll be testing out the software as well.
I don't necessarily mind that for the RPG direction, but because of how fucked the RPG direction is in Assassin's Creed, it doesn't fit.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, that's a good idea if you're making an RPG, because being faceless is perfect for a main character, because so you can project yourself onto them. But it's like Ezio and Altair are such cool characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that was like a big
Iconic.
part of it.
Yeah, especially like
I don't like the series, but goddamn, is Ezio a really charismatic character?
Yeah.
And
like
I feel
2010.
he's
If you
doing
gamed
good.
at all between 2010 and 2020, you know who Ezio is. Like,
Yeah.
Ezio on Ori plus something.
You know what? Actually, hold on. I've read a couple funny messages from chat in response to how they'd fix it. I'd like to highlight a couple. Raced said, add zombies.
No.
Hey,
Um,
that's the
I play
Ubisoft
the
way,
fuck
baby.
out
That's
of
what we
that.
do.
That's
Hey,
like
I
the
would
Red
too.
Dead Redemption route.
That's what I was about to say, dude.
Yeah.
Honestly, as like stupid as that sounds, I would play it.
I hate zombie games. I'm sorry. I feel like I can't add on to that.
We did it
I
before.
love zombies.
Like COD needed an extra game.
True.
They were
They
like,
added zombies.
yeah.
Fuck it.
Let's
That was
see.
also in the past. That was also Nazi zombie. This might be canon.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah,
Egyptian
actually,
zombies
might
were
be
about
based.
how
Might be
Egyptian
based.
Zombies.
Assassinating
You mean the
zombies.
mummies?
You like
Uh,
snap their
What
neck and
about
they're
this?
still alive. You're like, it's just
Have you play different historical figures that are fighting the like mythological creature of that era? Like in Egypt you'd fight mummies, right? In like in 1600s London you're fighting like a werewolf or a vampire or some shit.
Sun Tzu and a dragon.
Yeah,
Hitler and
exactly.
Bigfoot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
literally. Yeah, rednecks and Bigfoot. Yeah, exactly.
Dude, yeah. When is the next Ubisoft Assassin's Creed gonna start with like in the south, and there's just a redneck like jumping through the trees with like a rifle on his back? That's what I want, baby.
Well, what was the
Makes
best
me feel
part
like
of the
home.
South?
South
Well,
Africa in
yes, sir.
2012.
And then let's see. Fox Plays Official said how to fix it, and then just posted an emote of a hand throwing a PS5 game into a trash can over and over again.
Oh.
Actually, if you zoom in on that emote, it's literally Assassin's Creed.
Is it? Oh my
He's
god, it
playing all
is! Wow. It is actually an emote of Assassin. How did you do that?
Holy,
How,
Oh my
how did you plan
goodness!
ahead for
What?
this?
holy fuck.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Okay. Like, if you wanna, like an answer like to this question, a proper one. I agree, brutal. They should have stayed with the format they had. They should have gone way more into the storytelling. They actually were like, back in the day, they were focusing on a story. It got a little out of hand, a little weird, but like, weird's not bad. Weird can be pretty like different, and that's fun. I really liked the whole like they're searching for the apple of Eden, and the whole fucking church is full of crazy people trying to take over the world. It's like a really funny juxtaposition on what the church actually is. What I think they could have done is focus more on a dual timeline where you have, you know, Desmond. I don't think you use Desmond anymore because obviously he's been killed. But like a character that works as a surrogate version of Desmond now. And you have a dual timeline of doing assassin shit in the real world and assassin shit in the past. And then your abilities from the Animus could carry over into the real world in like a symbiotic kind of like fashion where what you learn in the Animus is helping you take down the bad company. I always forget their name in the real world, and like having like an interesting time like there, or really focusing on using abilities and interesting mechanics. That people like, you know, they have like all these amazing characters from all throughout history. Really focusing on the types of assassin gameplay that those characters would use due to like being in the area they are. Rather than them all just using hidden blades, have them be a little bit more interesting. Like they tried it out a little bit with Connor having the tomahawks. From Assassin's Creed 3, he was a Native American.
Yep.
Having some stuff like that, really focusing on diversifying each game from the last.
But you just made me think of a way to fix the series slash like make Ubisoft a lot of money. which is make Assassin's Creed a live service game, and then make the Animus the main hub, Destiny 2 style. And then
Oh.
all of the missions, like all of the games, can be campaigns laid upon those times. So let's say an entire campaign can be, your character that you've spent 2 years with at this point, now going to Egypt. You're now going to
Yeah.
Mesopotamia. You're now going to Africa, something like that.
Okay.
I know
Yeah.
Egypt's also in Africa, you know what I mean? Yeah, that would be kind
Yeah.
of cool if there was like a whole live service game where you have a character that you stay with throughout the years, but every year they add a new huge timeline that you can either visit and get loot from, or have a whole story involved in.
It's kind of like what they did with Hitman, where they like kept adding the new games onto the old games.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. I've been playing
Oh.
Hitman lately. It's awesome.
Yeah, I think those kind of things would really like. They wouldn't have needed to do this whole like, oh, we're making an RPG now. Like they wouldn't need to do that.
Mhm.
If like, I truly believe the only reason they did that RPG thing is because they actually got butthurt over everyone saying they were copying and pasting. They're like, oh yeah, you think we're copying and pasting? Fine, we'll just fucking, we'll make it a fucking platformer there, dickhead. Like,
God.
I literally think that's Ubisoft got butthurt and that's why they did what they did.
Yeah.
When like they could have done it way more simple. They could have just focused on like really making something special with each game. Focusing on a unique style of gameplay dependent on the location that you were in.
Mm-hmm. I've still always said that the only Assassin's Creed I'll ever get excited for again is if they do go back to the roots of being an assassin instead of it being an RPG, and then make it in feudal Japan.
I
That would be
just
sick.
Sekiro?
Be so sick. I mean, kinda, I guess.
No, that's not. It's Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh, true. Actually, yeah, very true.
True, yeah.
Very true. Yeah.
I
It's not a
enjoyed
pleasant-
Ghost of Tsushima. I know a lot of people don't like it.
I've never heard of it.
I despise it. I think
It's
it's literally just Assassin's Creed with a new skin.
It's a PlayStation exclusive. I had fun with the gameplay.
Okay.
As much as I like want to shit on Assassin's Creed, the world is currently kind of lacking a good melee combat RPG live service. Like that doesn't really exist right now. You have maybe Warframe, like maybe with extension the Dark Souls universe, but like it doesn't really you have the closest thing is probably Destiny, but that's still mostly guns. You're mostly shooting the entire time.
Yeah. You can melee.
Yeah.
I've seen people melee, but
Or Division 2.
Hey.
That's that would also be kind of close.
no, you can't melee in that
There-
shit at all.
Actually is one that caught my eye, and it's been in I've seen a few trailers of it, and I don't know if it's gotten anything new, but I think it was called The Tales of Wukong Black.
Oh yeah,
That's gonna be more like a
Dark Souls.
more like an action
an
RPG,
RPG, right?
like-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay.
That's not really a live
That's gonna be
service.
think less Assassin's Creed and more Dark Souls. It's
Yeah.
not gonna be.
Oh, okay.
I hate the term Souls-like, but sometimes it's the easiest to just
Mm.
Yeah.
give people to chew. But it's an action RPG, is what it is.
To answer my own question I posed at the beginning of this, of how I think that they could make Assassin's Creed better, I actually heavily agree with almost everything that Cyber Opal said earlier, which is make it heavily environment based, kind of like Hitman, but you go to a location beforehand and leave things around for yourself. Change up the environment to give yourself parkour access to new areas and setting up distractions, and then use that as progressive difficulty instead of leveling. That sounds amazing and perfect to me. That is identical to what I was thinking up for making Assassin's Creed better. The planning and prep phase is what's missing in Assassin's Creed, because all you end up doing is you just go there, use a magic vision to highlight all the enemies through the walls, and then just climb on the rooftops, taking enemies out one at a time, then move down a layer, kill everybody one at a time, and then move in and kill everybody, and then you're just done.
Mm-hmm.
I think having
pretty much.
penalties to killing bystanders would be interesting, so that you have to be more stealthy and tactical instead of just killing everybody that's
Like
moving
Hitman.
around you. Exactly, like Hitman.
Yeah.
There's so much that they could do, but it's a lot harder than just making you have to
Hitman-
hit
one of the
people more
things that
times.
makes Hitman so unique, and you look at it, Assassin's Creed and Hitman, they're basically discounting the RPG games. If you look at the old Assassin's Creed and the old Hitman games, they're essentially the same thing. Just one of them allows for unique planning, multiple levels of different takedowns, and different styles of gameplay. You could just go in guns blazing, yeehaw, fucking, you know, treat it like just a cowboy showdown, or you could grab a fish, go really slowly through the level, and kill a man with a fish with no one ever seeing. Like,
And what's
what
crazy about
sounds more
Hitman,
fun?
like Hitman blows my mind because it's one of the few, and no one talks about this. It's one of the few games that really like it makes some amazing gameplay, some fantastic moments with some fucking dumb AI.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Basic
Yo,
bitch AI.
I've said this before. I had a friend of mine, right? And he said the reason he doesn't like Hitman is because the AI is dumb. I said the reason I like Hitman is because the AI is dumb.
It allows
You
that
improve that.
creativity.
Yeah, you improve that AI, you take away the fun,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
And that's what games should be. Games should be fun. You don't have to have the best of the best, as long as the product is fun. And the dumb fucking AI from Hitman is great. So great. Never change it, Square. Never change it.
The homing suitcase, for example. True.
The homing suitcase
A
is
prime
incredible,
example.
dude. You got
Okay.
you got to show that for anyone who hasn't seen that. It's
Yeah, I'll pull
I
it up.
honestly have no idea what
I
that
don't know what
is.
that is. It sounds amazing. Though.
I was like, I played a good bit of Hitman. I didn't even know what that is.
Before you play it.
Yep.
In Hitman, if you throw an object, no matter what, if you logged on, it will hit your target.
Yep. All right,
So
the quality
no
on this
matter
is gonna be
what, if you logged
awful.
on and threw it, it will hit your target.
I think I see what's about to happen
The
here.
quality
Oh,
on this is
no.
fucking awful, but it'll work. All right.
It'll get the
This
point
is gonna be
across.
Oh no.
Yeah, you'll get it.
So good.
What?
Wait for it.
Wait for it.
Yay!
Yep.
Get him.
Oh my
Get 'em.
god, dude, it's beautiful. Like, dude, that is the shit that I love. Oh, dude, stupid interactions like that is the fucking best.
Oh, God.
Dude, it has so much fucking force built up and fucking like flips his fucking ski, dude.
Oh my
Oh my god.
Yo, any Assassin's Creed fans out there, go play Hitman. You'll have a great time.
I
True.
I
actually
need to play
might.
it, man.
I've never played it before.
Any
You
gamers out
should.
there in general.
You should play them. They're really good.
It's
All
fantastic.
right.
Yeah, and they're always on sale, like fucking always.
On top
True,
of that,
true.
all of the Hitman games are available for free right now on Game Pass. So if you have
Oh, shit.
PC Game Pass, that's what I've
Easy.
been playing through them all. Yep.
Do you have to
Even
play
the app's good.
chronologically, or can you just play like one out
No,
of?
the story is so insignificant. It's all about the
Yep.
gameplay.
My favorite
Okay,
type
all
of
right,
story.
got you.
I
If you
don't
click
know
on
the
a level
story,
that you
but I
haven't
play
gotten
it.
to
True,
yet,
yeah.
it'll be like, spoiler warning, you haven't made it to this content yet. Are you sure you want to proceed? And then you just click, yeah.
Yeah, and,
Oh.
and don't worry about it because the story means nothing. It's all about the gameplay.
It's just fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
At one
It's
point,
like
I was in a
Gilded
suburban town chasing an old man on an oxygen tank with an axe. I didn't know why, but it was great.
What the fuck? All right. All right,
Make
I'm
your
sold.
own story. Is Hitman an RPG?
I mean, you
Make
played
your
role
own
as Agent
story.
47, so yeah, of course it is.
It's not an RPG in the fact that you get skills. There are no skills.
Yeah, there's
You
no
have
skills to level
everything from the
Other than your
from,
brain.
Yeah, from level 1.
All right, so moving on from Assassin's Creed, I want to discuss Far Cry. I feel like I know I have more experience with that. I'm sure at least most of us do. I'm not sure about Chunk and Brutal.
I played 3. That's it.
Okay, the good
I
one.
think I beat 3 and I played through like a good portion of 4 and I never actually like beat it.
Okay.
Mm.
I played through 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I
Yeah.
tried 6 and thought, I've played 5 before, and then I turned it off.
That's basically exactly what I did. I played through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Erevan, and I got like, what would you say we got like halfway through Erevan through 6?
I checked my save data. We had 63% completed.
All right, so we got 60-ish% through the game, and we ended stream that night, and I said, hey man, I don't want to like, it's not you, I just don't want to play this game anymore.
I'll go with Airband over Far Cry.
Yeah.
And I was
Aravan
like,
started crying like,
devastated, dude. I had contracted cancer from that statement. My mom died. It was a rough
Oh my
night.
god, I didn't realize all the repercussions.
well,
No, like I
it all
completely
went downhill.
understood. I was in the same boat because I was like, listen, I'm an empty brain gamer at times. I just like killing stuff. Like honestly, if you give me a room full of people to kill and a way to kill them, I'll do it. And I'll have a great time doing it.
Someone
However,
clip that out of context.
Far Cry has developed this special ability to make even that tedious and boring, to the point where like there were so many times where I'm like, wow, I can't upgrade. Not that I don't want to upgrade or that I don't want to try something new. There's nothing more I can do from here. Like I've played the game to its maximum power, and there's no level higher. Like literally, we were 60% through the game. I had every single gun of the game, all of them maxed.
Wow.
And I wasn't even trying. I wasn't even like going for that. We would just come across suitcases and it would be full of stuff. And and like the fact that this game doesn't want you to play multiplayer, because if whoever the host of the multiplayer session is where the game saves. So if Devi because Devi was the host, he played through. I didn't get any of the main mission stuff. I had to go to my own save and replay the parts of the game that took like hours and hours to get the same stuff he earned. So like, not only is it the gameplay repetitive itself, I literally have to play the game twice to get the same reward.
I had to do that for 5, but I actually enjoyed Far Cry 5 enough to do it.
Far Cry 5 is a case study.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have enjoyed it nearly as much if we weren't in the mentality we are.
That's fair. That game was like, I feel like I went into Far Cry 5 and 6 with the mindset of like, Far Cry is a dumb, bad, dead franchise, and I'm gonna laugh at it and have a good time. And Far Cry 6 took itself a little too seriously, but Far Cry 5 was just like, okay, we are now escorting a man who is certain that he's about to get abducted by aliens through a cornfield right now, and there's a man raining drugs down from the sky on us, and now we can't see anything, and it's just like chaos. And it's just stupid. Yeah.
I think like last week, I think I figured out why, Devi. I think I figured out why those games felt the way they did.
Okay.
And that's because they're afraid to offend.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Not to their own. So American like, white trash hillbillies or whatnot, no problem with that. They went full.
Yes, sir.
They annihilated them every possible chance they could. They made fun of them, and it was fucking amazing. But the whole, like, even if you look at the marketing of Far Cry 6, it's like, you must respect the culture of Cuba, and we really appreciate the lifestyle of the Cubans, where they make everything out of everything. You know, their cars are like old because they have the shipping tariffs and whatnot, and like they're like, you really have to respect the culture. And like they brought in the Chicken Man from Breaking Bad. I forget his name right now.
I called him the Chicken Man every time he was on the street.
They brought him in to make you respect like the culture and him. It was too on the nose. Like it was too heavy-handed in having to respect this other culture that they were dipping their toes in, and not.
Oh my God, is that his name? I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. Can someone else pronounce it?
What's his name?
It's in chat.
It's in chat.
It's Giancarlo Esposito.
That's a really cool name, actually.
It's a really cool name.
Could you say it again? Could you say it again?
Giancarlo Esposito.
Every time you say it, I'm picturing a man like.
Everyone was thinking it. You can't lie to me. If you weren't thinking Despacito the entire time, you're wrong.
Oh my God.
But yeah, that's my biggest problem with Far Cry 6. It literally had to take itself seriously, otherwise people would have virtue signaled and whatnot, red flagged and whatnot.
Fair enough. I didn't consider that, but I think you might be onto something there. One thing that I don't think we can discuss, or one thing we can't avoid discussing, rather, when talking about Far Cry, and I'm just gonna say it in one word and just see where the conversation goes off this one word: towers.
Towers.
Two of them.
Go ahead.
He said two of them. What the fuck? Nothing.
Anyone have any
we're just gonna move on.
or is it just me?
No.
I don't know what you got.
I have a very strong opinion about being able to reveal a map by just going to a place. And I think it's lazy, and I think it's a garbage game design system, unless it's new. A perfect example is Breath of the Wild. They have that same system where you like climbed a thing, and every single time it was like a different climbing puzzle. And I thought that was really cool. When Far Cry 3 did it, it was novel. It was awesome. I mean, the climbing is simple. You basically just look up and push W and keep jumping forward. Sometimes it takes a little bit more brain than that. But I think if it's a new thing every time, like a brand new puzzle or
So-
brand new mini game, it's great.
Can I also levy something on you? The reason I think, God, of course I took a mouth bite then. The reason I think Breath of the Wild works really well is because you don't just get up to the top and push Y, and then everything around you is like there. In Breath of the Wild, you get up to the top, and then you look through your little iPad, and then you have to look for everything manually. You have to like spot it.
Exactly,
You look
it's
for
new.
it feels like you
Yeah,
are
it
actually going to
doesn't
a
give you dots
location.
everywhere. It just gives you a
Yeah.
good vantage point and then reveals like a satellite image. Yeah. Something I was actually going to say on that note, I think the only two games, I think what needs to be done to make that system work better is it needs to be integrated well. And I think you're raising this big Sheikah towers out of the ground, and you are using a Sheikah slate. So when you activate that tower, it like uploads data to your slate. It makes sense in the game.
I have a different like way of it, right?
Okay.
I think if you've got that in your game, your map's too big and it's shit. No, seriously.
No,
Elden Ring
preach.
came
I'm
out.
absolutely with you.
Elden Ring came out. Where were the towers? Where were they? They weren't anywhere because the map was the right size and you wanted to explore. You wanted to go explore. Yo, Fallout 3, where are the towers? Where are they at? They're not anywhere. You don't need them because you want to explore. The map is good. You are rewarded for picking a direction and walking in a straight line. But no, this is what happens when you have a fucking, Far Cry 8, now 6 times the size of fucking the USSR, right? It's like, no, dude, why? Why are you doing that?
I agree.
And then you're like, well, in order to find anything, you're gonna have to walk for 18 hours. So instead, we'll just tell you where everything is. It's just fucking
so
lazy.
annoying. Like, and the amazing thing about like how Elden Ring did it is all of the what would be considered towers, like the map location things, were along roads. They weren't in the middle of fucking nowhere. They weren't like you just walk. If you just wanted to walk the roads and be a citizen of the land, you could, and you'd figure out the whole map that way. You learn it naturally, and I love that shit.
Yep, that is what you call good map design.
Yeah, I think that was like one of my biggest problems with when trying to play through Red Dead Redemption 2, was that every like place you go, because you didn't start with like any kind of fast travel, even if you discover the place, you had to like unlock it through like upgrades, which I didn't even know because they don't point that out for like ever in the game. But you had to ride for so long, and like granted, there's like some like conversations that happen between characters that's kind of nice that keeps it going. But you spend legitimately like 15 to 20 minutes just going from place to place. When your map gets that big and that expansive, it starts to just get tedious to go and do the things.
Yeah,
and it's really subtracting away from like the actual content and meat of the game.
So I think that's weird because I kind of side with that perspective a little bit because that helps immersion. And those type of games reach for immersion. Like a good example would be like No Man's Sky or Star Citizen, where you really have, when you're in hyperspace, you have to sit there and wait to try. Like if you're going, let's say like 100 light years compared to 10 light years, it'll take 10 times as long to go those 100 light years. It may only be the difference between 2 and 20 seconds, but still it's that immersion that you're actually feeling the distance you're going.
I agree to an extent, but I think in this day and age where like attention span is like so hard to grasp on to for like so long that you can't always push it that far. You may want to make it like a little bit longer, but if you start to make it like to where no, it's mathematically accurate to where it is like exactly 10 times longer or whatever, then you start to.
Sorry,
go ahead.
You go. No, finish what you were saying.
I was basically just saying that basically at that point that's like it's going a bit too far into the immersion and you're starting to lose the retention. I think back in the day that's absolutely 100% it was good, but I think nowadays you have to take into keep in mind like content like TikTok and stuff like that is out there has trained people's brains to consume content and video games a little bit differently, I think. Just in general, just like entertainment media.
I think I don't think it's about attention span. I think it's about what the outcome is of that travel. If you're traveling for 20 minutes, what you want to get at the end of that is something damn rewarding, right?
True. Okay,
but with Red Dead Redemption, all you're gonna go to, like, here's what's gonna happen. And I can, this is coming from a fan of Red Dead Redemption 2. I have to constantly say this because I like Red Dead 2. However, it is a repetitive and boring game. Story is awesome. All the side shit's awesome, but the main gameplay loop sucks. It's super bad. You will ride your horse for 15 minutes. You will get to a town. You will get out your gun and shoot a bunch of people, and then you'll ride your horse very slowly all the way back.
Yep.
And then you'll do it again. And then you'll do it again. And
Yeah.
then you'll do it again.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's all there is. There is really no diversified content inside of Red Dead 2. There is one mission where you have the option to do something creative, and if you try, you fail the mission.
Are you talking about the bank heist mission on the roof?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know what you're talking
Wow.
about.
I'm impressed that you knew exactly what he was talking about.
And there's also the oil field mission as well, where you have to steal the you have the Native Americans create a distraction for you, and you can sneak into the to the oil thing. If you climb up onto the roof of the oil thing and try to sneak in through the window that's open, you'll fail the mission. You have to go into the building, kill all the guys in the building, and then go up. You can't.
It's insane because that is so. The same company made GTA 5, right? I don't know if you guys have played GTA 5, but it's one of the best campaigns ever put out ever. Like, if you like action and ridiculousness, that is just straight up one of the best campaigns ever created. And there's I want to say a good 40 to 50% of the missions in that game can be completed multiple ways. Like, I was surprised on my like third and fourth playthrough when I would do something completely different. Like I would steal like a different car. I would go a different path. There was one mission where I just said, fuck it, I don't like this little car, and walked to the airport and then drove a plane to where I was supposed to go. And it was like crazy shit like that. And like, it's cool because they leave that flexibility for the mission structure. But when you add so much detail and so much like care to a game like Red Dead, you can't have that flexibility.
Yeah,
You start
it's
sacrificing
like,
it.
It feels like they don't know what they want to be at this point. They can't decide whether they want to be an open world sandbox or whether they want to be a linear narrative experience.
Yeah,
And
I
they're
agree
like,
with that.
they're like fucking hyperline drifting across both those rails. But you're not exactly getting a smooth ride on the inside of that train. And it's really frustrating. It's like, just pick one. Just pick one.
They're mutually
Do you want our choices to matter, or do you want us to do the game the way you've designed it? Pick one.
Because like you can do drops, right? Like in Ellie and Joel. What's that game called?
The Last.
We just talked
Last of
about
Us.
Last of Us. In the original Last of Us, when that whole situation where like Joel was in a hut and Ellie had to like, you know, walk around in the snow.
Yeah.
And like really just like feel the way of the land and like get food, and she could like understand what like the area was. And then the very next scene, that was like the battle arena, but you already knew it, and like you already knew where to go and like how to position yourself, how to set traps. That was amazing because it was giving you that open world experience of really exploring an area and understanding it for yourself, and then immediately putting that to the test. So you can have open world moments in linear story driven games and the other way around, where you can have linear story moments in open world games, but you can't do the whole way across, and Rockstar keeps trying to do that.
Exactly. Yeah, and it makes for a really repetitive, boring game because if you've got an open world sandbox and you can only beat the game in the way they want you to, what's the point of it being open world? It doesn't matter.
Hard agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if your choices mean nothing as well, one thing that fucked me off more than anything was like, I would go and shoot up an entire town and kill a bunch of. I could go to that town and kill only women. I'd go back, right? And then I'd go back to the camp and they'd go, "Morning, Arthur. How you doing? Howdy, partner." And it's like, I'm a female serial killer. I am the worst person that exists. And you're all just high-fiving me saying, "Oh, morning, Arthur. How was your soup this morning, Arthur?"
That's that ludonarrative dissonance, bro.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, 100%.
Just slaps you on the ass, says GG, and then you're fine.
Brutal, did you have something you wanted to say?
It's a little bit different, but instead of like different like choices and like actions in game, right? But then I hate it when they give you like the option of when you're trying to talk to the NPC, and it gives you like multiple choices on how you want to talk to them, but whenever you try and make, do something different, you get literally the same result. I hate
Oh,
that.
true.
I hate it so
Like
much.
the illusion of
bad.
choice kind of
The-
thing.
I hate the illusion of choice. Yeah, exactly.
Like Mass
And-
Effect came out and everyone was like, let's do this, but not put in the work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah, I hate
I thought
that.
you were gonna say, like, something that's always irked me in video games is when you are given multiple dialogue options, but the dialogue options you have are like,
Don't match up.
agree,
Oh,
disagree,
yeah.
sarcastic,
Yeah.
aggressive,
Yeah.
and you're like,
Mhm.
agree. And it's like, yeah, you are a piece of shit. Fuck you. It's like, whoa, hold on.
You know, perfect example like that. Like, ever played the Star Wars Republic online game?
I haven't.
Basically, it's literally like that, but you can choose the good reason or you can choose the bad reason, and it would lead you to good side or dark side. The good, there was this one scene where you were a stormtrooper, right? And there was like the good reasons, like, yeah, I agree with this man. I'll join you and my teammates. Is like, but if you choose the bad scene, you literally shoot off the guy's hand and fucking
aggressive?
threaten his left and threaten his other hand if you don't if he doesn't agree with you.
Jesus.
So,
It like I love Mass Effect, but Mass Effect did the exact same thing where there's like you're talking to a reporter and the reporter's like you're like it's like, hey, you can say what you want or whatever, and it's like all these, she's like being aggressive and you have like different dialogues, so it's like that's your option to believe that, or then there's another one that's like, I'm not taking any questions. The other one's like, hey, how about you back off? And then you choose like that third option. He's like, how about fuck you, fuck your family, and then you get like an action
I
trick.
remember that.
And I didn't know what he did, and that was the first time I ever put one of those in the game. So I was like, I hit RT by instinct, and I just fucking knock her ass out. I'm just like, oh my god, that's not what I meant to do.
To be fair, that is the right choice. You should have
No,
done.
absolutely, 1,000%. But I didn't know that I was going to do that.
And she is like the shittest person as well. She deserves a good punch.
Yeah, absolutely. I just didn't know I was going to do it at the time. I was just taken aback.
All right, I have another fun one for us to talk about.
What's up?
We can always come back to Ubisoft. I assume we will. We'll circle back multiple times. I guarantee.
Yeah, just so you get months
Real
down.
quick, before we move on,
Oh, okay.
on that same note, I just want to say I hate a little bit more than that when they give you 3 options that are all the same. Like they don't get like even if they do the thing where it's like yes, no, maybe, and it gives you the same answer. I hate when it's like yes, sure, I guess. It's like don't put anything.
Yeah.
Just keep the fucking cutscene going. Anyway, I just want to say that. I hate
That's fair.
Fair enough. All right, I wanted to ask a question. Maybe you guys Googled this like I did and also found this answer, but I am curious if you guys are aware of how many total Call of Duty games there are. Not just the mainline,
24.
every Call of Duty game.
24? I would have thought more than that. I would have said like, wait, you said only mainline?
No, not only mainline. All of the
not
Call
only
of Duty.
mainline.
He's talking about the DS ones. Call of
Yeah,
Duty
dude, that's what I was
Mobile.
about to say. It's like, dude,
Call of Duty Online.
I'm gonna say over 50, honestly.
Okay.
I'm gonna go 30s.
I was actually going to say 30s myself.
It's 39. There's
Oh,
39
still a
Call
lot.
of Duty games.
It's still a lot, though.
There's so many.
Realistically, there's only like 4.
There's 20. There's 20 mainline Call of Duty
Yeah.
games.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
there's
There's
4.
I'm talking about like the ones
They
that were
have
all.
different titles.
I was saying, Poppy, what's the 4 names? What are the 4 big ones?
Okay. So there's I'm not gonna count 1, 2, and 3 because they were more they're more like they're more
Medal
single
of
player
Honor.
games, right?
Yeah.
So you have, in my opinion, you have the oh God, what are they? The Modern Warfare games. Jesus Christ, this is where I'm so tired. You have the Modern Warfare games. Then you have what I'm going to call the Black Ops games. World at War is included in that.
Yep.
Okay, I was gonna say World of War.
The reason I'm giving World of War like an in on that is because
Zombies?
no, you know what? No, because
World
it
at
has
War
tanks
is
and
technically
shit,
a part of the Black Ops line. Like it's even the same
it is,
storyline. and
but
everything.
I'm gonna separate it because it does have tanks and stuff.
Yeah,
gonna
no one liked the
separate
tanks. Let's be honest. The tanks was the
No,
worst
they
part of
were-
World at War. Oh
And
my
you can just take
god.
him out with a bouncing Betty.
Yeah.
I'm gonna separate this. You have World at War, then you have the Modern Warfare games, then you have the Black Ops games. But like, here's the thing: Ghosts, right, is essentially Black Ops. There is no difference between Ghosts and Black Ops. So you put Ghost into the Black Ops one now, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the
Advanced Warfare.
yeah, Advanced Warfare is pretty much just the Modern Warfare, but like a little bit more futuristic. Because they're essentially the same game still. Like, they don't change anything. They add like a slide mechanic and a jump off wall mechanic. That's about it. Right.
Why did they talk? I remember they talked so much shit about Advanced Warfare. I didn't mind it, but like,
Was Advanced Warfare the one that got shit on all over? I thought it was like
Ghost was the one that got shit on.
Was it
Yeah.
Ghost? Okay.
Yeah.
So
While we're on the
okay.
topic of Ghost, I got a video whenever you're done, Brutal.
Oh no, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
This is go time. This is the only thing I know about Call of Duty Ghost.
We didn't want to do the safe thing. We wanted to do the right thing. And that meant eliminating as many creative restrictions as possible so that our developers could create
New dog model is
an entirely new world, an entirely new narrative, an entirely new
dog model.
Call of Duty set the gold standard for first-person action in the current gen.
Oh, I fucking hate clips like this, dude.
But like the actual gameplay footage that they showed off was like just them fucking with dogs. Like that's it. It's just
scans of an actual SEAL team service dog. Every detail is replicated.
This is how they previewed Call of Duty Ghosts at E3.
We've had
just
dogs
talked
in
about the
Call of
dog?
Duty
Animal
before.
cell,
Yeah.
Debbie.
They just talked about dogs.
So
Yeah, I mean,
there's a before and there's an after with Call of Duty, right? There's when Call of Duty was a game where they wanted to make a very tactical shooter, or not, sorry, not very tactical, a very action-packed shooter that was campaign-based with multiplayer.
Mhm.
And there was
Yep.
a switch where they made a multiplayer game that just so happened to have a campaign attached.
Yep.
And that switch is where Call of Duty went downhill. Everyone can universally agree on that point. To the point where I think
100%.
Black Ops 4 didn't even have a campaign, right?
Nope, they just removed it.
Black Ops
Yep.
4 just didn't have one at all because they realized that the majority of the people who played the game played it for the multiplayer, played it for the zombies.
And
Played
it's
for
so
the
annoying because they're fucking good campaigns.
They
yeah,
were-
Call of
they
Duty
were
games are
fucking
actually
great.
fun. It's just that the multiplayer is like full of.
Except for Vanguard.
Everyone gives League of Legends players shit, but let's be real. Call of Duty is like some of the worst people playing that shit.
There's a reason
Yeah.
everybody talks about like COD lobbies, like whenever they were growing up, is like being
It's still
like,
not as bad as
it's like-
Counter Strike, but
Or FIFA lobbies. Ugh.
no FIFA. Yeah.
I've never
Like,
touched a
Lord.
FIFA like
FIFA
game in my
lobbies-
life.
FIFA lobbies have like the most angry Englishmen you'll ever meet, and they're all eating their microphone.
And Englishmen are great at fucking banter, so you get really hurt. You're like, damn, I didn't even know I hated that about myself, and here I am.
Damn, I do have
Talking about
fucking weird
repetition.
ass toes. Damn, how'd they know?
I think League of Legends did teach me my favorite gamer insult, by the way. Add this one to your repertoire just in case someone makes you too mad. But I could kill myself by jumping from your elo to your, from your ego to your MMR is like the best gamer insult I've ever
I
heard.
recently
I
saw
got-
you type that in League and then instantly get ganked by 4 on mid. Like,
Yeah.
instantaneously.
I got taught the best one that I've ever heard on Counter Strike, and it was pretty much you're a.
That's a pretty good one. That's pretty, I didn't know you that had that type of vocabulary, but
Yeah, no, really great stuff.
Basic said someone on League once called me a subpar motherfucker.
ooh, that one hurts. It's the
What
light
about the
ones
term
that get you.
subpar that just like it feels more realistic and just drives it
Hope
home?
you get an email.
All right, so
I think Call of Duty is like the perfect example though of like, I wish I could work there because they just don't work. Like there
True.
is like, what do they do? Like,
that's what I'm
okay,
thinking.
They have 3 companies, right?
Mhm.
They have 3
Yep.
companies that make their games. They make it on a 3-year cycle. So every time they make a game, they're instantly behind. Because like if you make a game that's guaranteed to be the exact same like formula, but it's coming out in 3 years, if the other 2 companies cuck you group style, like if like, you know, when you do a group project, you really got to rely on your teammates. And
Yeah.
if you don't, you just have to rely on yourself. Like, that's why they had the sledgehammer meme, where like, oh, if a Call of Duty's made by Sledgehammer, it's not going to be good. And it's like one day they do something good, and everyone's like, there's no way to expect anything now. And that 3-year process has constantly fucked them for the last, what, like 12 years?
Yeah.
At this point, since like 2010, 2011, where they're constantly in the back, and they're like, oh, well, let's do this thing. This thing will be popular right now, Battle Royale, and then it comes out late. And then right now, what do you think they're thinking of? They're probably thinking, oh, let's make a Call of Duty RPG, and that's going to come out in 3 years, and it's going to be too late. So it's just this awful cycle that works business-wise, but doesn't work like content quality-wise.
And it's weird because I would say they have one of the best battle royales.
Yeah, the battle royale is very fun. The new Call of Duty battle royale.
Which one?
Warzone.
Warzone,
yeah.
No, which one? I mean, though. There's 4 Warzones now.
What?
What?
There's like the Modern Warfare Warzone. There's the Cold War Warzone. The Vanguard Warzone. Which one was your favorite?
I didn't know. Are they all like different servers? All like different?
And they had Black
maps
Ops for Black Ops 4. I like Black Ops.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I just
That one
googled
was so
Warzone and found the one I was talking about. I don't know.
I didn't know those differences.
Are they all part of the same war zone? Like, is it just like how there's different maps for like PUBG or?
Yeah, kind of. Like every time a new Call of Duty comes out, they release like a new Vanguard Warzone, which is like a new map, new guns, new abilities, like sometimes new movement, which happened in Vanguard. But yeah, for the most part, it's like a new Warzone each time. But it's like the same gameplay loop, but it's everything's new.
Right. Okay. I haven't played it in a long time. Well, I turned it off because of hackers, man. Like they just don't care.
Bad, right?
It's so bad. It's
abysmal.
It's very frustrating because like it is the best battle royale. It's really fun.
Yeah.
There's a very clear level of skill, but and there's not as much randomness as there is in a lot of battle royales. I'm playing Apex lately, and the amount of randomness in that game is just obscene.
I don't like battle royales at all. Honestly,
you don't like battle royales
as a gaming genre. I don't get it.
Okay, so yeah, see, I used to play a lot of DayZ, right? And I feel like it's like the fun part of DayZ was just like, we'll grab that part and we'll just put it into a game, which is the gunplay, the
combat part.
Yeah, they just took the combat of DayZ and then condensed it. They found like it's like they juiced the raw source material of like the zombie survival genre.
It's like it's still not enough. Like for DayZ, you might have 20 hours of gameplay with an hour of fighting, and with like Apex or something, you might have 20 minutes of gameplay with 10 minutes of fighting. So even though half the time you're still fighting, 50% of your entire gameplay you're still fighting, which is like 200%.
I would juxtapose that with you have 10 minutes of fighting and 40 minutes of queuing. Right, and like that's the thing. It's so much waiting. With Apex, no, it's not even that the queues are long. With Apex, sometimes you can be amazing at Apex. Sometimes you jump and just find nothing, and that's what I hate about Apex. Warzone doesn't have that. I feel like every time I've jumped in Warzone, there was always something that you could use. There's always something usable, and the problem with Apex is there's very clearly. Like if you get a Mozambique and your opponent gets a Prowler, like you're fucked. Like over. But in Call of Duty, you get an AK-47 and they get like a machine gun of some sort. You have just as much chance as each other. It feels more fair. That's why I like the Warzone more as a thing. Masquerade came out recently, and that's been incredible.
Blood Hunt?
I've actually been really enjoying it,
Yeah,
Masquerade's sick. Again, hackers are just killing it, but
I haven't really encountered too many hackers, or if I have, I've just thought that I was bad.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. So, you can Google the person who kills you. You can actually like look up their name on a tracker, and it'll show you their average headshot ratio. And the amount of times that they see the average headshot ratio on like the top 5% players in the world is like 23%, right? That's the amount of headshots you're gonna get it with a gun. These guys have like 80%. Like you just look
I
them up and
see.
be like, oh, you have 80% headshots of the marksman. Okay, well you're actually hacking. So
Yeah, like the well, I think it was like 2 months ago or something. It came out that the #2 Call of Duty like League player in the world was actually has been hacking for a few years,
Saw that.
and he was like super low key about it, and he slipped through the cracks, and he ended up being #2.
What?
yeah,
That's
some
crazy.
of the best players in the world have been caught hacking. There's like the amount of times people have been banned live in Counter-Strike. It's like the people that are good at the game know how to disguise that cheating.
It's greed. You get to
Yeah,
a
it
certain
is.
point where you know you can be just that little bit better if you
Yep,
put the time
it's-
in, but you don't want to.
It's
But
like taking
see-
performance-enhancing drugs as a professional athlete.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But here's the thing: is like then you have like people. I don't know if y'all are familiar with like the Clara incident or whatever that
Clara.
happened on. Yeah, like
Clara?
I swear I'm gonna kill this girl, dude.
Yeah.
It was like a thing a long time ago on like I think it was still
So
Justin TV at the time, right?
Yeah.
and
No, it
basi-
wasn't that long ago. It wasn't. That
Oh,
long.
okay. I for some reason I thought it was longer than that. But basically, a girl got caught like cheating, like having the stuff still on, and you could like see people like through the walls and stuff, and it had like the exoskeletons of
Who
people.
put this on my computer?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
happened. She
yeah,
was
exactly.
like, she was like, Clara. My roommate did this. She installed this. I can't believe she has this on here. But she like
Yeah.
played like a whole like a round without like with it on. Like didn't even think about it.
So the way it works, right, is, and this is coming from someone who has, I'm open about this. I rage hacked back in the CS:GO days.
Oh,
I
no.
got so sick. Yeah, so I got to Global Elite. Me and my friend got to Global Elite, and we found out that at Global Elite there were no legitimate players.
Oh,
So, well, we didn't get to Global Elite. We got to LE, Legendary Eagle, right? It's like the one just below the top rank in the like world. And so we got up to there and we were trying to get to Global Elite. And we're like, oh, cool, another hacker. Nice, another hacker. Oh, yep, another hacker. And so we're like, fuck this. Let's never play this game again. We're like, all right, how do we make sure we never play this game again? Oh, we'll get banned. So we downloaded cheats and rage hacked for a week just because fuck it. We were like 16 years old. So the way hacks work is they're a separate program, and what that program does is it then overlays over the top of your game. We're super off track, by the way. So
I know
brain
we're
me and
incredibly
whatever
off
you like.
track.
They overlay the hacks on your game, so they're not in the game. They're overlaid over the top of it. So what you can do is you can stream onto Twitch the source of the game without the hack showing. What this girl did is she forgot to do that. Instead, just screen sharing the full display of it.
Yeah.
And so she's seeing you're seeing exactly what she's seeing, which is all the like hitboxes. But she doesn't know that because she always sees the hacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then her
That's why
chat,
she
like,
takes her
pointed
like
out
an
to
hour to
itself.
realize that she's got her hacks just openly displayed.
God.
It was bad. It was just a very funny thing. But my thing was that even with those hacks and stuff on, you could see her like missing a lot of shots,
Mhm.
and it's like she's like really bad. My thing is like, if you're that bad, why even like attempt to hack? But there's people that do that stuff.
There's two hackers. There's the greed people who want that little extra boost, and then there's people who are so abysmally awful at games they can never be anything close to good that they need to hack. And
I think there's a third one.
oh,
That's
Please
the
tell.
people that are really like, they don't have a lot going on in life, and they want people to feel as miserable as they do. And I think they go out of
the
their way
bullies.
to ruin
Yeah.
people's fun.
Yeah, the bully hackers.
Like,
Fucking hate those people.
I truly believe there's a type of hacker out there that does that. Like
Yeah.
their fun is making sure that other people's free time, which they probably don't get a lot of, is ruined.
Yeah,
Yep, that's
I've
fair.
I've met people like that. It takes away everything that you enjoy about the game.
Yeah.
Because you
Just
deal
allow
with
the
people
people
like
to do
that.
that.
Yeah, I know. It's fucked up people like that. Shit
That
on the
being
game.
said,
yeah,
I
yeah,
do
yeah.
think we've gotten completely off track a little bit.
So
I had noticed, like we've gone down like a rabbit hole. Or
a
whatever,
little
but,
bit.
like,
We were talking about Call of Duty and its repetition, and now we're
Yeah,
just attacking, which is like 1 degree this way. That's barely off track.
That's fair. I just more like, is there any other things we wanted to say about Call of Duty specifically about being like repetitive, like as a genre or like as a game in general?
I think
My
inherently it's repetitive, right?
whole mentality of
agreed.
Call of Duty, my entire understanding of Call of Duty is die, hold W and left click, die, hold W and left click, and then repeat
fucking love that
infinity
shit.
until the game's over.
I will do that all day. Like that's the Warframe brain too, where it's like except you're putting like crouch and shift a bunch.
Yeah, Warframe's a really good example of repetitive gameplay, but like I think there's a
This
way
doesn't
to do
necessarily mean
repetitive
bad.
gameplay. Yeah, no, that's what I was about to say. I don't think there's inherently anything wrong with repetitive gameplay as long as it's the expectation.
Yeah.
True.
Like I like repetitive gameplay is like literally the bread and butter of all online multiplayer games.
Oh, 100%.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, League of Legends is the same map with the same characters over and over and over, right? Dota
there's
is
new
the same
champions.
map. Yeah.
I think
What
it's
was that?
repetitive unless you're playing ranked. Because if you're playing ranked, then you're not playing the game for the game. You're playing the game for the people. Like you're playing again. You want to play against increasingly difficult people or people of your skill level, and people are always different.
Yeah, but like, you know, we're not talking in the facet here of, you know, people repetitive. Like that's the thing, right? Is like, I think the expectation is that of course an online multiplayer with only so many maps, only so many guns is going to be repetitive, right? There's no unique way to play that, and there's not really a unique way to, like, you know, League of Legends hasn't released the League of Legends 2, but what they do is they change the game up every year. They're like, all right, this time we're going to get rid of these camps, we're going to add some new jungle camps in, or we're going to change the way ADCs work.
Completely replace every single item in the shop again. So you have to take a college course to relearn all the items you need.
But at the core level, that spices things up. It's a spanner in the works. That's how you keep a game that is at its core repetitive, fresh year after year. And you know, I think that's what Fortnite did well, how Fortnite survived. Is every like 3 months the map would change. And it was like a drastic change where they added new stuff in. Otherwise, Fortnite is like boring. It's so boring. It's the same shit over and over and over.
You like change the environment or you change the character. And you have to do one or the other.
And I think that's why Warzone is good, but Call of Duty is bad. Warzone does what the League of Legends and the Fortnites do, right? Where they change it up, the formula gets different. However, the online aspect, which is like the little battle arena version of COD, that can't change that much. It's the same. You have to live by the same code game after game. I think that's why that Call of Duty gets boring, but then Warzone is loved. That's why.
Well, how do you feel about additive then? Like, for instance, heroes in Valorant and Overwatch, where those, like the additional heroes change the aspects of the game.
They do. They absolutely do. Like, again, I'm a massive League of Legends player. I've been playing League of Legends on and off for 10 years now. Look, I'm not going to claim it's a great game. I don't think it's any better or any worse than any other game. No, Chunk, we'll play sometime.
On AUS servers, like, Oceania servers.
I think you can get to a point where it's disgusting, and I think League of Legends has crossed that line, where it's like you're bridging. They're getting close to 200 characters.
200?
Yeah.
It's insane.
Are they over 160 yet? They're over 160.
Yep.
Let's look it up.
Yeah, there are some
Overwatch
characters.
feels like you need to take a college course to play Overwatch, and there's like 30 characters.
However, do you know what they're doing?
Well, it says more than 140. Oh, there's 159. 159.
So do you know what they do?
I think with the release of Bel'Veth, it's gonna be 160.
Yeah. When now what they're doing is instead of always releasing new characters, they're going back and reworking old ones to make them more in line with the current game.
Yep.
I love retro-conning characters. Like Overwatch has been doing that like fucking crazy since day one. I love that.
I hate it because like when I went back to play again, like 4 of the 5 characters I used to play had all been completely overhauled and changed and weren't fun to me anymore.
That's fair. But then I think it just comes down to like finding a new character at that point.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Can't please everyone.
I respect that opinion, but I'm gonna say this in the nicest way possible. Dude, there's 160 characters. Find another one. Like, seriously. What are you, a boomer?
No, my problem is that I liked finding weird niche play styles. So I liked playing Let me see here. What's it? I like old Fiddlesticks. They didn't really change him too much, so I can still play Fiddlesticks. But let's see.
They made Fiddlesticks better.
Yeah, I agree. They did make it's just very different.
1000%. I
But
fucking love
Scion, I liked old Scion. I'll agree that he wasn't a very fleshed out character by comparison to the modern cast, but I really enjoyed his playstyle of just like being a fucking bully.
If you took the time to learn new Scion, you would love him. He still is a bully. He's absolutely brutal to match up against. He is the kind of character that will just run at you repeatedly and die over and over, and then he gets to like 20 minutes, like 40 minutes in, you're like, why is he so strong? He's got 15 deaths.
It's because he literally
What
just
happened?
he scales endlessly into the game, so he just ends up having like 20 million HP. He
It's
runs
like
at you,
Nasus.
and even
It's
though
like-
he's built full AD, and he's like all damage, he still is like tanky as a motherfucker because he just is that way.
You get
like-
go up against the Nasus, you're like, ah, good, we've killed him 58 times. Oh, he one-shot our ADC. What happened?
I also feel like there's something to be said about League with like revamping the thing every season and like changing things up or like reintroducing like new characters or wiping all the items and adding new ones or whatever.
Yeah.
Because it also introduces like new players into the pool, right? Because players don't feel comfortable jumping in when there's like a huge knowledge gap.
Yeah.
But when you clear that gap a little bit from the experienced players, it almost like is like a soft reset, and then
Like a
people feel
Tarkov
more.
wipe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And so it's like people feel
Literally.
like more easy getting back into the game.
Yeah, I remember
joining.
the first time they did a major change, which was where they changed the dragon and how the dragons worked. The dragon never used to give you a buff. You
Used
used
to just be gold.
like, was it 150 gold from it?
Yeah.
Yeah, cash in 150 gold and everyone went on their merry way. Then they're like, all right, you no longer get gold from the dragon, but you get a buff. And there's 4 types of dragons. It's like, whoa.
I actually
changed
like
the
that
game.
change a
And
lot,
now-
yeah.
Yeah, it was a great change. What it did is it meant, because what people would do is everyone prioritized Baron. Baron was so important. You couldn't leave Baron ever unguarded. However, now there's a genuine like thing of like, do we go for Baron or do we go for Ancient Dragon? Well, we've got 3 dragons or dragon stats already. Maybe we should go for the
Dragon
Ancient
Soul.
Dragon because it actually could be more beneficial. So like you have more pressure across the map, which means everyone's not focused on that top lane. They constantly have their team working on new and inventive ways of fleshing out the game.
Without
And
changing.
I think that's how they keep a really repetitive game unrepetitive.
Also,
And,
the fact that there are 160 characters, so it's very rare you're gonna have the same exact 5v5
Yeah,
over and
you're
over
getting
again.
lots
Yeah.
of combinations of and like you're getting 160 characters with how many million people that play that game daily. So not only are you could verse an Ezreal, but you're versing a different Ezreal, right? You can verse Ezreal 5 times in a day, but each of them's gonna play differently. But then on top of that, you're versing all these. Yeah, they've got a winning formula, and there's no 2 ways about it. There's a reason that game's as popular as it is.
I would like to bring up, while we're on this topic, to keep it in line of MOBAs for a moment, a MOBA that died, sadly, but I think was just better designed as far as fun is concerned, was Heroes of the Storm. That was a game where that game's so dead.
Yeah, that game's pretty.
Even the dev team has been
took it
scrapped
offline.
for that game. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. But that was a MOBA that was how do I explain this? Basically, there was more than one map. First of all, there were like 20 maps, and every single map had a unique game mode attached to it. So every game felt a little bit different, and you had to prepare for a different game at the beginning of every round when you saw the map. So it was just instantly way more interesting than just the same map, Summoner's Rift, for 20 years over and over again. There was always a secondary objective to do, or you could play standard League and just shove lane and push the towers. I'm so sad that game died. Also, because they balanced that game to like, I think their balancing motto was, if everyone's overpowered, no one's overpowered.
The Hyrule mentality.
Yeah, I think my problem with that game was that they kept things almost like too even, and it felt like a lot of like skill disparity didn't matter quite as much, because a lot of like, at least from what I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of it was like everyone like leveled kind of like equally the same, right?
Your whole
There
team
wasn't,
leveled
like-
up together, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, so you don't have things that matter as like as far as like getting minions experience and all that other stuff that like made like the skill disparity to where it's like, oh, I did this thing right, so therefore I got rewarded. It was just like, it's just everyone doing the same thing and then just going at her, which is maybe a little bit more fun in the moment, but over time I feel like that would cause it to be less fun to me overall, because I don't feel like I'm getting better at the game and it's like going better for me at that point.
Yeah,
As far as
I agree. I was gonna say the same thing. I think the problem with Heroes is they didn't directly reward good gameplay.
Yep.
Which meant you could play incredibly well, but then your dumb kind of a team could just be terrible and you lose. And like, there's no chance for a solo carry.
As far as
exactly.
like the repetition is concerned, though, do you think League could benefit from like taking that same concept of having different maps with multiple game modes, or do you
They
think
have it though.
they don't?
No, they do. You just you search for what you want to play.
Like ARAM and whatnot?
Yeah, you got ARAMs, you got the you had the 3v3s.
I missed 3v3.
Still do that.
I basically quit when they got rid of
You have to
3v3.
search for it in the custom lobbies. There's heaps of different gameplays. And then they do this fun thing where every now and then they'll throw in like the special modes where they're like, all right, what's the one that's like all random, all middle, but everyone has like three, like one
ultra rapid, or ultra rapid fire,
rapid fire ARAMs and stuff like that. Yeah, those like they have that stuff. It's just you can search for what you want to search for.
Yeah, I think the difference is that it's like it may not be the map specifically that is like changed completely, and while they could like, I think at a point they may want to go down that path, Devi, because they may just continuously add too many champions, and there will come a point where it's like Poppy was saying, it's going to come to like a cap where there's just too many at that point. And so it's like if you start changing the maps, maybe that's what they're waiting for. They're trying to wait until they add that disparity in, but also it's a hard way to do that because then I don't know. There's a limit to like how much flexibility you can give a game before it's like hard to keep the competitive faces in line. Right.
I feel like they're not going to go that route simply because they did try to add in other maps like Threes, which now doesn't exist, and also I think it was called Ascension, which also no longer exists. Like they've made a couple of game modes that have since been removed from the game.
That sounds familiar.
Ascension was like the circle map.
Yeah, it was a circle with like
where there's like a boss in the middle and you have to hold that boss soul and like capture zones. It was pretty cool. It was a cool mode. But here's the thing, right? Like you're saying, like, you know, it's you know, they should try to like make new maps and stuff. But if they've added new maps and people just don't want to play them, why would they?
Well, I'm not necessarily saying just new maps. I feel like new objectives. Every game being Dragon, Baron, Towers is what gets old to me. Like even probably the most basic game mode I can think of from Heroes of the Storm was every 6 minutes there would be like this little skull that would appear in a random place in the jungle, and you would all fight over it, and one person had to like channel on it, not doing anything, for 5 seconds to capture it. And once your team has 3 of those, it disables your opponent's towers for a minute. So like that's basic, but it's another thing that just adds a new fun element to the game instead of it just being
there's like an RNG level to that, right?
There is, yeah.
Now, the thing that I think is different about Heroes and League, and I know this is just a single instance, League takes itself far more seriously as an esport and as a ranked edition. So that level of RNG can mean a team could just lose for no fault of their own. And that really is detrimental to the ranked competitive scene.
That's fair.
I think I disagree with you, Debbie. I think they will fuck with the genre soon. I think it's bound to happen very, very soon. In fact, I don't think the map that we have right now is going to be there anymore. I think they're going to make a whole new map. I really do think so. I mean, I think they'll fuck with the map.
Really? So I used to think very conservatively about gaming. Rather, I would think conservatively about how gaming companies would change their games until they took building out of the main Fortnite game. Since then, everything's off the fucking rails. Anything could happen. I have like Rocket League tomorrow could be open world.
We are getting an engine upgrade in Unreal Engine 5, by the way.
Fortnite, man. I gotta give it to Fortnite. No game is more bold.
No, never.
Bro, I was surprised by
everything at the wall.
Fattest nutsack I've ever seen on game devs.
I don't know.
Like, they're just like, yo, here's the one thing that makes us different from every other BR. Gone. We're out of here. It's out of here.
Yeah, but when you're thinking about how bold game developers are,
and now it's like we're gonna play it like Twisted Metal. Everyone's in cars. There is no, dude. they will just fuck with their whole game, and everyone's like, yeah, fucking, let's do it.
Today,
they're all
today's
on
a
board.
concert. Today, you can't play the game. You could only be at a J. Cole concert. That's all you can do.
Oh yeah.
That kind of stuff's cool.
They
That was
work in the
pretty cool.
inverse of how companies usually work, which is more money, more fear. They're getting all the fucking money they could ever ask for in their entire million-year careers, and they're like, everyone's a marshmallow now. Fuck it.
So I'm gonna say I don't think they're the most bold, just because you really have to give props to CD Projekt Red for releasing Cyberpunk 2077. I think that was.
That's a low blow
True.
even for you, Debbie.
That's fucking so true, dude. Yeah, no, that's
how
a fair call.
Cyberpunk 2077 is how I know simulation theory is not real.
Wait, what?
We would have seen something by now, right? For how many bugs are in that game, we would have seen something.
Yeah, I'm surprised I don't just see God, you know?
Yeah. Then again, Sean kind of looks like he's popping in and out of existence right now. So
It's true. It's true. I mean, I literally am. I'm flickering in and out of existence the whole stream.
Yeah, I noticed that.
out of this
But
conversation,
looking,
I've come to a conclusion.
Okay.
Chess needs a DLC.
Yes.
They need a.
I
they
think we
need-
need chess too.
Well, have you ever seen there's like a multi-dimensional chess?
Yeah.
And, like
Yeah,
the
that's
longer the
cool.
game goes on, it like adds more boards.
Really?
And so you're
Yeah.
like keeping track of like alternate.
It's more than that as well, right? So
Yeah.
I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's called 6D chess.
5D
Yep.
chess with
It's a-
multiverse and
it's a
time
5D
travel.
chess. Yeah, it uses time travel. So you can go.
Yep.
Not only do you have multiple boards and multiple angles that you play at, you can also go back levels
What?
and change your move.
Yeah. Here,
You
check
can
it
go
out.
up,
Here's
you
the
can-
trailer.
Uh-huh.
45
Chess.
seconds. This gives you a brief little view of how
Okay.
this game is played out. So this created a new board, and then someone could go back to a previous board and like change a move that they made and create a new timeline.
This hurts my head so much. This hurts so much. What the fuck? What?
Yep.
Wild.
Yeah.
It's fucking nuts, dude. Imagine how complicated this shit is.
I
my
can't even
God.
play
Brain
normal
on your-
chess.
Oh.
I actually cannot play normal chess. And you're playing like 5 dimensions of chess at the same time.
Yeah.
How high of an IQ do you need it in order to play that?
So
like,
we don't expect, like, you don't expect
that high, I
a
watch
squirrel
Piggy and,
to
Biscuit
understand Shakespeare. You don't ask a squirrel to work at Walmart, right? Why the fuck would they ask someone like me to play a game? Why would they create a game like that in the world that I exist in? I feel like a squirrel right now.
Hold on, Siderac said to go read the Steam reviews. Let me.
I fucking thought you were talking about like that Star Trek shit, but oh my god, this is on a different
That's
level.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I saw Piggy and Biscuit playing it, and I was just like, they were just playing normal chess, and then all of a sudden, it, like, swapped. There's a board off to the side, and I was like, all right, what the fuck is happening here? I need to understand, like, what's going on.
My king got checkmated yesterday, and I lost one of my knights next week. But other than that, great game. Clocked 45 hours and still can't figure out how the pawn moves. I tried looking up how to improve, but half the stuff was move random pieces till it's checkmate, and the other half was just saying to ignore 3/5 of the dimensions. In the end, I just decided to act like I knew how to play until my opponent conceded.
Oh, so you win by not knowing how to play. Okay.
Yeah. I'd be fucking great at that game then.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
I'm about to be in 5D chess esports. Hold up.
Yeah, people like take their time, like 30 minutes to like pick one piece. You just instantly move one piece, and they'll get scared. They'll be like,
What do they
this
know?
guy knows something I don't.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, dude.
Okay, I have another genre I'd like for us to talk about. Oh, actually, chat's been trying to get us to talk about roguelikes.
Yes,
Okay.
Go for it, Brutal. I don't play a lot of roguelikes, so
it's like one of
Play some.
my it's like one of my favorite genres, to be honest. Like it is literally the game for repetition, but at the same time, it's not repetition because each run is completely different. Every time when you either one, beat the game, or two, die. It's basically you can pick up different items, you can work on different stats, and it would be completely new each round. There's a sense of originality when it comes to like each rogue type game, in my opinion. One of my favorite one is like Skull the Hero Slayer. I think it was called Skull the Hero Slayer or Hero Killer.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's Hero Slayer.
Yeah. You literally get to pick up like different kinds of skulls, and depending on which skull you can get, depends on the route you take or kind of the gameplay you want to go for. There's speed, power, and I think balance. But yeah, there's like I think 40, maybe 30 different kinds of skulls you can pick from, and there are a whole bunch of crap. Like there are a crap ton of items you can get to, as well. So
I think. I think I don't know about that one specifically, but I can say from my experience playing stuff like Rogue Legacy, which I love, by the way. I love roguelikes, but I think repetitive, to an extent, it comes to it like a head, right? Because eventually you'll either, it's like running headfirst through a brick wall until like you break through it, right? Just like over and over and over and over again. Because eventually you just restart, you upgrade something, you go back in, you upgrade something again when you die, and it just keeps happening until you beat the game. At that point, though, when you beat the game, that's it. Like, in Rogue Legacy's case, like, there's not really any more content. Like, it's repetitive, and it's good for a while, but there's no, like, endlessness to it, like a lot of, like, live service games that you get. I will say, in, like, retrospect to that, you have things like Binding of Isaac, which tends to, like, send out updates and add, like, new bosses, new things like that, new, like, different creatures and stuff like that, that were, like, it was cool. It was cool to see all those updates happen. It's just, like, not every roguelike gets that same treatment. I think that's kind of where you have to keep like that in mind whenever you start like judging it on whether or not it's repetitive in a bad way or not.
It's weird. It's like it's a new type of, well, it's not new, but it's like a new type of mentality you have to have for a game, because it really is just like Poppy said, just throw shit at the wall. You just keep bashing your head, and even if you're bad at a roguelike, if you hit your head on the wall enough, you'll start getting upgrades, and you'll start that the bashing will start to hit a little bit harder, even if you're at the exact same skill level, and eventually you just win. And that was the point of the game. Could you have beaten a roguelike on the first try? Yeah.
No.
That's the beauty of it. Absolutely. Yeah. You could beat most roguelikes on the first try.
But really quickly, to make a distinction, what is the difference between a roguelike and a roguelite?
So a roguelike very much focuses on the act of repetition. So it's always the same thing. So like Binding of Isaac is a roguelike, where there isn't not much of an overarching story. You're a baby going through a dungeon picking up upgrades. A roguelite is a different genre of game, but it leans on the roguelike kind of functions of like death is not the end, get back up on your horse. Like Scourgebringer is a roguelite, but it's also a hack and slash platformer. So it's primarily a hack and slash platformer first, but it takes the roguelike experience and adds it into it.
I'm gonna lean on Advi's description in chat. A roguelite has meta progression and a roguelite does not.
That was the next thing I was gonna say.
I was just gonna say a perfect example of a roguelite is like not Enter the Gungeon, Gunfire Reborn. That's like a roguelite, and a roguelike is like Call of Duty Zombies.
Yeah.
I definitely don't like the meta progression system. I much prefer the potential of getting so busted and like having such a good run that you have just as much chance of beating it on your first try as you would your 50th. Because the moment I see that there is meta progression, I realize that it's just going to be like they designed this for me to fail 50 times, get upgrades, and then beat it, and it makes me not want to play it.
No, not necessarily. I'm interested to know what Slay the Spire comes up under.
Good question.
Because Slay the Spire has meta progression, right? Where you unlock new cards for the future, and those new cards make it easier down the line. However, my very first time playing Slay the Spire, I beat it by accident. I had no idea what I was doing.
Oh, I completely forgot about that game.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I want to replay that. Actually,
just says indie strategy on Steam.
It's one of my favorite roguelites.
Yeah.
Wouldn't call unlocks meta progression. Okay, that's fair. Okay.
Also, I also agree with Advi's description. If you guys are telling yourselves like after when you beat the game is like what else? Now what? This is not the game for you.
Or it is,
Roguelikes
and you
are-
just beat it once and move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's lots of games that you beat and then you just like, I did it.
Yeah, but if you're wanting like just more than that, in my opinion, it's just like probably not meant for you. And you know,
I have the most experience with Risk of Rain 2 out of any roguelikes or roguelites. Risk of Rain 2 is a fantastic game, but
hell yeah.
I have this weird thing about me where I like having some form of control. So I do not like RNG. Whenever there's just like every single item drop is completely random and I have to make do with what I get, that's basically the same thing as the game being scripted the same every time from the beginning. If it's random and I have no say in the items, more or less, then I don't feel like I'm really like playing a run. I feel like I'm just trying, it's like a challenge run that I'm trying to make do with the randomness that's being handed to me. So I play it wrong. I put on the artifact that lets me pick my item every round, and that's the only time I have fun in that game because I get to just find out how broken
That's just
I
an
can make
RPG.
myself. Well, yeah, I like RPGs more. That's
I like
Hey, you know what? If he can figure out how to take a game that is not made to be a way and play it that way, good for him.
yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, no, I would say that's just you don't like roguelikes. That's fair.
Yeah, I just don't like the
I
random
love-
element. Yeah.
My favorite is the middle ground. I'm gonna keep bringing it up because it's like my favorite fucking roguelite. And that is Gunfire Reborn. That game is perfect. I love it. But anyway, I love the system in it.
I even
you
enjoyed
get
that
to-
one, Chad. I don't like roguelikes, but if you want to play one, Gunfire Reborn's a good one.
It hits a happy medium of it's random what cards you get to upgrade your character each run, but it's random between a select choice. So it'll give you like 3 or 4 options. So you get to at least go down kind of a path. Or like you get to pick the best of
That's what
the
Slay the
worst.
Spire's kind of like as well.
No, that's good. I love that system.
So like whenever you beat an enemy, you get to pick a new card to add to your deck, but it gives you one of 3 cards. So you can choose which card you want, and I think that kind of works like really well in his favor, like really strongly in his favor, because you can customize your build each time. You're like, okay, I'm getting a lot of really good defensive cards this run, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a block based build. Oh, okay, I'm getting a lot of heavy hit combos with strength buffs, so I'll go for a strength build. And then you also have multiple characters, and each character plays super uniquely with their own deck. I think Slay the Spire's strength is the
I should put more time
exact
into that
same
game.
thing.
I want to try that game again. I
think
played
you
it like
should.
once at like
It's
4
really
a.m.
fun.
and was really tired. And was just like,
I accidentally, when I got it gifted to me, right, and I played it, and on the first ever game, I beat it, and everyone just lost their shit. They're like, you shouldn't be able to do that. And I'm like,
oops, I
I don't
guess.
know what to tell you, dude. I just did it.
what would we classify Inscription as? Like the first section of Inscription.
Roguelike.
Yeah, roguelike.
I adore that game. I don't care how much RNG there is. I think it's just the style and the atmosphere like really holds me in the whole time.
It's very cool. It's a very unique
Yeah.
atmosphere.
I've never been a fan of like games that evolve what they are as the game goes on.
Oh yeah, me either.
It's cool and it's novel, but like I feel like universally every time I've seen it done, it goes on for too long.
What Sidorak said. If you didn't know, they released a free add-on to the game called Casey's Mod. That's just the beginning with more content.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
It's quite good.
It's very fun. Yeah.
I like
I should
that.
try that.
Now,
Good
one
bet.
question I wanted to ask everybody really quick. We might just stay on the same topic, but I'm curious of everyone's opinion. What genre do you think is the most repetitive?
MMOs.
Shooters.
MMOs.
I'd probably agree with shooters, honestly, if I had to pick one.
I'm third for shooters. So we have 2 MMO, 3 shooters. Kitty says whatever the
okay.
fuck Far Cry is.
Shall we make defenses? If we've got 3 guys saying shooters and 2 guys saying MMOs,
Majority wins.
Yep, GG's. Wrap it up there.
formulate a defense. Because I'd love to, Aravan, I love hearing your opinion on this stuff.
Chat's saying racing.
I might racing. Absolutely the
fuck?
fuck
No.
not. Why
No,
are
you got to be
dumb?
stuff like you got like.
Are you
got,
idiotic?
like,
You know what NASCAR is? It's 4 left turns and $1 billion. And it's what are you, stupid?
Yo,
No.
even better. Yo, dude, fucking Carball. What's that? Rocket League? That's technically a racing game.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I
I
guess
find
could
it
be
more like a
considered-
sports
Yeah.
game.
But
Yeah,
at
I
the end of the day,
racing
racing
is a
is to get
sport,
the ball
funnily enough.
first.
I'm gonna look it up.
Sport.
Oh yeah, that's true. I guess that yeah. Well, okay. Sports in the way where it's not racing though, just because it's cars.
Ah, bullshit.
But I can see. I think I'm gonna change my. I think I'm gonna change my opinion
Yep.
because like I think MMOs.
My
are the
dumbass is
most-
trying to look up Rocket League on Steam like it still exists on there.
I think MMOs are the most repetitive to me specifically, just because I hate them. Like I hate MMOs. I think every MMO I played except for New World, has been torturous to my brain. However, you guys say shooters, and then I think back to me playing Aim Labs for 6 hours straight and not noticing, just because I like clicking on blue ball. So like, I think I agree. Like shooters are probably the most repetitive. I just fucking love them. Like I love shooters. I can play them all day.
Repetition doesn't have to be necessarily like a bad thing, right?
Exactly,
Like, at the end of the day, it's like
Yeah.
everyone's tailored differently, and everyone's like take to different things. Like it may be like I love RPGs, like or especially JRPGs, and a lot of times it's gonna be like weird anime boy goes to town. People start exploding or something, and like there's a mystery you have to solve. It's something like that, and you just like I just adore that shit. And I go straight into it.
Isn't that
But,
like kind
like-
of different though? Like that's talking about repetitiveness of genre. If you're going that direction, then like dating sims are technically the most repetitive, because like they're all the same.
Yeah. I think there's levels. If you're talking repetitive, yeah, I think there's a difference between repetitive in story and repetitive.
Repetitive.
Dating sims are the most
Well, I guess
unimaginative.
For me,
most
story being
unimaginative.
repetitive is like still a mechanic, right? I feel like story is you kind of have to tie it in there somewhere. Otherwise, it's like you don't think so?
I mean, if we're going
No,
to be
not
fair,
really.
the hero's journey is the most repetitive thing in all of existence. So
I like the hero's journey.
There's a hero's journey.
Almost
If
love the
you're
hero's
gonna
journey.
argue that story counts, then like Hitman is boring.
Yeah, well, I think I mean less like a. how
Don't
to
you play
explain this?
League?
Yes.
this might be a little overcomplicated to
doesn't
show
count.
on stream, but if anyone's wondering what the hero's journey is, this is the hero's journey. Basically, there was an author in I think like the 40s or 50s who kind of decided that he was seeing a pattern in every story and broke it down into these 12 stages that 99% of stories that you have ever experienced, be it a video game, a book, a movie, a TV show, all follow this in some way. Like this is storytelling. Now, this is what every story is.
And it's sometimes a stretch, but you can apply this to basically anything.
It's kind of wacky. I did a whole course on it in college.
I like
Oh
it.
my god.
It's a
Whenever
really
I
interesting
Signs, but
concept.
real.
Yeah, true. Signs are real.
I think it's about what you do with these steps.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some
No,
people
I
do it
agree.
better, some people do it worse, but ultimately the same
Like,
steps
you,
exist.
You look at Final Fantasy VII, right? Like Final Fantasy VII can be broken down into this.
absolutely.
The call to adventure, which is Cloud joining Avalanche. Supernatural aid is because he's a soldier, right? Guardian's threshold is realizing that he's like nowhere near as strong as Sephiroth, right?
Yep.
You have the helpers and the challenges and temptations, which is temptation is kind of a tough one. I guess the allure of Mako, however you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Abyss, death and rebirth, which is where he realizes. Spoilers, by the way, chat. If you don't want to hear this.
Yeah, have you ever played this
Like a
like
20-year-old
A 12-year-old, yeah, 20-year-old game.
or whatever? I think it's 25, or doesn't it release in 1997?
Challenges and temptations are where you realize that Cloud is actually just a clone of Zack. Well, no, he's a clone soldier who's a clone soldier who's taken on the personality of Zack when he got his mind broken. Transformation is when he realizes that he's actually not a failed clone, and the atonement is when he takes down Sephiroth and then the return. So, like, it's about, but like each of those steps in like Final Fantasy VII is done so well, and that's what makes it stand out as a game. There's like if you broke down everything to something so baseline, yeah, it does look very, very boring. However, it's what you do with those steps that makes a narrative loop either great or shit.
I think whenever I talk about like repetitive story, I less mean like this as like the skeleton that represents the story, and more of like the tropes and things that you see commonly applied in stories like that, right? I guess that's what I mean by repetitive.
Like if you're in a helicopter,
you say
it's
that,
guaranteed to
but
crash.
like, if you were to say the RPGs are the most boring in that, are you saying that like Fallout is the same as Persona 5? I know you're gonna like, it's easy to say, oh yeah, well obviously there's differences in every genre. Yeah, but there's some pretty big differences in the RPG genre.
No, I agree. And I also don't take me saying it's repetitive as it being boring, because I fucking love that shit, and I think there's a lot of like minor differences in each trope and character and stuff like that that makes it interesting enough. I just think you can like kind of break down a lot of characters as the overarching like, oh, this is strongman type. And like whatever, like, you know, you have the straight guy who just like takes everything so seriously or whatever. Like you have a lot of like these like different like types and archetypes in stories, and especially in JRPGs that you can kind of break down. Especially like protagonists that are trying to like, they're like got their own personality, but they're also blind enough that you can put yourself in their shoes, kind of thing. I feel like,
well, I mean, yes and no, right? Like, again, I'm gonna go back to Final Fantasy VII. You look at Barrett, right, and he's the like what you would look at as the traditional strongman.
Yeah,
he's probably also the most emotionally vulnerable character in the entire entire game. So I really feel like he strays away from that trope, and I feel like I could give a list of examples where those tropes are completely broken down, and that's what makes those RPGs stand out.
I would argue that in of itself is a trope, because I think there's a lot of different JRPGs and stuff that do that, like Persona 4, Kanji. I don't know if you play Persona 4 or not.
Yeah, I know.
Kanji is like, is like the strong man, like kind of the badass, but he's also like the more emotionally available, and is like has like a lot of like more like feminine like likes and stuff that kind of breaks away from his character, and like him coming to terms with all this stuff, and he's like emotional to the protagonist about it.
Okay,
it's
but
like
to juxtapose that, then you have what's the blonde haired guy from 5?
I can't. It starts with an R. Ryuji or something.
Ryuji.
Yeah.
Right, he plays the same kind of role that Kanji plays in Persona 4, right? He's kind of like the tough, like athletic strongman kind of guy, right? But then he doesn't have that feminine role at all. Instead, he has a tale where he was obviously on track to be like an all-star track athlete, but was suffering the abuse of the coaches and stuff. I don't think those tropes are as common as like to say the strong man has feelings. If you cut it down that baseline,
True.
Yeah. But like you look at what Barrett has, right? Barrett's not emotionally available because it's who he is. Barrett's emotionally available because he took on his dead brother's child, and that's his weakness. It's about the steps he goes through. If you take everything baseline, because I like tropes are something that I'm again a massive movie nut. Tropes are something that's very easy. It's very easy to call out. Oh, that's a trope.
Yeah.
But if you baseline everything and generalize it, then I guess like you can see those tropes pretty clearly. But it's about what is done with those characters and why they've gone into those tropes.
Yeah,
that's fair. No, that's fair, and I agree with that.
I think you need to look at like the reasons why they fit into those.
This is weird, but like
SARS did get done dirty. Sorry, SARS did get done dirty. Anyway.
Yep.
It's weird to relate this because it was so long ago on such a different time of my life, but I was really close friends with a youth pastor back when I used to go to church all the time. And he talked to me about how you need to be careful of some priests because they can be extremely manipulative by how quickly they can relate things to the Bible. And I was like, what do you mean? And he explained to me that if you distill things and boil them down to very like as simple as they could possibly get, you can relate literally anything to the Bible.
I mean, you can relate basically anything to anything.
Exactly.
Way, yeah.
And if you boil it down enough, you can relate anything to anything. And it's
it's Jesus inside you.
Yes. Jesus did go inside.
It's just like how I'm inside you right now.
Oh boy. All right, back to the discussion on hand of shooters versus MMOs.
Okay.
I personally feel like, and Aravan's going to be the one to shut me down on this one, I bet. I feel like every shooter follows basically the same line of gameplay. It's you are either military man or rebel or soldier of some kind, and you have a gun. You want to get better guns, or you don't get better
What do you
guns. You just
consider a
use the
shooter?
same gun. A game where you have a gun and shoot, primarily.
So the majority of the gameplay
Is
you have
shooting.
a gun.
Yeah.
To use.
Yeah.
And you can. So does it strictly have to be a gun? Can it be anything?
Okay. Do you have an example of like something?
I do.
particular?
Tokyo.
Yes, dude.
Oh, shit.
Gorgeous, Aravan.
I would
yes.
consider that more of an RPG
Why is that?
because it's not just shooting. I played that as a stealth game. I played that
What
like
game is
Assassin's
this?
Creed, Ghostwire Tokyo.
I have no idea.
You can
Yeah,
play.
same.
You can play Splinter Cell as a stealth game, but it's still a shooter.
Yeah, true.
I'd agree with
Okay,
that.
fair enough.
Metal Gear Solid.
Yep, true.
Yeah, I think I would lean more towards like FPS specifically.
Yeah, I'd say FPS. Yeah,
So
I'll narrow down my
first-person shooter specifically.
Yeah,
is
I'll
the
narrow
most
mine down to
competitive.
first-person shooter.
Yeah, because I think when you lock yourself into a perspective like that, it's a lot harder to be more flexible with it. At least in my opinion. But you know, I could be wrong.
No, that's I mean that's inherently how it is, right? Like
Yeah.
even your simple racing games, they give you, you push Y or triangle on your fucking controller, and you give you like 9 different angles.
Mhm.
So even that can change the game so much to the point where your preference can stick throughout a lifetime. If you like racing in first person, you're probably not going to change from that. It's probably going to be really damn difficult to change you to be like a third person, or like one of those people who, I don't know how my dad does it. My dad does the top down camera on the car.
Ew.
Right? Like, I guess you played too many arcade games. Regardless, like the being locked in that first person perspective really is like a limiter
Yep.
to like what you can do at the end of the day.
It just
It's
feels
also
like
why reload animations are so important in those games.
the most amount of variety I can think of in the first-person shooter genre, at least in like major shooters, is like Halo stands out as unique now. Or well, I'd say the older Halos. The newer Halos are starting to blend in now and start to become more action
as well.
based. Sorry, what?
Doom as well.
Doom as well. Doom, yeah. I think the fast-paced weapon swapping, PvE focused makes Doom stand out a little bit, but even then, like it's essentially still the same shit. It's just, like Chunk said, limiting yourself to that first person. I think shooters have been popular for so long as well that if you try to change the control scheme at all, then even that makes people not like your game because it plays wrong, is what people would say. So, like every game, you immediately know how to play it because you've already played it 1,000 times. You point
I
at
don't know if I
enemy, you
agree
click
with
and
that.
shoot.
I don't agree with that.
Really?
Because if you play a game, okay, perfect example. You're playing a game, you hop into a plane, you pull down to the stick. Which direction do you go?
That's usually a player choice they give you at the beginning of the game nowadays. I
Yeah,
would
but I would say
say
down.
standard is if you
For
pull
you,
up,
you-
it goes down.
You pull down. You pull down on the analog stick.
Pull down, up.
So you go up. You
Yeah.
hold left on the analog stick.
Yeah, in a plane, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm saying
If you hold left,
what
you go
happens?
left.
You go left. Imagine if you went right.
Okay.
That's how it actually would work in real life, but it's not like that. Because the ailerons would go like this, which would make you go right, meaning that the right way to do it is wrong. But because you're so used to that, you hold left, so you go left, and that's just how things kind of are. Like, if for the most part, if you push escape, your menu opens. That's just how it is. If you were playing an RPG and you had to like hit the escape by pushing like P or some shit, you'd immediately be like, ugh, that's gross. I gotta change that. So I think that like a standardization of controls isn't necessarily like user error or like repetition. I think it's just like a sort of like why manual transmissions are becoming so popular in cars. It's just streamlining a process for the human experience. For the most
You
part,
mean
human error is the
automatic
biggest problem.
transmissions.
Yeah, my bad. Automatic. I apologize. So I think it's just trying to distill down human experience.
I fully agree. I still think shooters are the most competitive game. But I actually agree with Aravan. I don't think it's controls. I fully believe that just because controls have been perfected,
Yeah, that's
doesn't mean that's bad. or repetitive. Like if you threw a curveball in there, yeah, people aren't gonna like it because it's what they used to, right?
Mhm.
However, I think the repetitive part of shooters is the simple fact that it's click on head.
Mm.
That is the core gameplay. It is click on head.
Yep.
Whereas MMOs have a variety of gameplay functions, whether it be like a wider range of skills, bosses with unique mechanics, looking for like there's the social aspect where you have to do like raids and stuff. I think there's different ways to play it, whether you be a skiller versus a actual like raider or whatever. I'd say there's the fact that you can have PvP inside of an MMO, like World of Warcraft and even Final Fantasy now has PvP.
And all of this is on top of the fact that there are, like, it's sure, like the two big MMOs right now play very similar with tab target combat, but outside of that, most MMOs play dramatically different.
So like I'm kind of confused now, like looking back on the original question. When you said repetition, did you mean repetition of genre, gameplay, or mechanics?
So because I was the one that put the question up. Originally in my mind, whenever I put it down, I was actually more meaning like in mechanics or things that you find often in games, like throughout either various genres or whatever, like transcending those things. But like it doesn't have to be that. Like also like there are genres, there are companies as a whole that we've talked about that tend to like go down these repetitious rabbit holes.
I more meant like the original question from Devi when he asked what is the most repetitive game.
I
Because
asked genre, so like
so specifically most repetitive.
Yeah, he says genre.
Yeah, so I was asking for genre as far as like the same game keeps getting pumped out every year. All these games play identical to one another from a base standpoint. Yeah.
Because like if you want to go most repetitive mechanically, it's like what, cookie clicker or something.
I mean, we can break it down to a mechanical level, especially with MMOs. I'd have a really easy time going into like repetition in MMO mechanics because I've been an MMO player my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
I resubbed to RuneScape last night.
No, if it's genre, then I think I'd have to think a bit, but I do agree there's an overindulgence in war when it comes to shooters. Like they just love all of them. They go to all the wars. Far Cry Primal went to the fucking prehistoric war. Or like they fight with bones. They kill with bones. And like
cool.
I don't know. I don't like that aspect. So I do think that's pretty repetitive, but I don't know if it's the most repetitive. Like I'd have to think about that definitely.
I guess that does come down to like how are we just including like main genres? Are we going like all the way to subgenres of things?
I was gonna say,
he's right. Like cookie clicker is kind of like the point.
You've
gotta add up things is the most repetitive.
You've got to take it into consideration everything, because if that was going to be the case, narrative-based games like the David Cage games are the most repetitive because all you do is make choice.
Right. Interesting.
Right. I really enjoyed.
Stanley Parable.
Stanley Parable. Yeah, I guess so.
That's inherently repetitive, even though it's fucking enjoyable as shit.
But I think that comes back down to the argument of like, do you include story as like part of the repetition or not? Because that story is so diverse in some instances, it's all centered around it.
Well, no, the point of Stanley Parable is to mock choice.
Yeah.
The idea of it is okay. So for those who don't understand what the Stanley Parable is saying, it's sending you a message. It's not just haha funny narrator. Yep. It's the fact that like everything that you do in a game has been made. The choice has been made for you before you've made it. Yep. Right? There's nothing in a game that you can do that developers didn't think about, unless it's a fundamental glitch. Right? Yep. That's why it's called a glitch. It's because the developers didn't intend it. So to put that further into perspective, there was a glitch in the original Stanley Parable where you could jump down into an area that you couldn't go to, right? In the new game, they're like, haha, yes, very funny. You've come to the area that had a glitch in it. It's now an ending. Are you happy? It's an actual narrative ending.
You're talking about the going out the window with the like white?
No. There's one. No, there's one where you go to. It's near the mind control area, and you can climb up on the table and then jump down into the pitch black.
I
in the
didn't know
original
that,
game,
okay.
that was not an ending, and people found out you could do it.
In the
Climbing
new
up into
one,
the chair, and then they made an ending. No, the entire thing is a joke about how there is no player choice ever. Everything that you choose to do, the developers let you choose that, which means it fundamentally wasn't a choice because you can go and make that decision as many times as you want. For that aspect, yeah, I guess Stanley Parable is repetitive, but that's the point.
Yeah.
That's the point.
when
I
does
also-
the power? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm just.
I was just gonna say, when does the power of the, I guess, when does the option become too much? Because my immediate thought is Minecraft, original Minecraft, because in that game, there's essentially nothing to do. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
original before the end, before the
There's
end,
like no main objective yet.
literally nothing to do in that game.
Yep.
Yet it's one of the
Build
biggest
house.
games.
Well, it's Legos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
So
the
when
lack,
does that?
the lack of an ending is the beauty.
Right. I'm asking, when does that become repetitive? Like, when does a perfect sandbox become repetitive?
It doesn't.
Yeah.
guess it does,
It's based on the limits of your own creativity, because I
Yeah.
have a friend who refuses to play Minecraft because it's just the same thing over and over again, and he doesn't like that.
That's
And in
fair.
my mind, I'm like, that's a little strange. I mean, sure, I make a house every time, but after that, it's always some weird fucking tetrahedron in the sky.
Yeah.
And
Man, I opened up, okay, so like 2 years ago, back when I was smaller than what I am now. I only had about 20 viewers. And I opened up a Minecraft server because at first I'd never played Minecraft before and I wanted to play it. And so at the same time as playing it, I opened up a Minecraft server for my community. I jumped in there one day and I was like, what the fuck happened? In a day, they'd made giant ships, massive mazes, hilltop mansions. And I'm like, what the fuck? It was a day, a single day.
yeah,
I love that shit.
I didn't know what happened. And it just kept going. People kept logging on. Someone made a working, functional McDonald's. I don't know how they did it.
There's people in Minecraft who have
Massive.
literally built like a actual computer in the game, like using
Yeah.
Like a
redstone,
real calculator.
and it's insane.
I've seen game theory actually making a real life computer inside where they could actually take phone calls on the computer. Like, it would work.
Jesus, is that
They ordered
unmodded?
That's so fucking.
They
Is
dumb.
that,
ordered
that's got to be
pizza on it.
unmodded, or else it's no longer relevant. I feel like. I
Well,
feel like
even modded, right? Even modded, that's impressive.
I mean,
Yeah.
Because
true.
you're not adding anything to the engine. You're just,
Mhm.
using the code that's already there in a new way.
Oh no,
Yeah,
but I
you
meant by modding,
become the game
changing
developer,
the
right?
code.
Yeah, I think Minecraft is a perfect example of, at the very least, this is the best we've seen, a perfect sandbox.
Yeah.
Where there is no ending. And there is, the only time it gets repetitive is when you decide it gets repetitive.
Yeah.
Whether that be right away or whether that be 50,000 hours into the game. When you decide it gets repetitive, that's the only time it's gotten
Doesn't that
repetitive.
kind of bastardize the definition of repetitive, though? Because if a perfect sandbox bastardizes and purely makes the definition of repetition subjective, then
I
would that
agree.
mean that the shortest game in existence is the most repetitive? Like, a game that lasts 1 minute is the most
I
repetitive?
agree with that.
There is
Because
a
then it's
last
like it's
minute.
really up to you, the individual, to like make your own line, and then we can be talking here all day about what we think. Like,
Then
then
I
there's no
guess-
like actual debate, right?
Then I guess if you're talking in objectivity, with
Right.
it's then its repetitiveness is only bound by its limits in creation, in which that's the human mind. And the human mind can dream up infinite impossibilities. Then it is not repetitive. There's infinite things you could build.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I disagree. I think if you're to take it to an objective standpoint, then it would just be like literally taking it to the number of things that you say. Like it would be like a math equation. It would just be the number of times you see a thing or a thing does a thing, and that would be the end of it.
That's the monkey's typewriter, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, at the end of the day, that's what you're left with. So that's
I agree.
fucking. I think Minecraft's kind of a case study. Honestly,
Yeah,
I think it's
no,
kind of
absolutely.
it doesn't
Yeah.
really fit with anything else. It's so unique in its
And
own
there is
creation.
nothing else like it. And I can't even fathom when there'll be something else like it.
No, that's
Like,
incredible.
what's gonna one up Minecraft? Think about that.
Roblox.
What?
It's coming, baby.
Oh.
Realistic, right? Realistically,
Mhm.
Minecraft is essentially a game engine in itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what's the difference between Unreal Engine and Minecraft?
Yeah, it starts to get like
Graphics.
pretty
I guess,
pedantic at that point.
Fancier
No,
graphics, I guess.
not about graphics. The creation wise, what is the difference? You can put down a building in Unreal Engine, right? You can also put down a building in Minecraft. You could make a maze in Unreal Engine. You could make a maze in Minecraft.
This is gonna sound weird, but I'm racking my brain right now. The only thing I can think of is what is projected to be what is meta, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like a world that you can create down to the atom, and you're immersed in it the entire time.
Before
God,
we
this is
move
gonna
too
get a
far off
simulation
of this
theory.
topic,
Fuck.
Abby did
Yeah.
point out, I think the point he's trying to make is that any repetition in a perfect sandbox is by choice and therefore not a problem because you can choose to do something else. Yeah, I don't think Minecraft is repetitive in any way, shape, or form, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think the only time I feel like Minecraft gets repetitive is when you join a server that has like an FTB server that has like 200 mods installed in it. And then I stop playing Minecraft and start playing follow the mod tutorial on Wiki. Like, that's the only time Minecraft stops feeling fun to me.
I think Minecraft for me is as fun as the people I play it with for that reason.
Mhm.
Because then it's like, it's kind of, and maybe it's just because of like, that's how I play games in general, is typically with the people I'm with. So it's like, well, I want to go and do something else. I will never stray from the pack and go do my own thing. Because it's like, the reason I hate Minecraft so much is I played too much with a bunch of people that would go into creative mode, create pictures of like, just like Homer Simpson or whatever the fuck. And that would be that's their fun to them. And that's fine. But to me, it's like, that got boring sitting around watching these people like do this entire thing. And I just logged off and I would just go do something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the only time Minecraft is boring is to an uncreative mind, and that thereby
Are you trying to say Poppy? Huh?
isn't.
You trying to fucking say some shit?
Go play League of Legends.
I'm very creative. You haven't seen my AP Malphite build. You don't know anything, Poppy.
Yeah, no, it's just, yeah, it's crazy. Like really breaking it down like that is just like, I never really looked at Minecraft in that way.
Yeah, I neither.
Minecraft is,
No, agreed.
Like I get it's what, number 2 on the best-selling games of all time,
Yeah.
and also
Yeah.
a
Number one.
controversial video coming. Is it number 1? I thought Tetris was
No.
still number 1.
Is it
Is
Tetris?
Tetris
I was
still number
asking.
one?
I was asking.
I
Wait,
thought
really?
it overtook, but I could be wrong. Hold on.
Go check. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. But for the most part, Minecraft. I have a video coming out, not tomorrow, but soon, about the fact that most of the old legacy Minecraft players can no longer use their accounts because the new Microsoft merger, and you need to have a Minecraft account connected to an email. So if you
Minecraft's
got
number
gifted
one.
a Minecraft account, like, it's number 1 right now.
It's number 1. Apparently Tetris is underneath it. I don't know how accurate
Damn.
I kind of want to do a video about like this topic, about like what Minecraft actually is.
It's at the end of the day, it's not really a game. It's like a tool.
Yeah.
It's a human experience. It's
Um,
closer to something like Roblox or VR chat than it is
It's
a
It
game.
has-
It's an engine at the end of the day.
Yeah.
it's
I
very
would
big
say
on
you have
architecture.
more creative freedom in Minecraft than you do Roblox, and Roblox is literally a game engine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cheaper Lego.
And what's called VR chat is basically just Unity or Unreal. Like, it's most of the
Yeah,
things
it's
are just
Unity,
like
yeah.
that's fucking weird. The closest comparison to Minecraft is just a game engine.
Why?
That makes complete sense to me. I don't know why.
Honestly, it's kind of. I've never liked Minecraft, but I will say I have respect for Minecraft with just like the limitlessness that there is to it. It's insane.
Dang.
All right, I have another question for us.
I feel like I've seen God. Like I feel like I'm sitting here. I'm just like I've got to
Dude, I love
comprehend
the podcast,
everything that
man.
I'm just
The
like
podcast, I feel like
breaking
like,
down
there's
right
something
here.
new happens every week that
Yeah.
just blows our minds.
We always
right?
get a little off track and like uncover some shit that changes our minds about
Right, we're
gaming.
just like,
Can we go back to the missile briefcase? That was the easiest thing.
I'll be honest. I feel like I'm a bit too dumb to have my mind exploded right now. So I'm just
Brutal's just fried, just staring. Like
just
you can't see because
trying my
the
hardest to
model's
keep
just
up
like
with
in
you
front of the
guys.
yeah. Brutal's model is just like hiding in front of him, but inside he's just like.
No, I'm Lily. I'm just like.
You know
What?
the one meme where they put the flower on the cat's
What?
head?
It just starts playing Wii music in the background. Just
Yeah.
It's like the Jeopardy music. Dun,
Yeah.
dun, dun, dun,
And here
dun,
I thought I was
dun.
gonna like break it down and like try to go into it at some point. I wanted to go into like actual like kind of like tropes and mechanics and things you see in a lot of like video games that are
We
like
can still touch
repetitive or
on that.
overused. Yeah, and I wanted to at some point, but then I feel like we got into like this whole thing with like Minecraft. I was like, I can't interrupt this. Like this is gold.
I am way too low brain to keep up with that conversation. So I was like, yes.
Dude, you're
Mhm.
fine, homie.
Yes, absolutely.
Also, actually, Invendium put out a really good point, and this is kind of going. It's still off track a little bit, but the reason the Minecraft sales versus Tetris sales are kind of unfair is because Tetris is a series, whereas Minecraft is a single game. Also, you want to be technical. Every phone company that had Tetris on the phone bought a copy of that.
Oh, wow. Wow, so
So it's like
Minecraft's
the Wii
fucking
Sports thing.
slaying.
Yeah.
Shit.
So for Minecraft to even be in that conversation is
To
absurd.
be fair, like whenever I'm looking at it though, and it is on like Wikipedia, I don't know how accurate it is because it's also saying that Tetris was released in 2006, which I'm not gonna. It just doesn't sound right to me.
I mean,
maybe I'm a
it's
little bit wrong.
probably right. There was
yes.
probably a Tetris released in 2006.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, you know what I mean.
So when are we gonna get 5D Tetris?
Oh my god.
What?
It's
You
Tetris, but it
fuck up
plays like
once and it just
Fez.
creates another one, and you're just like, oh my god, no.
You play
So they
Tetris, but it
might
plays
move at
like
the same
Fez.
time?
You rotate
Am I
the.
racist?
Huh?
I did.
What? Where the fuck
I'm
did
gonna
that
say
go?
yes, just because you had to ask that question in the middle of this.
That took such a turn, dude. What the
I have a question. Whenever I think Tetris,
Oh
I
my
think
God.
Russian people. Is that racist?
Yes,
No.
why? Why the fuck do you
What's
think
your thought
Russian
process
people?
of that? What?
I don't know,
Why
like-
Russia?
Oh, Tetris made. Okay, so I'm not racist. Feels good. I just
It's
don't know why
Russian
I
game.
have that.
All right,
Like,
we're
I
good.
think
then.
Tetris.
Wait, is it?
Instantly, I think Russian.
Yeah,
Oh,
Okay, cool.
it's
Okay.
Russian as fuck.
Get fucked.
3D Tetris actually sounds like a great idea. I'd play it. All right, I have a question
Honestly,
for us.
Play stacky blocks. It's basically the same thing.
We have discussed mostly the negatives of repetition in game design
Mhm.
because I feel like that's where we all go to immediately. Is like Assassin's Creeds and Far Cry's. I am curious if anyone has any examples of good repetition, a thing where there is an action that you just do over and over again, but you like it.
Yeah, RuneScape.
Exactly. Mine was RuneScape.
I can mine for hours.
There goes Chuck. There he goes.
Fucking picture. Look at the picture, dude. That's the worst, man.
Left.
Reloading.
Which chunk do you like, chat? Blue hair chunk or turtle having sex chunk?
He's back from the void.
It's Ninja Chunk. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Please use my full title.
No, it looks like he's
Okay.
wrestling.
Okay. Realistically, I prepared a lot to say just on the assumption that Chunk would bring up RuneScape because I know he hates RuneScape. But my number one thing I was gonna say is RuneScape actually has way more variety than you could possibly think it does. Like, I've played RuneScape on and off for like 15 years, and I am constantly Googling shit because I'm like, what the fuck is this thing? How
I'll get lost. I'll
Yeah.
get lost playing RuneScape.
Exactly. And on top of that, the reason that everyone associates RuneScape with a grind, with like a doing the same thing over and over again unstoppably is
They're stupid idiots.
I don't remember who the quote was, but it's gamers will optimize the fun out of anything because
Yeah.
people will try too hard to be optimal and like gain the most amount of XP per hour, and yeah, it's gonna suck because it's optimal, but it's just the worst way to do things. Whereas there's like 15 other options that you get the same end result, but have fun while doing it. Like fighting a boss that levels up your fire making because you have to light braziers to kill an ice boss and
That's
shit like
cool.
that. Yeah.
Oh, I went to go look up where that quote was from. It's from like a specific journalist named Soren Johnson who does game design, and apparently it was created after he played 200 hours of Factorio.
That
Yeah.
sounds so fucking true, dude.
That sounds accurate as hell, yeah.
That sounds so fucking true.
All right, RuneScape
good.
aside, can anyone else think of like a thing that they
Reloading.
really enjoyed that was
I
repetitive?
love reload animations. And I gotta do that a trillion times every game I play.
Yeah.
COD reload for fun?
I like okay, so I said that the most repetitive game is shooters because at the end of the day you just click on a head. What I like about that is sometimes I click on a head slightly faster than the other person clicked on my head. And for some reason that's monkey brain love. Very
Neuron
good.
activation.
Monkey brain like, dude.
Dude, I want that as a sound clip just to use. Holy that was actually a monkey with asthma.
I'm the
was a
complete
great one.
opposite on that, by the way. The shooters I enjoy tend to have a really high TTK. If there is a shooter game where it's the first person to see the other person wins, I hate it. It feels like hide and seek, like Rainbow Six Siege. It feels like hide and seek instead of like a video game.
Hunt Showdown into my vein. I would have sex with Hunt Showdown if it was a person.
Does it have to be a woman?
No. If it's a man, it
So
can
you're
have sex
saying
with
I've
me.
got a chance.
Yeah.
All right, we got one from chat. Rosen said anything in Warframe is repetitive that I enjoy
Yes.
too much.
Yeah,
I think it's because
Tom said it best before. It's an MMO shooter.
Yeah.
It's the best of both worlds.
Warframe
It's
is just
GTA
like
5 online.
the objective, what you're trying to accomplish is repetitive, but you'll never go about it in the same way unless you optimize the fun of the game and play it in some stupid cheesy way. But the gameplay mechanics are so fun in itself that you never feel like you're doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what I love about Warframe?
Hmm.
The entire point of the game is to do what you just did, but a little bit faster than you did it before. That's my favorite part about it. It's like, well, what do you do in Warframe? Well, you complete missions to get gear. What do you do with the gear? You complete the last mission you did a bit faster. It's cool.
I would say there's like there's a weird gray area in between challenges and achievements that I really enjoy. Like just achievement hunting, like just going for the Steam gamer score. I don't know what it is on Steam. Just going for the achievements on Steam. That's not really for me. And just going for like random challenges that you make up, like Nuzlocke. Hate that shit. Like I don't give a fuck. Like give me something. Give me something to hold on to. What I really like.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, you ever played Doom Eternal? Like anyone here?
A little bit, yeah.
I
I've never
want
beaten
to.
it, but yeah, I did.
So Doom Eternal has this system where if you play the game in a certain way, or if you do a certain challenge, I'm sure you've seen it in a million games before. It gives you points, and you use those points to either upgrade your suit or upgrade your guns. You can play the entire game without doing a single one of these challenges. But if you go out of your way and you do them all, the game is much more difficult, but it rewards you for it. And I fucking love that aspect. So whatever that's called, like that middle of the ground, it's not at all required for the game. But if you go for it, you get some extra challenge thing.
So you don't like invented challenges, right?
Yeah.
You don't have a physical thing attached to it. See, I think there is a physical thing attached to it, and that's the fact that you can say I did it. Right. So I've beaten,
I
aside
think
from
there's
that
a word for that, and it's pride.
Yeah. I'm the classic FromSoft player that's like, oh, the game got too easy for me, so I made it harder. I beat every single, aside from Elden Ring, I beat every single game at level 1.
Right.
When I beat Elden Ring, I started working on how to beat it without ever dealing damage. Like, that was the first thing I started doing.
And wouldn't you rather beat the game doing that and get like the fucking Dead Space 3 foam finger to shoot
Would
people?
love to. Would love to, but I can also just say that I did it.
Right.
I think
for me, it's
I would
like-
agree with Aravan on the extent that like I would like to be rewarded for something I challenge myself to do, but I don't think I would say that it's like I have to be rewarded.
It's a deal breaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's like if a game doesn't have that challenge tied to it, you can just make it.
Yeah,
I-
I'm not saying those
love-
have to be in a game. I'm just saying like us talking about repetitive things, like having to repeat a level over and over and over again to get that challenge done. I love. I can do that all
Yeah,
day.
okay, fair. Yeah.
I'm playing the
fair.
fuck out of a $3 game called Vampire Survivors recently, just so I can grind.
Right, dude, I've been playing the shit out of that too. I finally beat
I-
all the levels and all the bonuses.
I
just now.
100% that game.
I have
Every week.
100%,
Every
yeah.
week there's an update. I jump on with my friend Danny and we together 100% it, and we do it in like 3-4 hours. It's the same exact fucking game every time.
Yep.
But God, I
It's
love
so
it.
fun.
God, I
Yep.
love those challenges.
I think my like kryptonite, and I know this is kind of like hypocritical because of what like RuneScape is, but like leveling up in like
Yes,
RPGs
dude.
and stuff. Give me good brain juice. And I'm like bigger
Yeah.
number, better.
I don't get
person.
it. I
And
don't
I'm
get why you don't play
you're a
RuneScape.
number better person.
Bigger number, better person. That's
Hell
why.
yeah,
Bruh.
That's why I
brother.
step
Yeah.
on the scale every morning. That's what I do. I'm going for that high score. All right.
Bro, how the fuck you gonna tell us that's your kryptonite and then say I don't play RuneScape though?
I don't like RuneScape. I don't know what it is. I think
RuneScape
it has
is
something to do
the
with
bigger
time.
number, better person video
I
game.
know, but I
I-
think
I know
It's
what it
ugly.
is. I can tell you.
I'm
What is it?
You're a subpar human. That's just.
Oh, true. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Yeah, bad taste. That's gotta be it.
He's
I-
so slowly eating. That is disgruntled munching if I've ever seen a subtitle.
I'm gonna get this guy to play RuneScape. I'm gonna get him to play fucking RuneScape with me. I'll play League with him if I have to.
I've done it before.
Yeah, you didn't do
I
it
did
with
too.
me, Chunk.
It's spite. That game, RuneScape is literally spite. It's spite the game.
What do
It's
you mean?
you don't think I can put 4 months to raise the number by 1? Watch this.
Wow, you're playing bad.
Hold my fucking Cheetos, dude.
Hold my Arizonas. I'm about to get prayer to 99.
I actually love MMORPGs too. I love leveling up as much, probably just as much like as Chunk, but I'm also with them. I hate RuneScape.
Okay.
You hate to hear it.
I'm sorry.
Alright.
It's just I don't know. It's something about it. It sounds
Rosen.
cool. I know there's like a bunch of stuff that you can do in it. It just I don't know what it is about it. I
I
can't.
think
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the reason that, at least I don't know about if this is the same for you, Brutal, but I think the reason I hate it is because the only like instances I ever heard anyone talk about it over the years until like I met most of y'all, then like Baldy and them got into like Iron Man stuff,
Yeah.
is everyone's like, oh, I'm grinding RuneScape, but they're literally grinding RuneScape and playing a different game or watching a movie. It's a game that you
Oh,
don't
yeah,
play, and that's what makes me mad.
It's second monitor content.
It is. It is
I hate that. There's no point in me putting time into a game if I'm not gonna actually play the game and I'm gonna do something else anyway.
It's because
Seriously, it's
okay,
like-
here's the real breakdown. What you have seen when other people are doing like one thing on their second monitor while watching a movie or some shit, that's the shit that they don't care about. They're doing it to unlock something else. And once they're finished with that grind, they're gonna turn the movie off, they're gonna go get that thing they unlocked, and then they're gonna go do the fun thing with it. Like
Actually, I would argue I don't think they do, because a lot of the people I knew would be like, all right, I've done this, now I can sell these objects for a lot more gold, and it's just a different numbers game.
that might
And they're
be
like,
their fun.
I'm just gonna get more money.
Some people just like to
Yeah.
play the
Like,
economy in that
Real
game.
life is. What do you mean?
Yeah, that is what real life is.
Dude, I fucking hate life. What do you mean? No.
All right, guys, we're gonna wrap it up there.
Catch you later.
Yo, no, seriously, RuneScape is just capitalism.
True.
Like
That's
it really is. Like I can see nothing more appealing in RuneScape than grinding my dungeoneering high enough so I can go kill wyverns so I can make money more efficiently. And dungeoneering and shit is really fun. That's a really great skill to level up.
It's a shame it's not an OSRS.
I'm probably most basic out of it. Like, I'll be honest with you, I like games that have mining in it. I fucking love being a miner
DRG?
so fucking much. DRD.
They have
DRD.
mining.
DRD.
I think they have a mining skill.
No, I mean, I don't. I don't know. I just don't want to play mining on RuneScape. It just.
Well, DRG, I think he's talking about Deep Rock Galactic, right?
Oh, never heard of that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
why
it's
it's
a-
great.
If you
Yeah.
like
Mining
mining,
game.
you love
Yeah.
Deep Rock Galactic.
It's
I've been
literally a
playing a
game where you
lot
play
of
as
lately.
4-player co-op dwarves mining in a space planet.
And
Like-
lots of shooting.
And lots of shooting.
There's a lot of
Giant
okay.
bugs everywhere.
Yeah, it's, that
Alright,
sounds
you
like
got
it'd
my
be right
attention.
up your alley, dude. It'd
You got
be
my
right up your
attention.
alley.
Yeah.
See, you're
Alright, so-
mining, and then you mine into the wrong cave, and a bunch of aliens start pouring out, so you gotta blow them all up with your
Oh,
guns,
fuck yeah.
Yeah.
just so you can mine better.
But I don't like RuneScape. Half of what Rosen said, which is the beginner's learning curve is so fucking steep, it's
Yeah.
ridiculous, and half because so as much as I don't like the Skyrim compass of telling exactly where you need to go, RuneScape seems like such an empty-brained game. I kind of want it in that game. Like I
You can have
kind of
it.
want. Yeah, but like no one plays RuneScape not on drugs, right? Like no one plays it raw. No one
Oh,
looks up
no
RuneScape,
add-ons?
installs it, and then goes, "This is what I play every day." No, they have like 16 million things,
Yeah.
and they're
True.
like, "Oh, you don't use AmbiVert 9632? How do you
Yeah.
how do you not use
No, I
AmbiVert
do.
9362?"
I do.
Oh, you do? Okay, good. That's making sure.
I play that shit vanilla as
and,
fuck.
and every single
Oh,
person,
you were saying you play vanilla.
you play
Yeah.
vanilla on purpose?
I don't. Holy shit, like that.
That's wild.
Okay, so the majority of RuneScape players I've met.
I downloaded a
think
fucking
Poppy's the
quest
person I've
helper.
heard that doesn't use like RuneLite with a bunch of add-ons or whatever.
I'm such a fucking hypocrite that I will constantly bash Skyrim and say it went downhill by making the quest brain dead follow triangle, and then I also download the quest helper that will highlight the item I need in blue, point an arrow to the option I need to select in the chat box to progress the quest text, and then give me a big blue arrow at the top of the screen to point me in the
Yeah,
direction.
That's Skyrim's fault for being so boring.
True. I
Like,
mean,
you don't wanna-
RuneScape's
you don't want to have
quests
to
are
learn
fun.
the
but-
game because it's just boring.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think that's your fault. I think that's like Skyrim's fault for having just too many meaningless options.
It's weird that I enjoy the combat of RuneScape more than Skyrim.
No, Skyrim's combat's pretty bad too. To be fair, it's not
RuneScape
that much
is-
different in my opinion.
The creation engine is so shit.
RuneScape is left click on enemy, watch numbers pop up until one of them dies most of the time.
How good is it though?
It
When you
feels
hit
so
a high number and you're like, "Ooh."
Exactly
Bigger
that. You see
numbers.
those numbers in Oblivion or Skyrim or whatever. You don't see that. And can we just talk about how shit like was it Morrowind used to be, where it was like you would hit someone physically and see it hit them, but then it would still do like the dice roll RNG
Yeah.
to see if you
Oh, yeah.
actually hit them. And so that like
You
damage
say
would be
that, but
inflicted unless you, like-
Morrowind's like one of the best games they've made.
I know.
I
know.
stand Oblivion.
Because you could get
love
boots of
Oblivion.
flying that also have a speed boost on them and run across the map by accident
Yep.
and then launch yourself out of bounds.
You can do that in Skyrim and Oblivion as well with Skooma.
So, this is slightly off topic. I know Elder Scrolls 6 got announced, but do we know if it's on Creation Engine or not?
Wait, what?
Who
I don't think
cares?
we know it, like anything.
I do,
honestly.
I
They
do
put it
a
on the
lot.
creation engine.
Wait.
That game will fail. It will.
Yeah, hard agree. That's why I'm wondering if it is on Creation Engine. GG. That
Yeah,
whole
it's
series is
over.
done for.
There's
Not
no
only.
way.
Hold on. I have an answer.
Creation Engine
Hey.
2?
I have
They're
your
making a
answer.
new one? Finally? What? Huh?
The Elder Scrolls 6, like Starfield, will use Creation Engine 2.
That doesn't give me good hope. That's sort of like releasing a hybrid this year,
Yeah.
car wise. That is instead of releasing an electric
Yeah.
car. Ugh.
I guess we'll have to wait and see what Creation Engine 2 is, but
Yeah.
my,
My
God,
hopes are
Creation
low as
Engine is
fuck.
dated.
Yeah. I'd rather see them make the Elder Scrolls 6 on the Doom 2 engine.
I think Starfield's the beta for Elder Scrolls 6.
Really?
I've heard some sketchy things from the Starfield devs about how that game's going. A lot of people are basically just like, I've heard some leaks from some of the devs that were like, this engine wasn't made for vehicles. Which is a
Yeah.
bad sign for a Starship game.
Hey, if they
Yeah.
can make Payday 2 in a racing engine, they can figure it the fuck out.
Bro, if 8 people could make GTFO in Unity, they can figure it out.
Yo, I've been playing Weed Shop. Okay, you want to talk repetitive gameplay?
Weed shop.
Why are you
Dude,
bringing up
so
Weed
good.
Shop again?
No, listen, Game of the Year 2022, I'm calling it.
Oh my god.
Dude,
Bold choice,
it is the
bold
most
choice.
repetitive game, but fuck me, is it fun, dude.
Every time I see you playing, you're grinding that little Oreo every single time.
Oh,
Yep.
so good.
I tuned in at one moment to finally see some action. I saw someone from chat, like a person with a Chatter's username over their head, walk into the shop, steal some shit, and leave. And Jamie had to pick up a little bat and chase him down the street and bonk him
It's
on
not
the
a
head.
bat,
with it.
it's a dildo.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
I'm just saying, bro, you got the fucking penetrator out there? What are you
That's
doing?
exactly what it is. It is-
Oh my god.
So it's, I don't know what it is about like those asset flip games, because it's essentially what it is. Someone bought Unity, used the base, because basically I have a friend of mine who's a developer. He's worked on games and he's worked on web design and stuff like that. And he was talking to me about it. He said basically this uses the same, it's basically a template game. And it's the same template that's used across multiple Unity games. But it's about what you do with it, right? And this game is just a really, really interesting, fun way of doing it, where it's got, like, obviously with these asset flip games, you've got to have a challenge, right? You can't just grow weed and have nothing happen. And so having, like, people will come in and steal from your shop organically as NPCs. But having chat able to do hashtag pull up, and then all of a sudden you've got all of chat timing the pull ups, and then the mods, and then people throwing dildos to slow me down like they're marbles on the floor. Because you can do like hashtag hold my dildo like 100. It drops 100 dildos around you. So I'm trying to chase down Tom, who's stolen one of my bongs, while dildos are raining under my head. And then at the same time I'm chasing Tom, Sam's run the other way with a bag of weed. The game's so fun, but it's so repetitive. But god damn it, it's so fun.
So it's like a anonymous multiplayer game almost.
Yeah, it's like it's like chat versus you. But then like
cool.
I don't know what it is. There is an art, and I don't know if I can answer it. There's an art to making a repetitive game incredibly fun.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
Like,
think
I
that
don't know
game
what
would
it
be
is,
as
but-
fun without the Twitch integration?
I think it would still be fun. Even without, I think the Twitch integration really elevates it.
Yeah.
In fact, these simulator games, I think Weed Shop 3 is the new gold standard. It's like, from now on, these games have to have Twitch integration.
Quoting that.
Weed Shop 3
is
gold
the new.
standard.
There we go. There we go.
What a fucking statement,
That's
dude.
fucking-
Holy
Dude,
shit.
it's seriously, like, it really makes the game, like, I don't think the experience is as good as if you on a streamer with a, like, decent sized community that'll fuck around with you. Because, like, it really does become chat versus streamer. Like, they're, like, trying to hinder you as much as possible. And the amount of stress that I get, everything will be going great. And then I'll have a bunch of really, like, high value customers come in, but I can't get to them fast enough because chat's run off with 8 of my bongs.
So every time I've played a game that had Twitch integration, it's been an amazing time. I used to play a battle royale called Hyperscape. Extremely fast. I don't know if you ever played it. It like lived and died within
It
6
died
months.
very
It
fast.
was very, it does.
Yeah, I played the fuck out of it. I was top 1%. I had, you know, I was very good at the game. I played a lot of it. And my favorite part of it is that if there was a streamer in the lobby, people in chat could vote for certain things to happen, such as melee's a one-hit kill, low gravity on the entire map. But this would happen to the whole lobby. It wouldn't just be for you. So if you were in the lobby with a streamer, you'd know, because all of a sudden you're like, why are health packs spawning every 4 seconds instead of every 2 minutes? Or like,
No.
why am I jumping once and now I'm in the stratosphere? Like, what's happening?
Yeah,
And
no.
I loved that. And then the second streamer stopped playing the game, you didn't get that anymore. So like Twitch, like that was a huge part of the game, that Twitch integration. And
Isn't
so I
there
really loved that.
Hyperscape emotes on Twitch as well?
I think so, yeah.
There was some serious integration because the Hyperscape devs were like partnered with Amazon or some shit.
Yeah.
There was basically like there was a 1-to-1 where they really were partners, but the game died and battle royales can't live
Are you
without it.
playing?
Huge
Are you
flavor.
playing Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt?
I played a little bit. I hate battle royales. I can't play them anymore.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's very
I'm-
much
they
like
infuriate
Hyperscape,
me.
to be honest.
Yeah, it's
Very
literally
much.
like That's what I was first saying with Debbie. Like my first 4 hours, I was just comparing things to Hyperscape.
Yep.
Like it feels
Yeah.
so similar, just way worse. And I don't like battle royales now.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Do you think even if you went back and played like Hyperspace now, you
Hyperscape,
wouldn't like it?
Hyperscape is still
Hyperscape.
good. I've jumped into Hyperscape. Like I think the last time I hopped in was like 2 months ago to see if it was still the player base still dead. Has maybe like 100 average players or some shit like that. It is still amazing.
Oh,
like
there's all the Hyperscape emotes.
Yeah, there they all are. That like legitimately it like fucking got the gameplay of that game, the gunplay, the movement, the pacing of each match. It was perfect. It was never a moment of quiet. It was just perfect. And it was one of the games that lets you fuck with it because it gives you things. Like it gives you abilities to jump really high. It gave you a wall to build. You could build to wherever you want. If you want to build to the top of the map and use a sniper to fuck with people, go right ahead. But someone could shoot you down. It's like there, I don't know. There was just always.
If I'm
something good
correct,
about that game.
you voted on the stuff using the emotes, right?
You could, yeah. There was a few ways to vote on it. You could have put 1 or 2 also, or A or B. That was another way to do it. Yeah.
No,
I missed the shit out of that game.
I will say that is one of my biggest complaints with battle royales, or at least used to be, was like going, like landing somewhere and then going almost the entire match without seeing anyone, and it'd be
There
like
was never
just.
that.
And yeah, I hate that. So I feel that if there's like a smaller, more condensed map and you're always in the action, that would feel a lot better.
It's very rare
wasn't
that
like-
happens in Blood Hunt, but it can happen in Blood Hunt.
Yeah, it's true.
Blood Hunt
It's because
feels
Blood Hunt's
like a
movement's so
Hyperscape.
big.
Yeah.
Mm.
But like Hyperscape's movement was it was leagues above of Blood Hunt, because like there's something about Blood Hunt that feels very static. Like you're very attached to the walls, you're attached to the ground, and
Feel
you
heavy.
can do like these. Like, you feel heavy, but Hyperscape was this like. It was almost like a tribe's level of movement where you could, no matter where you are, like you can be anywhere on the map. You could look at anywhere on your screen, and within 10 seconds you can get there using 5 abilities. Like there was never a moment of like, oh man, it's time to walk across this roof, run across this roof, maybe use a teleport ability or climb a wall. It was never that. It's like, what way can I it was like parkour. Like what way can I most efficiently get from point A to point B? And no matter where you were, if you could see it, you can get there within 10 seconds. It was insanity.
Imagine a BR with Mirror's Edge gameplay.
Yeah, that'd be pretty. That would be pretty neat. A first-person battle royale with Mirror's Edge game.
love
They
that.
kind of had that a long time ago.
Did they?
What was it
Oh,
called?
was it Brink?
Fuck yeah, Brink.
Yeah, that game was bad.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
that
sucked.
game
It
didn't really
also
have
wasn't a battle
Mirror's
royale.
Edge.
It was more like
It's like a
Overwatch.
Call of Duty.
If you go
Overwatch.
back
No, it
and
was
look
Overwatch.
at
It was
Brink.
Overwatch.
What?
Brink was more like Overwatch.
Oh yeah. Well, so at the time it was known as revolutionary, but if you go back and look at Brink, all it really had was an advanced vault system and wall running. So like
Yeah.
a trillion games today.
Yeah.
Right now it's like it's super behind the time, but at the time it was impressive. I don't think there's anything even close to Mirror's Edge other than Mirror's Edge. Now I think about it though.
Yeah.
Like I can't think of a single thing. I'm racking my brain right now.
Oh, fuck, what was that? Ghost Line. No, fuck, Ghost something. I used to speedrun it. Hang on, I've got it on Steam.
Just Googling it.
Ghost Runner.
Oh yeah, I've played that.
So there's a game called Ghost Runner that came out. It's a small indie game, pretty dope. It's pretty short, but basically it's Mirror's Edge crossed with Katana Zero.
Oh, I
It's-
know this game.
It's
Does
sick.
it feel
I
like
remember
Mirror's
familiar.
Edge?
Yeah,
The
this game,
movement does
actually.
feel. It feels a
Yeah,
lot
it feels-
less weighty than Mirror's Edge actually.
yeah. Very, very fun. Super fun.
You know, if you like speedrunning and you like that, like fast gameplay like that, I urge you to check out a game called Cyberhook, Poppy.
Cyberhook? Okay.
Yeah, I used to speedrun that back in the day. That's a fucking bop.
I remember
It
watching
is-
Nomad play this before I bought it.
What, Ghost Runner?
Yeah,
This game is exceptional. This game, it deserved
it's
It looks nice.
far more.
very
Do you
challenging.
know what? Do you know what happened? It released the
Huh.
same week. It released the same week as Cyberpunk.
Oh, no.
You don't do that.
I remember looking up gameplay trailers for Cyberpunk and finding gameplay of this and being confused.
Yeah.
oh, this looks sick.
This
Yeah,
looks
it's
really
actually
cool.
really cool.
This game is so fun. It is so goddamn fun.
I say
so
this
much
looks
fun.
very fast paced. It reminds me of like Doom. gameplay.
Oh yeah.
It's like basically, you don't have a gun. All you have is that katana, and there's like abilities that you can use.
Oh,
and
that's
stuff like that.
awesome.
But it's
So-
like it's basically Doom slash cross with Katana Zero cross with like what's that Miami Heat or whatever it's called.
Hotline Miami.
Oh, hold on, man. Dude, that game is so. I need to play
So
it on stream.
it's one hit death. You die in one hit, but you also kill everything in one hit. Unless you have
Also,
like a shield or something.
This doesn't seem. This does. I see what you mean. How it seems close, but it doesn't seem like Mirror's Edge. Like Mirror's Edge is all about the very tactical, back and forth, weighty movement. This seems more like as Chunk was saying, like Doom Eternal, where it's a lot of wall running. It's a lot of like jumping.
Yeah. Even as far as like the
It has,
platforming
like,
setup, you
it
can
has
see in like
grapple hooks and stuff as well.
We
Yeah.
like grappling hooks here.
Yes, we
I
do.
love grappling hooks.
Yeah,
God,
Grappling
we
hooks are the
love
best thing in
grappling.
games.
Oh, so every game should have a grappling hook. It's
Yes,
a
sir.
necessity
Yes,
at this point.
I never
Oh my-
used the abilities in
Preach.
Halo Infinite. I think that's the reason I'm bad. They added a grappling hook to that game. They added like a weird spot dodge. They added like, I don't know, so many weird little power-ups you could pick up. I never use them a single time. I don't
Yeah,
even know what
yeah.
the button is.
I don't like the new Halo.
I don't either.
Never played
Yeah.
it.
Like,
Doesn't
Just
feel
it
like
looked
Halo.
bad. So I was like,
It keeps crashing for me, so
yeah, I think that's my biggest thing is that it
Yeah.
just like it doesn't run well, and like they were very slow to like add things, right? So it felt like almost
Yo,
like a scam.
What if they added?
kinda
So
way?
my favorite
Yeah,
thing,
really.
right, was they released the game
Mhm.
and you couldn't queue with more than 4 people because it
Yep.
was just broken. And everyone's like, "Can you fix it?" And they're like, "We're on holiday. Nothing we can do.
Yep.
We're taking a
I
holiday."
experienced that. I literally was trying to do a
actually
collab
their
with a bunch of
excuse.
people.
They said they're like, "Oh, we're on Christmas holiday." Dude, you just released the biggest game of like your like last 4 years,
Yeah.
and you went on a holiday on its launch. What are you doing?
Yep.
And now,
That's how you add-
if correct me if I'm wrong, all they've added are maybe a couple of maps, and I think like 2 game modes that were already in all their previous
Yeah.
titles. So like,
Bro, they're so lazy. They're so
I agree.
lazy.
I agree.
They haven't really added anything onto
The
it.
fact that they didn't add stuff like infection, like they had promised to, like early on, or even Forge mode, which was like so huge and like
they
Reach
promised
and, like,
Forge
free?
summer, and I think they've delayed
yeah,
it.
I know.
You want to
The
play
fact-
the true,
Oh, dude,
the
it'd be
true
so
Halo
big.
experience? Go play fucking Splitgate. That's
True.
the true Halo experience.
Halo Portal.
spitting straight facts.
I've never
Holy
played
shit.
Splitgate.
It's
Same.
so good. I
I think
played
I've
it like
talked to-
Can we
I
make
played,
an
like, 4 or
Otherworld
5
night
years
of
ago.
just Splitgate, where we'll just get the Otherworld guys and just.
We can make
play some
another world night and
Splitgate.
play whatever the fuck you want.
I'm
Yeah,
disgustingly
we just
good
need
at
to
split
get
gate.
one.
Me too, dude. Me too.
Alright,
I
actually,
used to be
real talk.
very, very good at like
Disgustingly
back
bad
on
at shooters.
Xbox on Halo 3, dude. I used to be like very top rank in OCE.
All right, this
That
is
was-
going to
that
be a
was
weird
good
pitch. This is going to be a weird
SWAT.
pitch, but hear me out. There's a 19-year-old game that is free to play and will run on a toaster called PlanetSide 2. PlanetSide
Oh.
2 is a game where giant battles happen. It's 3 teams of 2,000 players or up to
Not
2,000
battles.
players on the same map at the same time, fighting over key objectives. If we got like all of our communities together and got like 20 to 30 people in squads, we could take over the entire war. Because there's only like 3,000 players on at a time anymore, so we could just like
So when just the thought of like 2,000 people in like a war like fighting, it seems so. That's like worse than big team battle, and I already don't like big team battle because it's too chaotic, and I hate having so little control where I'm randomly getting shot from across the map for something I can't see because there's 3 other people in front of me that I'm trying to shoot at and I'm distracted.
So big team
So
battle is very
ugh.
different. This plays out like a war would play out versus like just a regular lobby of Halo, but there's more people now.
I can confidently say fuck that game. Fuck PlanetSide 2. I have a few hundred hours in that game. Fuck that game. You are spending 95% of your time just running across field.
That's
this is-
what I would imagine, right?
This is what I mean.
Okay.
It looks good for a 19-year-old game, though. I want to
Yeah,
point
this is
that
like-
out.
It looks
with these-
great. It plays well, but the
Yeah.
gameplay itself is. I'm gonna say
They're
it. I'm gonna
like-
say the word. It's
So-
subpar.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh my
Also,
God.
the worst thing about dying is the incredible run back to the squad. Oh, my
Yeah,
god.
that's what he's
Your
saying.
whole fucking day running in that game. It's like DayZ.
So
Yeah,
if you're
this is
if you are
like
playing in a
at
squad and you
least
have
it
a
was
single
atmospheric.
person that is like a medic, you're good.
Uh-huh.
Because your
Yeah, I
medic has
think-
infinite revives.
I think you're right. It does seem to like play out like a war, but I think the problem is that I feel more like an infantryman, like in like today's standard, like running on the front fields and just getting blown up by one another fucking resetting.
War
Like,
is
so
only
for-
good when you're MC.
I feel like it would be
Oh,
kind of
sure,
harder, to
Chunk,
be
I
honest.
love playing in a real world.
I knew you were gonna say that. Fuck you, dude. You know, you get my point though, right? There's a difference, right? I don't want to feel like fodder, like the
Yeah.
game. All right, that's not my
Me and my
that's
family,
not my interest.
me and my family mourned my uncle who died in the war for 9 seconds until he respawned.
He's gone. Welcome back.
How'd you
Dude, can you
find out
imagine
that fast?
getting a letter in the mail and just like 9,000 of them piled up because they sent you one each time he died? It's just like Jesus
you
Christ.
imagine,
It's like, I
like-
get it, he died.
Commander, we got a real problem. What's that? Yeah, Rocky's just spawn camping. We got some spawn campers.
Oh my god.
All
dude.
right, I have one final on-topic question, and then I figure we could just do like chat Q&A and discuss things with chat for the remainder of stream, unless you guys have a topic we haven't touched on yet that you wanted to talk about.
I just wanted to touch on one thing after
Sure.
you're done. Whenever.
I mean, we can do that, and I can save mine for after.
Okay. I mean, I think all mine was more of like I wanted to ask y'all kind of if y'all had a specific mechanic, not like a whole genre, that you see or like overused or like repetitively in games across like gaming as a whole that you could get rid of, what would it be?
Holding your breath while in a scope. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
get it out
What
of
the
here.
fuck?
I
No
agree.
one
Get it
wants
out.
that.
Wait, that's
On the
thing?
same note, stamina.
Yes.
Who the fuck?
Battlefield
has
is
stamina?
notoriously a thing.
What?
Like,
That's
'cause-
stupid.
It's so like. I own many guns. I've gone shooting a bunch. Doesn't help. Controlling your breathing, not holding your breath. Anyway, I fucking hate that shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
that thing.
Fair.
100%. Yeah, stamina in running games that require lots of running. Having
Yes.
stamina.
That's the fucking.
Do you know the
worst.
coolest thing that
Genshin has that.
fucking that
I fucking hate Skyward
Elden Ring
Sword.
did?
Hmm.
Elden Ring has a glitch where when you're running and you crouch and then uncrouch immediately, it automatically fills up your stamina bar. And they just never patch it out because they're like, oh, okay, fair enough. There is too much running in this game. They just never patch it
enough.
out because they're like, yeah, doesn't really fuck with the core
If
gameplay.
you're gonna
and-
have that much
Yeah.
running and you need to go across large areas, don't give yourself a stamina bar. And
Yeah.
worse, and even worse than that, don't make it a point of upgrade. Don't make like the
Yeah.
player feel rewarded.
Mm.
Like, oh, you just did this really difficult thing. Now you can run for a little tiny bit longer.
Yep.
Or,
And
or
that's
Breath
why
of the
I
Wild.
survived
Oh,
longer
you just
on
did this really
shit.
hard thing. Do that
Yeah,
4
like,
more times, and you'll get to run a little longer.
I
Yeah.
love Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild, I hate the stamina bar.
So-
You
I
have to
hate the
choose.
stamina bar. I hate like
You
in
have to
that and
choose
Skyward
between
Sword.
health and damage and
Yep.
insane.
Like why would I?
No
why would I
stamina.
ever have to choose? But yeah, I agree. That's a big pet peeve of mine as well. But
yeah, so
what about you,
stamina
Brutal?
Fucking sucks.
For like a game mechanic,
Maybe it's not even like a mechanic necessarily, but something you see repetitively used in a game that you would remove. Like for instance, mine is like higher health bosses. Just like basically making the thing thicker and giving it artificially like
Oh, so like-
harder, right?
Damage sponges.
Yeah.
yeah, I hate that too. But what's that Tom which one was the first Tom Clancy game? Where
the first one?
No, I'm trying to remember. There's like so many, and I'm just like, it was
Let's
like
say-
one of the
Layers.
Are you talking about Splinter Cell? Splinter Cell? Jesus Christ. Splinter Cell? Are you talking about Las Vegas?
One of the reviewers literally went on fire about one of the Tom Clancy games and complaining like each boss didn't even feel like a boss. It just felt like a straight up sponge where it just like
The Division,
there was
I think you're
nothing.
thinking of.
Thank
Probably.
you. That's the one.
Yeah. Fuck Division
God,
bosses.
fuck the
Yeah,
Division is
where
so
like
bad.
the fucking only boss that kind of felt like an actual boss was literally the last one where it was just a helicopter, right? And
They
that's it.
released some raids later that had some really interesting encounters. But yeah, for the most part, bosses were just more tanky regular enemies. That's probably
Yeah.
one of the biggest problems with the Division.
Guess you
Yeah.
made the Division.
Oh no, the Division was fine.
Yeah, I also enjoyed the Division.
The bosses sucked.
Oh,
it was published by Ubisoft under Massive Entertainment, who was also one of their subsidiaries.
It's a little bit weird, but I like the fact that you can the multiplayer in that game was actually kind of cool because you can actually fuck over your teammates by literally like unteaming stop being part of the team and just kill off the person and take their gear.
Oh, you mean
I
the
thought
dark
that-
zone?
Yeah.
Yeah, the dark zones. I
Yeah.
thought that was pretty cool. Like there's an actual sense of betrayal. I think, yeah.
They stole that from a really cool game. It's called
Really?
RuneScape. They just stole the wilderness.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
back
stole
to
the
back,
wilderness.
back to
It's true.
RuneScape.
They did. They stole the wilderness.
I can't escape it.
Oh my god.
The
the
gameplay
Simpsons
mechanic
of
that
video
comes to
games.
my mind is, and this might be too specific, but like uninspired side quests.
Oh,
There's
Oh, like
so many
fetch
games.
quests?
are we like
There's,
gathering or?
there's a lot of games that do side quests right, and
Yeah.
like let's say I'm gonna use Elden Ring as a good example. The quests are not as direct as most quests in games would be, but they're fairly meaningless or meaningful for the most part. Sorry. Like there's one side quest just by giving a woman some grape things that eventually leads you to like a hidden ending that's like one of the coolest endings of the game. Or thinking to like, you know,
Not grapes, by the way.
yeah, they're called grapes, I think, or maybe I just thought
Yeah,
they
they
looked
are.
like, yeah.
They're eyeballs, and you feed them to her, and she's blind.
Yeah. But like also people that think of like if you've played World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14, you know that feeling of when you've done the same fucking quest 55 times and then suddenly there's one quest that you're like, "Oh, they cared about this one. This one they
Yeah.
they had a good time writing this one." I think every quest should be like that, and all this go collect 10 bear hearts or even like the stupid bullshit of like go walk over to this quest marker in Far Cry
but
5, pick up this thing and
how
come
do you do
back.
that in an MMO?
In an MMO, it's challenging, but in like action RPGs, they do that shit
Action
all the
RPGs
time.
are great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like say what you want about Borderlands, but they have some really solid side quests. Like
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
consistently.
Yeah, dude, true. Very true. I rate
agree.
the Borderlands games. Even
It's a
the
great
less
action
good ones are
RPG.
really good.
Dude, one of the things I found out while like looking up all this stuff, and like one of the reasons I did like, I looked at because I was like, I always knew there was a lot of like bosses that had like high health, like King Vendrick 2, King Vendrick from Dark Souls 2 was like
Yeah.
one of the worst bosses in my opinion because it's like, I mean, I get the Dark Souls is always gonna be like it doesn't really tell you kind of thing. You just have to find stuff. But the fact is, you had to find like there's like giant souls, and then if you came back to fight him, it would have made him weaker. But if you fought him without all that stuff, it's like it's like hours of fighting. It's insane.
Dark Souls 2 was riddled with that shit too. It was Dark Souls 2 is like okay, a little bit of lore on like the creation of Dark Souls 2. So they made Dark Souls 1, right? Massive hit. But then while they were working on Dark Souls 2, Miyazaki was working on Sekiro. I think it was Sekiro.
Mhm.
And
They were working on
that is
Sekiro for
why-
fucking ever.
Sekiro took them ages because it was a whole new game design they were working on. And that's why Dark Souls 2 feels different from the rest of the games, is because they got so studios have an A team, a B team, a C team, a D team, right? Now, that's not to say they're bad developers. Sometimes they're just guys that get stuck in the lower brackets and never get a raise or anything. But like this team did not understand Miyazaki's vision when it came to creating Dark Souls. And they misinterpreted what players liked about the games. And they really just threw in, like, to put it into perspective, Dark Souls 1 has, I think, 15 major bosses. Dark Souls 2 has like 37. They over doubled the amount of bosses.
But they're, like,
They made them
reskins.
really crappy. There's only a few really good bosses in Dark Souls 2.
I only remember like
And then
two.
they just overloaded them with health. Like the hardest bosses in the game are because they're not hard. And I'm not talking about the DLCs because the DLCs were made by Miyazaki. They're actually good.
I was saying, I played the Elder Scroll Sins, or what, Scholar of the Sin. I don't remember what it's
Scholar
called.
of the Sin, Sin of the Scholar?
yeah. And
That
like
one.
the dragon boss at the bottom was great.
Yeah.
But like you look at the ancient dragon dude that you can fight. That's like a hidden boss. Like that boss is just crap.
Yep.
Like
I agree.
he's hard because he has so much health, and
Yep.
all of his attacks are just nasty AOE attacks that just
Yep.
insta kill you.
Mhm.
But
Yep.
it's not rewarding or fun at all.
So what's the happy medium? Like if you don't like gimmick bosses and you don't like high health, what makes a boss a boss?
I think.
boss-
Go ahead. I was basically just gonna say, I think the way that I like bosses doing is whenever they have different forms, because I feel like it gives you an excuse to not only like it can kind of feel like a health pool refresh, but for most of the part, I don't think you have to do it that way. You can do it as it switches up like their attack patterns and like their forms. It gives them like a special new ability, or like maybe their movement changes, something like that.
Yeah.
That's the way that the boss fight stays fresh and stays more difficult.
Those are called Dragon Ball bosses, by the way. Like that
Dragon-
style of gameplay is called Dragon.
Yeah,
Because you
they're
just go
cool.
Super Saiyan over and over again.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
okay.
My thing is, rather than just having a huge health pool, giving them interesting attack patterns and making them deal more damage, but giving the player a very reasonable read as to when to dodge. So it becomes a skill-based thing where, yes, every attack matters. However, you're not fighting them for 30 minutes because like the room for error in a 30-minute fight becomes way higher than a 5-minute fight where each attack is do or die. Right? When each attack in a do or die fight if a 5-minute fight is do or die for the entire 5 minutes, that means there's less room for mistake. Right? If you make that one mistake, sure, it's over. But if you don't make that one mistake, at least the fight's not going for 30 minutes where you might make that mistake 28 minutes in and you feel like you've just wasted all this time. And that's why I think Melania was actually a great boss fight. She is incredibly hard, an incredibly hard boss, and she has the capability to one-hit you, but all of her attacks are dodgeable, and she's like pretty easy to stagger chain and stuff like that if you know what you're doing.
True. Also, I think one thing that they did in that was adding like feints and stuff that lead into like attacks a little bit more in Elden Ring.
Yeah.
That
I
made
hated
it
that.
feel like a little bit more. I thought that was a good mix-up.
I
'Cause
think
felt
that
like that made it-
varying attack patterns makes it to where learning attack patterns feels almost pointless.
No, because the staggers themselves are learnable.
Yep.
So those staggers don't differ in time. They're just different to what the other Dark Souls games are. So the first one that comes to mind is Margit. Margit has that attack where he holds his staff back and he brings it down, but there's like a delay.
Yep.
That never changes longevity. It's just different to what you're used to.
It's just,
And I think that's
I
why
feel
they
like
put
it
that on
punishes
Margit.
you if you dodge the original speed. Like that's the
Yeah.
point of it. It's just irritating to me. Is like I recognize, oh, he's doing this attack, but it's like, oh no, he chose this attack B, so I get hit now.
But then I think that
That
means
is
that
right.
your timing gets better, right? That's because then it comes down to like you have to wait until the actual swing, and that trains you to do a specific thing to get the iframes instead of
Yes.
actually,
I think in that direction, the only complaint I have is they've never made it entirely obvious when iframes exist, especially since there's variable iframes depending on what equipment you're using.
So that's a feel thing, right? It's the same way that like you feel like when you're playing a shooter, right? You know how like instinctively with muscle memory how far you have to flick your mouse in order to get a headshot with a sniper, right? It's a feel thing. It's one of those things you eventually learn.
Well, that works for the most part until you don't understand what is considered a hitbox or not.
Well,
Like there's a few
so they-
bosses that legitimately you're getting hit and you're like, what was I hit? And then you look at like the people have like add-ons, and then you look at code and you realize that like their feet become red for 2 seconds during that attack, and then
Well,
that counts.
that doesn't necessarily happen. The only time that has happened is in Dark Souls 2. So the only time the dodge roll iframes have ever changed was in Dark Souls 2, where they introduced the worst mechanic that's ever been put in Dark Souls, adaptability. Right? So they added an adaptability stat, which is a stat that you can use to improve your iframes. However, at the base level, your iframes are like it's like 7 frames, whereas the max can be like 16. So like it's very hard to like scale bosses and make them challenging for like players that will have such a variance on like levels of iframe. Whereas the for Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro, and Elden Ring, and Bloodborne, the dodge frames are always 13. The iframes are 13 frames.
Bloodborne, my baby.
So like they've always
give it
been
to me
the
on
same except for
PC.
Dark Souls 2. So like you get used to it. It's one of those things that becomes built into muscle memory, and you kind of get used to it. What Elden Ring wanted to do is, because we've all gotten so used to Dark Souls, how do they make Elden Ring a challenge?
Yep.
Or they go, instead of letting these guys do the dodge rolls that they used to and making this the same thing, let's make the dodge rolls a reactive thing rather than something you just know to anticipate.
Yep.
So that's why they put in the staggers, and that's why you see that stagger frame that staggered attack on the one of the first major bosses, which is Margit. They teach you from the start of the game, get ready, this is not Dark Souls. Get ready, this is not Dark Souls. That's why so many people had trouble with Margit, is because that stagger caught people off guard. They were like, I wasn't ready for them to hold their attacks and bait me into thinking. At least that's my opinion on it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's like a great equalizer between the skilled players and the unskilled.
Yep.
Is the unskilled will take that extra time to go, oh, I have to dodge, and actually dodge at the proper time, and the new players will dodge into it.
Because like muscle memory, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Just like that's just what they're used
to. You have to relearn what you know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add one more in for game thing, like repetitive niches.
Yep.
That could go in the absolute fucking bin. Weapon degradation.
Oh, true.
True.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Not the Breath of the Wild problem.
Here's the thing. I actually liked kind of how Breath of the Wild did it though, because Breath of the Wild made it unique to where it's like, one, there's such a variety of weapons and like the way they were used that was kind of cool. But two, also like as the weapon was breaking, you got like bonus damage for throwing it instead of like actually just using it. So it'd actually be like almost like a critical hit on an enemy if you did like that thing. So it's almost like a technique to use. Yes, it is.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I do like that type of system.
Yeah.
Well,
so
I think I'll say I didn't mind Breath of the Wild. I know a lot of people didn't like it.
Yeah.
But I didn't mind it. But I also think there's such a variance in gameplay when it comes to Breath of the Wild that you don't notice it that much.
I mean, basically everybody, once you get the Master Sword, that's like the only thing you're going to use until it's out of use, and then you default back to the arsenal of max level weapons that you've been sitting on because you have the Master Sword.
You did have an arsenal. Yeah. And if you wanted to hold more, you just go get some Korok seeds.
Do you know what you get if you find every Korok seed?
A golden shit.
Yeah, literal golden shit.
What?
That's Nintendo gives you a golden shit if you collect every Korok seed. Yeah, that's your reward.
What does it do?
As if
Nothing.
Nintendo didn't already like basically say fuck you to their fans all the time anyway. That's
Do you get to throw it?
At least you got something to show for it.
You get to throw the golden shit.
What?
So I have a question about repetition in games.
Okay.
How do you guys feel about reusing areas?
It can be done well.
Define
Also, here you
reusing.
go, chat.
Are you
This
talking
is
about like backtracking, or do you mean like a complete copy over?
Yeah, I guess it would be considered backtracking. I think the most perfect example of reusing areas is done in the game Prey. I don't know if you've ever heard of the game Prey.
Oh yeah, Prey did phenomenal.
Prey did it fucking wonderfully. Like, not only do you go through the same area like 10 times, that's a great example. You go through the area 10 times or something like that. You never know what's going to be there when you come back. It changes throughout the game, but they still reuse the same area of Talos 1 the entire time because it's a space station. It can't be that big, but they still make the world feel huge. And I think that's amazing.
So one example of that not being good was Silent Hill 4, which is the first down mark in the Silent Hill franchise. So 1 through 3, great games. Even 4, great game. However, the back half of the game is going through the last levels, all the levels that you just did, but instead this time you've got Walter, the villain, chasing you with a chainsaw. And he's very annoying, and all those levels are very repetitive because they don't do anything new. They just randomize a little bit. And they have a new like puzzle that you have to do while this arsehole's chasing you. I think Silent Hill 4 is an example of when that was used lazily. They're like, okay, we need to finish off this game. What do? Make them run through all the old areas, but we've got a crazy hobo chasing you with a chainsaw.
For the straight padding.
I have a middle ground for that. I have a middle ground that I kind of have it feels good and bad at the same time. I've been recently playing through the Division 2 off stream with a couple boys from chat, Rosen and Sidorak. We're about to start the big DLC expansion together, I think either tomorrow or Wednesday or something. But when you finish the game, they reuse the content in an annoying way, kind of, because they then, right when you finish it, you're forced to go back and replay every story mission again, just the main ones instead of all the side missions. But the reasoning for it is because there's like this new government-controlled operative group called the Black Tusk that have come in and basically fucked up all the progress you made, took over all of the story missions, revamped them a little bit with their own technology and surprises and traps and things. So you replay all the missions fighting a different enemy type with slightly different layouts in all the missions. So like,
So same arena, but
same
different.
arena, different gameplay. So I didn't like it because it does feel kind of lazy. It's the same arenas. They didn't really change the maps, but at the same time, they were at least creative enough to like come up with a good excuse for it and kind of shake it up a little bit to keep it fresh. So
it also, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Did it also feel like you went through it faster? Because I noticed a lot of devs do that to show your power level. Like they'll put you back in a level, like to be like, remember when you struggled through this?
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's the horse with the shield and the spear at the beginning of Elden Ring. Where, like everyone tries to fight it, goes fuck that, and then comes back 10 hours later and goes, "What's up, motherfucker? How you doing now?"
All right, my last question that I had for you guys for the night. Single answers only. What is the most repetitive video game?
Cookie Clicker.
Damn it.
Chat can also answer. I feel like at this point we may as well just open it up to full chat discussion by everyone. Just respond to whatever in chat and everything. Solitaire. Call of Duty.
Flappy Bird.
Flappy Bird.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're gonna go down this road.
Oh god.
PUBG.
Roller Coaster Tycoon. Everyone knows that you just build half a roller coaster and launch people into the atmosphere. All right, we're all doing it. Don't lie.
Nah, get out of here. Get out of here.
What do you mean?
Hold on, I'm interested in Jamie's reasoning for PUBG.
Yeah, so you're nothing special, right? You're just a guy that drops from a plane onto the floor, right?
Oh, I thought you were talking about me specifically.
There's no like variety. There's a variety in weapons, but realistically, there's like a good weapon and then a bunch of okay weapons. It doesn't have any class-based system or anything like that where you have like abilities. Realistically, what you're doing is you're dropping into a map, hoping you find a good weapon, and then sitting in a building.
Yep. God, I am so glad that Battle Royales have moved past the 55 minutes of nothing and then 2 minutes of something style of gameplay, because that's exactly what PUBG was. You'd sit there for an hour and do nothing, and then for one brief moment
game was to drop school.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And pray to God that you find a gun. Otherwise, it's just
I'm glad
American
we're moving
Simulator.
Past that. Come on, Bobby. I'm glad we're moving past the circle fog, because so many games just had like the circle fog. I mean, granted, a lot still do, but we're starting to get like some more different types of decay.
Like Blood Hunt. Blood Hunt isn't a circle, but
it's sections. It's just like Hyperscape.
Yeah.
What is
I swear to God, the Hyperscape devs worked on that game. It feels.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be able to look that up. They may have.
Brutal question. What is that one game that was like melee based that had like the giant world serpent was the circle? As
Naraka.
Yeah, that one.
Naraka, yeah.
That was
that
very
game
interesting.
Looks fun.
Yeah, it was pretty fun at first, but
I feel like it got old because there was just like it very quickly got to like there are people who just like obviously put like hours and hours and hours of time into it, who just absolutely dumpstered the rest of the lobby. And it was definitely like a skill disparity thing, but like I just didn't have the interest in putting the time in to like be that good at the game.
Also, I'd like to put probably Monster Hunter in the ring too.
Oh, true. Yeah.
True. That's fair.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I actually
change
stand
my mind.
Monster Hunter.
Hunter
I
is just a
fucking
less good
loved
Warframe.
Monster Hunter until I started fighting the same monsters but a different color.
Yeah.
Or bigger.
I mean,
Yeah.
the idea sounds really nice. You're gonna basically fight these giant ass monsters, which then themselves they're like bosses, but the process is very repetitive and a lot of times there's very little reward.
Yeah.
And I used to love it, but like hindsight,
When I was looking up information for like bosses and stuff like that, like about like the health thing, actually Monster Hunter World came up not for having the most health or anything like that, but just because they had a boss that would just sit in the air and like people couldn't attack it if you were melee, and so you just get fucked over and just couldn't do anything. I was like, that's gotta be like the worst time ever, dude. I would be so mad.
That shit happens in World of Warcraft a lot. That's why I couldn't play a rogue. I wanted to be a rogue, but there were so many bosses where it was just like dragons flying through the air and shit. I'm like watching all the mages cast and the hunters shoot, and I'm sitting there like,
Oh yeah.
Fun game. I can throw a dagger.
I was literally told being rogue is probably the worst decision you can make on WoW. So
Yep.
yeah.
Rogues never shine in the spotlight, unfortunately.
Which sucks because I like being a rogue too.
Mhm.
I think going into this, I understood repetition more than I do now. I think this has made me think so like I mean, it's
broad.
really so philosophical about it because like realistically, like even in the chat, Guti Alva said Pong, and I was thinking to myself like, yeah, that's like the base game. Like that is, it's you grants you do need another player. So I was thinking like, oh, the whole game is like a ball bouncing back and forth. And I was thinking to myself like, well, I guess like the repetition part would be like you getting better at it. And I was thinking, oh, well, you need an opponent. So that opponent could be changing each time, which would make it less repetitive.
Yeah.
And then I like have to keep backing up and over and over and over and over again to the point where I'm like, what even is like the most what would be considered the most repetitive game?
This is why I struggled with this topic, period. Because I was like, I don't even know what to research.
I almost think you've got to take out multiplayer from the equation.
So let's say multiplayer. Let's say another human adds way too much of an aspect, right? It's too much of a ratio where all of a sudden there's like this huge modifier.
Yeah.
That being said, games aren't made by computers. Like games are made by human. So like the human element is in every game at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So it's like, where does it stop? Where does that limit end? Because like I'm thinking even with Cookie Clicker, right? Like yes, you click, but then you buy new shops.
Yeah, you buy different upgrades depending on who you are.
At the end of the day, RuneScape, like you just keep upgrading and you keep getting more efficient over time.
I'm gonna bring up this once again. One of the best games ever made, Weed Shop 3.
Oh my
Weed Shop 3.
It is Weed Shop 3.
Weed Shop 3 is just a 3D version of Cookie Clicker. It is.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it is 3D. It is like first-person RuneScape, and I think that's not talked about enough.
Hey, by the way, Torva, shut up, okay, Torva? We're educated. We're knowledgeable.
I don't know.
I plugged out of college twice. Don't listen to me.
While we're on the discussion of repetition in games in general, and like the most repetitive game, I am stunned and appalled that no one brought up Nintendo.
I think
I have respect for Nintendo in that aspect.
Yeah,
I think also that like over time, like the more we talked about this, the more it felt like we were slowly like breaking it down to become more and more just like instead of repetition, it was more like simplification, right?
Yeah.
And it just became like we started talking about stuff like Pong or Tetris, and it's just like at that point, it's like yeah, it's just because of, like those were also older games that were limited by what they had to use. So it's like, at the end of the day, we could just go back to, what was the first fucking video game ever made? I don't know. That's probably the most repetitive one. And so I feel like Nintendo had grown enough at that point that, like, they take even, like, the most overused, like, platforming, like, stereotype and find ways to use it in different ways, just for, like, either movement. From simply, like, in Mario Odyssey, where you could throw your hat, and then you could dive on top of your hat, bounce off of it, and it gave, like, a new way to, like, traverse things.
Yeah, they as a platformer, they're always elevating their game.
Yeah.
I think Nintendo, if you can criticize them for anything, it's not repetitive gameplay. I think they're always creating a new way to bring a new element into their into what is actually a repetitive game genre, which is the platformer. They are not the case study for repetitive platformers.
I'm just shocked that we didn't talk about it. It's like the first discussion we've had where Nintendo wasn't a big subject.
Overall, the Japanese are very conservative, right? Inherently. Historically, they're extremely conservative people. But that's kind of like changing over time. Like you're seeing that with cultures, like the different cultures of Japan. And I think that it's starting to come through with Nintendo as well. I mean, like, even if you go back to some of the oldest IPs they have, Pokemon, they could have very easily just released the same 150 or whatever Pokemon over and over again with different graphics, thrown in a new element every now and again. But they didn't. They kept making new Pokemon, even though they're shit. They keep doing it. And that adaptation is admirable.
People always give me shit for bringing up the trash bag Pokemon.
One thing
I was just about to mention that one.
one thing that's interesting to say about Pokemon is they're not afraid to try and change up the formula as well. Like the base game, right, for a long time was just Pokemon Evolve, Fight Gym, Fight Elite Four. But then they're like, what if we add a new type of evolution? What if we give them a super move that has to be used tactically because you can only use it once in a fight? What if we got rid of gyms and added totem Pokemon that could summon other Pokemon in their game? Like, how do I have? Okay, I have a legacy in your chat now.
Jump 3.
Best game ever made. It's the gold standard.
Pokemon's kind of like Wii Shop 3 if you think about it.
Yeah.
It's not as good. They tried.
Pokemon tried to be Wii Shop 3, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's why
There's
you have
such
berry
thing as
growing.
Pokemon. There's such thing as Pokemon. So.
Pokemon.
Oh my god.
Like Pokemon?
Yeah, they're all it's all the Pokemon, but they're weed themed.
Yeah.
Sidorak brought up
I-
fighting games.
Oh.
No, multiplayer. Can't.
Yeah, that was gonna be my thought is
Also
fighting
multiplayer,
games.
but also there's lots of different types of fighting games. You have hyper fighters, which are very like that's like your Guilty Gears and Street Fighters, which are very high octane, fast moving, in the air, lots of air combos and stuff. Then you have your ground and pounds like Tekken and Mortal Kombat, and I don't know so much about fighting games.
I'd say the only way that a fighting game gets repetitive is if you are playing alone in practice mode against a bot that's not fighting back.
Yeah.
Even a bot that fights back.
You're rhythm games.
Oh.
I don't
There's
think rhythm
no
games.
adaptation. There's no change. It's the same exact song every single time. And you have to play it exactly one way or you fail. It's rhythm games.
But then people
that's
add
true.
new music or new music is created and
You
then
can
they're
only
adapted.
play that song one way. Otherwise you fail.
I mean, true. Yeah.
So then we have to come into the determination of like let's take I'm gonna go with the most extreme example, Clone Hero. Okay, Clone Hero is a rhythm game with over 20,000 songs you can play on it. At that point, how repetitive is it? Because you have 20,000 options of different ways.
I might have an answer.
Okay.
Oh.
Fuck, what's that game I suggested you play, Devi? Everhood.
Everhood?
I think
Yeah,
Everhood breaks
true.
that
There's
formula.
only 2 ways to play the game. Well, there's also custom content for Everhood as well.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, Everhood, it kind of brings that, like when it comes to ways you can play it, like each boss fight, you don't have to do it the exact same way.
Oh, true. Yeah, you're right. There's one boss that you have to, but...
Yeah, it's because
Well,
it's, like, ridiculous if you
Yeah.
don't do it. That's
I would
the hidden
argue
boss,
that's not a rhythm game though.
Yeah,
Like,
I
that's-
also
that-
don't
that's
call it a
rhythm
rhythm game.
like BPM is
More like a
rhythm game,
bullet
you know?
hell, right?
Where it's like
Yeah.
it's like a strategy game or like a bullet hell with rhythm aspects. I'm more specifically talking about there's probably a rhythm game that doesn't have any DLC or anything like that or additional content that you can only play one way because we're looking for the most repetitive game, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
that would probably be like what Guitar Hero 1.
Yeah, I
We
was
need
saying the
to-
OG Guitar Hero.
We need to talk about Advi then. Talk to Advi about the rhythm game with like the least actual like dynamic gameplay. Like Guitar Hero, you could even make an argument would stand out over some other rhythm games just because of star power. An average player wouldn't really think about star power as anything other than something to save themselves, but when you get to a high skill level in that game, the times that you use your star power is what sets you apart from other people.
Maximizing your points in different ways.
Exactly.
Then
If you're like
probably
looking for a
Adofi,
high score.
base level Adofi, offline Adofi,
No DLC Adofi.
no DLC, offline Adofi.
Even
is
Adofi
probably-
adds in the speed trials offline.
I mean,
Also-
it's still like a pass fail.
Osu,
Osu.
that's
Interesting.
true. There's only one way to play Osu, but yeah, if we're taking online and DLC and downloadable songs out of the equation, I think I'd lean Osu.
I would say Elite Beat. Doesn't Osu get updated?
I lean Adofi
it
because
does.
it's not
I
like
would-
you can. It's not like you can miss a key. Like you can miss a key in Osu. You can't miss one in Adofi.
True.
Otherwise, you lose. So there's even less leniency and even more repetition there.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say Elite Beat agents then, but if you're taking like a one shot, one hit, you
Because
fail, then yeah.
If you miss literally a note in Adofi, so
Okay.
probably that. Okay, my guess is that.
Interesting. Okay.
Without the possibility of downloading more songs, I think you might not be too far off with the Do-Fi. Despite that, god damn, that's a good fucking game.
That's a good fucking game. It's
The
a great
Do-Fi is
game.
damn
I'll give you
good.
that. Yeah. Repetition aside, it's fun. Music's fun.
Ray says bass, Guitar Hero. I'm still sticking with my statements on Guitar Hero. But maybe I'm biased. I have a soft spot in my heart for Guitar Hero.
I always wanted to actually. I never got to play the game.
I have a
with the
soft
guitar
spot beside
thing.
my desk chair for Guitar Hero.
I always
Yo,
wanted to
where
try
can
with
I buy
guitar.
those?
You can't. They're gone.
Really?
$600 a piece.
eBay.
No.
They're hard
eBay
to
or go to
find
your
everywhere.
local game store.
Mhm.
Go over to your local cashies.
Yeah, they're pretty expensive now.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can get the Wii Guitar Hero 3 bundle for $15.99 on eBay right now.
I need one that has a plug though, right?
You think they'll
Like
ever
a
make another?
USB.
Most people that play Clone Hero, I believe, either use the Xbox 360 Guitar Hero 2 guitar, which there's one right here for $20, or the Wii guitar. And I don't know how they make it work, but they use the Wii guitar.
I wish I kept my Rock Band guitars. Those things were cool.
Only an adapter. I want to play Dark Souls with the Guitar Hero controller.
Do it. I've been there for that.
balls. Let's do it.
There's people who've done it.
There are people.
There's
I
a
mean, there's
dude
that
who,
one woman who beat like every single Guitar Hero or every single FromSoft game on a DDR mat.
There was a dude who, like back in the days, whenever it was like still kind of possible to mod the League client, did like the drum set from like the Wii, like hooked it up to his PC and played League on that, and it was nuts.
I have seen a guy play Dark Souls with bananas. Each banana had a different electrical current running to it. When he touched the banana, it would activate or like nullify that current somehow. And like, yeah.
This is like the Tower of Babel. Someday we have to stop, and God will just smite us, and we deserve it. That's all I'm saying. Bananas are too powerful in our hands now.
Wait, if the bananas feel electric current, do you think they like it?
I'm gonna move on. We had a couple chat.
I don't get what.
I know my banana does.
Oh my god. Okay, so we only really have 3 chat questions that we didn't address while we were playing or while we were talking. So chat, if you have more questions, now's your time to bring them up. When we were talking about towers and unlocking sections of the map earlier, Tiny asked our thoughts on the tall necks from the Horizon series. So from my experience, the tall necks are Far Cry towers that walk around.
Yeah.
I don't really think that fixes the problem. It makes them kind of cool, like thematically, it draws them in really well to the world. But I don't think that it, as a gameplay element, that it actually
I'm
has.
assuming it like just walks around in a certain set path, so it reveals an area. It would be really cool if it just randomly went around the map and you had to strategize when to like pop that ping. So like you're like, oh, let me wait till it's in like a better area, and you could like guide it to those areas. That would be kind of cool.
I was about to say, so I would say if they did move and stuff, would it like depend on like how like that part of the map that it opens up instead of like a set area no matter what where you do it?
It literally doesn't do that. It does exactly what it does in Far Cry, where you get to the top, you plug yourself in, and then it reads the entire area and just gives you all the locations. Just the same thing.
Just a wandering around robotic tower.
Yeah.
I also don't play Horizon. I tried to play the first
boring.
one and didn't get into it. Yeah, I also found it a little boring. It just felt very repetitive.
They released during the worst times too.
Oh my god, they did.
You know what a repetitive cliche is that I fucking hate? Your character monologuing going, I wonder what this person's doing right now. Maybe I should go talk to them.
Oh, true.
As
To like
to
guide you to
Yeah.
God, my
That's
weapon's
fair.
so weak right now. I sure wish I had a way to upgrade it.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
And then all of a sudden, just a big ass golden arrow appears over it. Dude.
Yeah.
It's like, oh.
Yeah,
Alright,
shit
let's
can
see.
fuck off.
Our next question, which Rosen just brought up again, is people who have played Call of Duty Ghosts, what was your opinion on Extinction, which was apparently an alien game mode?
That was Black Ops 2, wasn't it? Or Black Ops 3?
No,
That was
wait,
Ghosts?
was it?
There was no way Extinction was in Ghosts.
It wasn't as good as Zombies, is exactly my thought.
There was also like a game mode like that was aliens in was it Siege as well?
Was it really That's crazy if it was in Ghosts.
It looks
I
like here's
liked-
a Call of Duty Ghost Extinction reveal trailer right here.
That's great. It was in Ghosts.
Every
for some
time
reason, I
they've
thought it was
tried to
gonna
do
be
that
like
with
a-
one of the games that isn't the Treyarchs, I've gone, it's not zombies. So,
I
Yeah.
liked Extinction equally as much as I liked the challenge mode in Modern Warfare 3.
yeah.
I liked the
You're the one-
challenge
Oh,
mode
true.
a lot in Modern Warfare.
I like them equally as much. They were both really fun in their own ways. Although I'm not attached to zombies, but I am attached to hordes. I enjoy horde gameplay.
Yo,
Yep,
you know
I
what the
agree.
good one was? The Horde mode in Gears of War.
Yes, that
True.
Oh,
and then they throw in like the occasional mini, like I guess mini boss. They were just
Yeah.
sort of modified, but fuck, I love that shit.
yeah.
I'm
yeah,
sticking
those
to-
Gears
are-
are dying, thank God, but Gears was a great game.
I'm sticking to World War Z when it comes to horde shooters.
Yeah, that's probably the best. I think no, it is. Like without contest, it's probably the best.
Our crap was Back for Blood. Talk about repetitive. That was just a
Ugh.
less good Left 4 Dead.
Literally.
I've heard not a single good thing about that game. Not,
Yep.
I've never heard someone speak positively about it.
I was
That-
very
it was
sad
like,
that
it was
wasn't good.
basically they were like, oh, there's not been a Left 4 Dead for a while. We want to make another one,
Yeah.
but we don't want to really put in any work.
Yeah.
I played it on
So-
stream with
That bag, I guess.
I think
Jeez.
Granny, either Stubbs or Goat, and then our friend Matus. And we were so bored playing Back for Blood on stream within like an hour that every one of my chat just left. Like they were bored as fuck watching us beat.
Yeah.
Like it was awful.
Well, like all like the special infected too, like looked like more generic versions of like the Left 4 Dead stuff.
Mhm.
Like none of it was like very interesting or like skinned very well thematically.
They didn't
It
take
just-
the opportunity to do anything
No.
new, did they? At all?
No.
They really.
Was it full price as well?
Yep. It
Yes.
was
Yeah.
$90. Yeah.
$90. Oh right, you're Australian.
Australia.
Well, yeah,
yeah.
in Australia.
For like
$60.
1 second, I was confused. That's
But
crazy.
yeah, even still, it was way too much for that game. That game should have been released at like $40 price. At less than that, honestly, if I'm being real.
Yeah.
The next one was actually from Adv. This is while we were talking about the Stanley Parable. I really liked this comment. The other thing the Stanley Parable does is that the main storyline, which being what the narrator suggests you do, is about Stanley gaining freedom and can now choose what to do. But in order to get that ending, you as the player have to follow everything that the narrator tells you to do. So it's the one gameplay loop where you just follow instructions the whole way, and your reward is the freedom of choice at the end.
That's what it's saying. That's what the entire point of the game is. Like it's basically the only choices that you have in the game are the ones that the developer tells you you have.
Nope.
You have to follow the rules. It's a really good concept, and it's like again one of the only times I can think that concept has been broken is Minecraft. Like that is the one time that concept is not like used. Is you think if you think that you've done something unique in a game, you haven't. It's not unique because it was made.
So I guess the difference between Minecraft and a game like that is the difference between setting rules and setting goals. Because
Yeah.
Minecraft is just rules. You know, there's gravity, you drown underwater. If your health goes too low, you die. Like that's it.
Yep.
But in that game, it's like follow the narrator or don't follow the narrator. Go down this corridor or that corridor. So there's goal. That's interesting. So what games other than Minecraft have just rules with no goals?
I mean, there are other sandboxy games. I mean, the first thing my brain goes to, I think it's like a cheat answers. Like there's probably some Roblox worlds out there where there's literally nothing to do, so you just fuck around in it.
Yeah.
That's kind of what the base Roblox kind of is. Right? Well, I mean,
Again,
base
Roblox
Gary's
is an
mod?
engine. Like
Gary's
Roblox
mod
at
is
the
a
end of
good
the day
one.
isn't a game. There's no no one can be like
Yeah.
go to the store. Like no one can go to GameStop and buy Roblox and then put it in their Xbox 360 and Roblox comes up. It's an engine. It's just like it's like saying like
Same with Gary's mod. Gary's mod is just the source engine,
Yeah.
but in a
just
more
source
condensed
engine
form.
with
That's
all
fair.
the assets from all the games.
So basically,
That's
what
fair.
I'm gathering out of this is that while you can have a similar experience in other games, Minecraft is the only game engine that you have to pay to play on. I mean, that's objectively
for
not
Gary's
true.
mod.
$5.
Objectively not true, but
No, yeah, but like I think Minecraft bridges the gap between game and game engine. I think that's where it differs from everything else, right?
The closest thing I
creates
think
a
of is
bridge
GTA
there.
5. Like
GTA
between that
5?
bridge. Yeah, because of all of like the mods and stuff. Like not the base game, but like GTA 5 as an engine. I'm sure you've seen the power of it. You're on Twitch.
Yeah. I've seen it. Yeah.
You've seen it. So like that kind of what engine does GTA 5 work on?
That's a homegrown one, I believe.
Okay. So that's its own thing. Interesting.
Would you consider 7 Days to Die, maybe?
Well, there's a goal in that game, right?
What is it?
Interesting. So survival games kind of follow the
That's
goal
what I
of
was about to
survive.
say.
Yep.
Yeah, because then you
So
could
would
go like
Minecraft
arc,
fall
you
under
could
that?
go like
Yes and
So if
no.
you die,
I
if you
don't.
don't
I
live.
don't believe. I don't believe it.
There's
I feel like they're
Rust
more
involved
limited
as
though,
well.
right?
I don't think it's survival games as a whole. Like you can't go to the forest and
Yeah,
go,
the forest has an end. Subnautica
right.
has an end.
not only does it have an end, you can't just build whatever you want to build.
True.
Yeah. In 7 Days to Die you kinda can, but it's not to the same extent, it's not the same power. But if we're still to say that, like, because in the base version of Minecraft, like when it first released, it didn't have all the power to do the stuff it did. It was as the updates came along and added more stuff to it, that it gave it the power that it has now. So it's
Yeah.
like, because it didn't have, I mean, I could be wrong on this, I don't think it had redstone when it first came out, did it?
No.
No.
Yeah, okay.
I
So it's
started
like,
playing on the patch that added redstone.
Yeah.
Advi brought up Halo Forge. Halo Forge has
Very
set
different
pieces that
limits.
you can use, and it has a limit to how many things you can have in a server.
If it didn't have a limit, I
think
feel
that's
like it would be
the
very
problem, right?
different because people have gotten wildly creative by like interlocking items
Agreed.
within one another to create other items. And that's
Yep.
Okay,
and
if
then-
that's the case, then 7 Days also has a limit, I believe.
Does it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's very
Yeah.
In
limited,
theory,
yes.
like Minecraft does have limits as well, but they're just so
True.
fucking extreme that it's rare that you're gonna bump into them unless you're building a tower straight up in the sky.
I believe the only limit that Minecraft has is up and down.
Yeah.
Um,
Technically, there is a limit long ways, but it
Yeah.
doesn't stop. It just gets fucky. Oh
Yeah,
no,
the-
they
the
fixed that. They
wall-
fixed that actually.
no, they
Yeah.
fixed it.
Yeah. What was
Oh,
it
did they?
called? It's called like the
Yeah.
The wall.
the Farlands, I think is what they called it. Minecraft Farlands? Yeah.
Wait, what? I didn't
Yeah,
know this
hold
was a
on.
Yeah,
thing.
so basically there was a limit. So
Yeah, I know.
what they found is that people would just walk and they'd walk and they'd walk. And if they
Yeah.
walked too far, there wasn't enough memory storage to hold all the information. So to a point they had to create a limit. However, then they came up with a new system that let them remove that limit. So
That's when they jumped to
Interesting.
256, right?
yeah.
Whatever. I don't want to hear this guy talk about it. I just want to see. Yeah. So like basically this shit, like it just got really fucky
Whoa.
with the world generation when you went too far in Minecraft. So you would get shit like this happening.
Yeah.
That
like
looks
that.
dope as shit, though.
Yeah.
my God.
It does look
This
cool.
looks like Minecraft became Terraria.
You
Yeah.
actually have to go like manually download old worlds where the Farlands had already been generated on that world, or else it's impossible to see it now because they completely fixed it.
The jump from 64 to 265 is so big that like you couldn't realistically get to what would be considered the Farlands now in our lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, same.
Oh, no,
Cyber
I'm
Opal
starting to
said,
like
debate
Minecraft.
question. What core repetitive loop do you think is the strongest to build a game on?
Leveling up.
Sports games.
Sports
Oh.
games. I think sports games only really appeal to very competitive natured people whose main desire is to improve.
But they
Except for
still
golfers.
appeal to those people. Like
Yeah.
that's like saying that you like it's like saying like shooters only appeal to people who like shooting. It's,
I mean, that's true.
I think sports games fundamentally, with the fact that you can have a team of people that are interchangeable, and then you're throwing in the multiplayer aspect, the fact that you're playing against other people online, and then there's so much variance in the way you can play with rotations and stuff like that. I think a sports game is an incredibly solid base, and that's why Rocket League did so well.
Still doing well.
Yeah.
Oh.
We stand Rocket
would-
League around here.
I think sports is really fucking solid because like at the end of the day, they're just games, right? Like they're already games, so just digitalizing them is natural human progression. I suppose if we're talking about core gameplay loops that aren't already games in another medium, I could say Rogue. Like Rogue as a game
Yep.
is obviously very successful. Its subgenre has been one of the biggest upcoming genres in the last 20 years.
Perhaps perhaps sandbox, such as Hitman.
Yep.
Hitman's is very fun. I don't know how I'd
Sandbox
classify
with a
that.
goal.
I'd say,
Yeah,
are we
sandbox
talking
with
in
a
like
goal.
a marketing way, or are we like whenever
No,
you say
we-
strongest to build a game on?
Yeah, strongest to build a game on. Like it doesn't matter whether you can try to market it or not.
I don't want to
It's
get us
the
too.
strongest format to build a game off right away.
Is sandbox repetitive though? I think that's the only problem there, because that's a great way to build a game, but is it repetitive?
Mm.
You could play the one level in Hitman in so many different ways, it would blow your fucking mind.
Yeah, I
Which is
think
like the
sandbox is
opposite
kind
repetitive.
of the,
Exactly.
yeah, the antithesis of really repetitive.
Yeah.
If we're gonna go that way.
Um,
I mean, if we break it down, eventually we'll come back to the conclusion that everything is repetitive.
Farming.
Oh
That's a
yeah,
pretty solid
farming.
one. That's like super
Yeah.
popular. I mean, fucking one of the
If-
biggest games of all time, Animal Crossing.
true. And then Stardew
For some
now.
reason, you said farming. I was like, oh yeah, farming simulator.
I mean, that is weirdly popular as well.
I joined
Yeah.
in my friends to play Farming Simulator when it went free on Epic. They had been playing for like a day or two, so they had like a whole setup going and shit. And I came in, they gave me like a brief tutorial of how to move my character around. And then 5 minutes later, one of them goes, "Where's Devi?" And I'm like, "Oh, I glitched out of the map. I'm like swimming under the map right now." My first goal was to climb up a mountain that was clearly not meant to be climbed, and I just yeeted myself over the map.
I
Don't
agree
remember
with.
that shit.
I think farming is another good choice. I'm gonna go back to a classic, Weed Shop 3.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
What pisses me off is he's not wrong. Like he keeps bringing it up accurately, and
It's
I
the
hate
perfect game. It's the
Are
perfect
you,
game.
are you
apparently.
sponsored? You legally are obligated
Yeah.
to tell me if you're sponsored by
it.
Weed
How do
Shop
you
3.
drive in Weed Shop 3?
I just
Yeah.
believe in good products, Chunk. I just
Have
believe
you
in good
played-
products.
Have you played Weed Shop 1 or 2?
No, don't want to, don't need to.
Don't need to. Stories aren't related. Not important.
Okay.
In-
Okay, I have a kind of related question since we brought up sports as the first one. Rocket League is the only sports game that I can think of where you just control yourself. Every sports game I've ever played, you are a whole team and you take control of the current player making the play at that
Okay,
time.
so-
No, you played mini golf before.
I'm talking about sports, Aravan.
Okay, you played golf before.
I've
Yeah.
never played like I've played I've played
So
Mario
if
Golf.
Super Mario
if you wanna
Toadstool?
be- If you want to be technical, your single player is the whole team in golf.
Look, you know what I was getting to is I
Debbie,
feel like
everyone
I
knows
would
that
be
teams are one unit. All right.
No, Devi. In most
Can I-
sports games,
can I finish?
in most sports
Yeah,
games,
go for it.
you can have like a single character. You can choose. There's an option in like NBA is one of my favorite games. I hate
true.
the NBA 2K
Right.
franchise. But
okay.
we don't have. I don't have I don't have an option to play a different basketball game.
I didn't finish it, but that doesn't address the point I was getting to, which
Oh,
is
sorry.
I would be interested in like a basketball game where it's 5v5, 5 players each controlling one character
Yes.
on the field. Okay, I've never seen a game that plays
Yeah,
that.
no, NBA does that. So
Wait.
they have what's called blacktop mode.
Just
So I could
NBA.
get- Yeah, NBA 2K.
Okay, 2K.
Type in NBA 2K blacktop.
Yeah. It's a game mode. It's basically online, just like street ball, and everybody like walks onto the court and they just kind of like play a game.
On top of that, you can with NBA 2K they have what's called the park. So you make your my character and you level him up in the actual game, and then you can take him into the park, and you can play with like 3-on-3, 2-on-2, or you can go to the gym and play 5-on-5.
Is there like
5
a ranked mode
players
for this?
versus 5 players.
Oh, that's
Yep.
pretty cool.
It's like everyone using
Yeah.
their custom like created my
Oh.
character.
Okay, listen. For as much shit as I give 2K and how much they absolutely deserve it,
Yep, agreed.
they are the pinnacle at the moment of innovative sports gameplay.
Also, Sidorak with racing games technically being a sport, and also
I
with mini
fucking
golf.
vomited my
What I
mouth
was
with that.
eventually trying to get to and did get to was I was looking for a team sport game that you could play as
Yeah.
a group.
There's a
Yeah.
few
Yeah.
racing games that are like that. My favorite of which it's Dirt 3 or Dirt 4. You can run a rally together. So you can run as a group of 3 and then they average your scores as a team.
Also,
Oh, that's
I'll
cool.
one up this again. That 5v5, not only can you do that online, you can do that in person. So I could get 5 of my friends to come around my house. We all hop on the PlayStation, and then we pick a team, and each of us controls a character on that team. And we can play an actual 5-on-5 game against the AI.
How the fuck? What console lets you plug in more than like 4
I was saying,
controllers?
is there...
Wireless, baby.
Yeah, I mean,
Wireless-
regardless.
yeah, wireless-
I didn't
I
know
didn't
that.
know that wireless
I'm
goes
just
up to
wondering how
that
they
like that.
split the screen. I'm looking at a fucking
You used to be able to
No, it
have
was-
more than,
pizza slice.
you used to be able to have more than 4 on the PlayStation 2, dude.
I didn't know this.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
I didn't
man.
have enough friends.
I thought you only had 2 controllers at PS2. I'm
No.
fucked up.
So you had the you could have up to 6 players on the PS2 for WWE SmackDown vs Raw.
I do remember you basically
Oh,
had to
I
buy a
see.
whole ass Rock Band adapter to have enough like
So what you do
USB
is you
ports to
buy a
play
little
Rock Band on
controller,
with a
you
full
buy a little
band.
port, and you plug it into the player 1 port, and it has 4 ports. You do that twice, and you have 8 ports.
Oh, I used to do that. That was fun.
In fact, I believe you can do it on PS1.
Yeah, you could. I actually, when I was a kid, I had sleepovers and stuff like that, and we would do that. We would fucking play Crash Bandicoot all the time.
I'm amazed that you didn't realize you could have more than 4 player couch
I
go
didn't
on.
either.
I really
Well,
didn't have a lot of.
I'm joking.
I didn't have a lot of friends that would come over to play PlayStation 2 games with me when I was
I
fucking
have an
8 years
Italian
old.
family. I have an Italian family with like 1 million kids. So we'd go over to a birthday party, and the only way that we didn't have to just keep swapping controller around was that we all brought our own.
Interesting.
So this
I'm
SNES could
with Debbie.
support
I
up
didn't know
to
this was a
5.
thing.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, how many games back then were like suited for that? I mean, not many. I feel
There was
like.
more than you think.
I
There's
do
genuinely more
remember-
than you think.
That on the N64 you could do like it was I think it was like a SmackDown like wrestling game, but literally the way they did it was that each person shared a controller, and like one person would have one half of it that controlled like the stuff and the buttons, and then the other person could control with the other side.
Oh my
And it was the
god.
most fucked up shit ever. It was like whack.
On PS2, you can play SmackDown vs Raw with 6 people at once.
Sheesh.
Who's
I've learned
Raw?
something new today.
Who's wrong?
Fucking dumb
Which
joke.
once again
Why are
brings
we
me to the
fighting
fact
him?
that sports games are the pinnacle in repetitive gameplay that's always engaging.
Yeah, I feel like I can agree with that. Actually, I do think sports games are the pinnacle of repetitive gameplay.
It's kind of cheating though, right?
Mm.
Because it's just
Absolutely.
it's already a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm throwing
100%.
rhythm games up there too. Rhythm games are also, in my opinion, pretty fucking high up there in the repetitive gameplay scene.
I would agree.
Yeah. Okay.
You might
so
not like them, but they're good.
let's bring it back a notch then. Let's say what is the most repetitive game that only exists in the game space? Racing exists in real life, sports exists in real life, rhythm exists in real life. What is something that is strictly in game space? That
Minecraft?
is repetitive but enjoyable.
Oh, no, shooting
Farming.
is real.
No, it's-
Shooters exist in real life. What do you mean?
I got a shooter right. I can't shoot on stream, but right here.
I live in. You gotta realize I live in Australia, so
Yeah, we live in
Oh,
America, so every
we don't
day
see
is a
that shit very
shooter.
often.
Yeah.
I'm like shooting a gun. Huh? Aren't guns only in video games?
I'm trying to think. I mean, like, would you consider something like a fantasy RPG maybe be something that's only in a game space? Like maybe an
Absolutely. Like Final
MMORPG?
Fantasy VII is a great example of a game that only
Okay.
exists in game space.
Well,
Can-
well, no, because MMO, the repetitive stuff, like if you go RuneScape, like skill, I don't know, man. I feel like everything in video games kind of exists in real life. Like if you're talking skilling in a video game, yeah, fletching exists in real life. I'm sure it's as boring.
I meant game, not like skills, because like walking exists in real life, but like I mean like specifically.
Oh, no, walking
in
sims
ti-
then.
No, I
oh
mean
my god.
I meant
Oh my-
specifically that is exactly what
Yeah.
I'm talking about. To get rid of is like thing that is like based on real life. Like racing is based on racing, like it's already established. Like golf is like, or NBA 2K is based off NBA. Like it's
where we draw the
one-to-one.
line between what is or should or
I'm
shouldn't
talking
be
about
considered
an
as
actual
difficult.
walking sim. Like the whole idea of it is that you walk around a narrative
Mhm.
and just experience the narrative around you. There's no real gameplay. You're just experiencing a story through the character's eyes. You don't really do anything. I'm talking
That's
what
a good
remains
point.
of
Like Edith
what remains
Finch,
of Edith Finch, or
Yeah.
that has no replayability.
yeah. Oh yeah, I guess so.
So you wouldn't really
No,
repeat it.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
that's what makes it repetitive. Like that would make it extremely repetitive because
Yeah.
it'd be like watching like.
I'm still
it's
gonna say rhythm games. You don't really. I mean, like.
Rhythm exists in real life, Devi.
What
All right.
game would you want to repeat the less? That's the big thing. Because like, yes, you repeat the same song a million times, but it's fun. But like,
Yeah,
what,
I think a walking sim.
yeah, I think a walking sim. I wouldn't want to play again.
Yeah. I
Or
was gonna
puzzle
say
game.
maybe like one of those narrative games where oh no, puzzle game. Yo, Outer World, you can't play that shit twice.
True. I have. I've played that
Yeah.
game like. Technically,
shouldn't.
I've beaten that game like 20 times because
Have you really?
you
So
can beat it in like
there's-
15 minutes, Junk.
Puzzle games are weird too because a lot of the time they're so difficult, or you spend so much time going through it, you wouldn't dare want to do it
Don't
again.
you, Advi? I beat
Completing
you.
all the trying to complete all the puzzles in The Witness, I wouldn't want to do that again. I'm
I
happy
have.
I did it. It was a
Well,
great
no,
experience. I wouldn't want to do it
There's
again.
one or two situations, right? Let's say you play The Witness once and you beat it, and then you remember all the puzzles. Okay, then the core gameplay loop's gone because you remember all the puzzles. Or the puzzles are so hard and you don't know what to do again. You just don't want to do it again because you've already experienced the narrative. Why would you play it again?
So
I
is
feel
that
like it's puzzle
repetitive?
games or walking sims?
Yeah, it's weird because that doesn't make it repetitive gameplay. That would just make it you wouldn't want to repeat it. What is definition of repetitive? Hold up. Definition of
We're,
You
repetitive.
do it again and
we're
again.
like 2 minutes away
You
from
do it-
wrapping up, and we're just now Googling the definition
Oh
of
my
repetitive.
Containing or
We didn't need to.
characterized by repetition, especially when unnecessary or tiresome. So it's specifically in the negative context of something you would not want to do, compared to rhythm games,
Okay.
which is something you would want to do. Meaning that walking
This
sims
is fair.
or narratives you experience instead of take part of. are
All right,
probably it.
if it's a game that I would never want to play ever again, then I have the correct answer, and I could just end this conversation. The correct answer is called, let me find it again so I say it correctly. Here we go.
Minecraft
Directly drink milk from cow.
Oh my
I fucking hate
Wait,
it.
what?
I hate it, dude.
What?
That is the
Oh,
worst
he
video
got us
game
both
that has
with
ever been
He got us
fucking made.
both with that, dude.
I wonder if I can find a trailer for it real quick.
Okay.
Let's see. I didn't even see if there was a trailer. Yeah,
Nah.
15-second trailer. 15-second trailer.
Okay.
What is what?
It's so bad.
Bang
It is the worst
Dang.
video game I've ever played. Launching the game would be too repetitive for me. I'm out. I don't want to touch it again.
What was that? And how much does it cost so I can buy it?
Don't buy
No,
it.
we both had it gifted to us.
Sailor bought it for both of us.
It's garbage. It's
Oh my
bloatware.
god.
Like literally, if you click on the ad when you play like a shady mobile game, it'll lead you to that game. It's like
Really?
the worst possible ending.
Oh my god.
No,
It's one of those
I'm
games.
gonna lock in walking sims.
I'm locking in.
I think if you forgot about a puzzle game, there would be some level of replayability.
Right.
Whereas a walking sim, there is nothing more to it. You've played it once, you've played it over. That's it. I
What
couldn't
about if
play
you
What Remains of Edith
wait
Finch
so
again.
long that you forget the story to it and you
I
replay?
agree with you, except for a few examples like Journey. Like I think Journey is the gold standard, or Abzu are like the gold standard for walking sims. But there's still like I'd play it again. I'd play it again right now. But I'm wondering if that's maybe because of the length.
Then Assassin's Creed.
Assassins, yeah.
I feel like
I didn't even want to play it the first time.
overall, if we're measuring from every aspect, the gameplay loop, the mechanics built into the game, the genre of the game, the studio developing the game, Assassin's Creed is the most repetitive game in gaming. Like, all things considered.
Yeah, I can see that.
Do
It's
you know
like
what I'm taking away from this?
what's that?
I want to play Ghost Runner again.
I want to play Cyberhook right now, dude. I'm thinking
I'm
about
gonna
it.
play fucking directly drink milk from cow.
God, don't play it.
Dude,
No,
I'll-
you
wanna try
don't.
that minor game.
I want to play that and Weed Shop 3. That's all I've gotten from this entire conversation.
Hey, wait, Shop 3, dude. Let's go.
You know what I'm taking
so
from
we
this
got-
conversation? It was a little all over the place. It was a little wacky and a lot of talking about Weed Shop 3, but it was a very fun topic to discuss. I think it's about
It
time
was.
we wrap it up here for the end of this podcast.
Yeah.
Brutal, do you have any final words you'd like to say? Feel free to pitch and promote yourself, link yourself in chat, all the good things.
Well, as God, yeah. Name's Brutal. Variety streamer. I tend to kind of just play JRPGs, RPG games, a little bit of variety streamer. I like to dick around and stuff. Literally just say random shit. Unfortunately, unlike today. But like, I had a good time.
Good.
Thank you so much for the invite.
Bro, if there's one thing that I can say comfortably after today is that you will no longer be a JRPG streamer. You'll be a Weed Shop 3 streamer.
Thank you. Yeah, it's already on my
think-
wish list.
Nice.
Did it really? Did you add it?
Yes.
Oh my god.
All right, I'll go
Add
at
it
it right
to-
now. I'll go add it
I
to my
gotta
wish
add
list
it
too.
to-
Yeah, all right, here we go.
Fuck me.
Weed
All
Shop
right, we're all
3.
doing this.
Chat, go add Weed Shop 3 to your Steam wish list. All
They should
right.
be paying me. They
And if
really
you,
should
and
be
if you
paying me.
don't, I'm gonna
should.
shit on your porch, chat.
You should ask if you could. Well, you should see if there's a sponsorship.
$20?
Maybe not forever.
I clicked on it. It said similar to games you've played. Planet Coaster.
Same game,
Well,
really.
Chat, if you guys enjoyed today, I'm glad that you had as much fun as we had. Probably a lot less questions asked today highlighted than the past couple weeks. So maybe it was the topic. We'll find out. If you have a topic you'd like for us to discuss, feel free to DM me on Discord. !Discord in the chat for the link to my channel. I feel like I should have a jam command that I need to make now for you guys. Just like a command that links to all four of us and the guests that we have on. So one at a time, I'll just SO2 everybody. Actually, I guess I shouldn't do that. I should, because Aravans is a YouTube channel. All right, everyone just link your own thing. That's the easiest way. Everyone link yourselves.
Jesus, I wasn't ready for this.
I'm sorry.
I don't stream.
Was your keyboard off of your desk? What the fuck do you mean?
I wasn't ready to type things.
I don't stream anymore. I full-time quit to take up marketing for the Weed Shop 3 dev team.
I say you make a good career choice in that.
God
yeah.
damn it.
Oh, dude, he's going places.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Oh hell yeah.
Oh, my
I support a
God.
product I believe in.
All right, Brutal.
Amen
Since
to
you were our
that.
guest, how about you go ahead and pick who we raid tonight?
Oh. Shit. Okay.
As a final statement, we do this bi-weekly, so not next Monday, but the Monday following. We'll be doing this again. Probably by next Monday, I will have an announcement out in my Discord and on my Twitter to let you guys know what the discussion will be, our topic, and you guys can give any input and feedback on how you'd like that discussion to go, and we'll take that into consideration.
I.
We should
Actually,
put these up on the Otherworld YouTube channel.
They're on my YouTube channel.
We should put
Do
them
you
on
want-
both.
Do you want me to
We should
just
put 'em on
DM you
both.
the name?
Sure, yeah, DM me the name.
Okay.
I don't think that's like the best, because like flat VODs on like a highlights channel is not the ideal. However,
Oh yeah, fair.
I would love to highlight a few of them
You can
and like
yep,
make
go
Yeah,
for it.
that's a
outro.
good idea.
Maybe do
That's
like
actually a really good
a
idea.
like a quarterly joysticks and mouse clicks highlights.
We can do that.
That'd be cool.
All right.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I'm down
don't
for
know this Twitch streamer yet, but we're about to. We're rating Mango Framer. Like a
Hey,
crime
it's my
thing.
boy Mango, dude.
Chat, we
Cool
have
name.
3 different commands for you to use. Raid 1 is if you don't have our emotes. Oh, Raid 2 without the apostrophe. There we go. Is if you do have the emotes. Raid 3 is if you have the emotes and you're cool. So make your choice
I'll
now.
use number 2 then.
I'm gonna say bye. Have a nice night. You'll see me live on this channel tomorrow. I don't know what I'm gonna be playing yet. We'll figure it out. Everybody else, be able to send yourselves off.
Yes.
Bye bye.
Love you.
All right. Later, everybody.